Good afternoon, everyone. This is City of Waterloo Special Council meeting for Monday, December 7th, 2020. We're now just after 3 p.m. in the afternoon, and following our prior meeting, I'll just move forward in the agenda. And we start off with roll call, please, beginning with Ward 1.
Good afternoon. It's Councillor Hanmer, present.
Councillor Bodley is here.
And we hadn't seen Councillor V, so we'll go to Ward 4, please.
Councillor Freeman is here.
And I know Councillor Vasic's on the line, but we can't hear her. Well, let's go to Ward 6. I didn't hear Councillor Vasic.
Councillor Henry, present.
Councillor Bonagor, present.
And the mayor's here too, so we have quorum. And just one final call for Councillor Veith at this time.
Oh, hi. Do you mean me, Councillor Vasic?
Oh, yeah, I'll go with Councillor Vasic too. We're missing Councillor Veith as well. So Councillor Vasic's here. Councillor Veith, I think we're still waiting to call in. Excellent. Thank you, Councillor Vasic. We would like to begin by acknowledging that the land on which we are broadcasting from today, and many of us are gathering on, is the land traditionally used by the Haudenosaunee, Anishinaabe, and Neutral people. We also acknowledge the enduring presence and deep traditional knowledge and philosophies of the Indigenous people with whom we share this land today. We now take a moment of reflection. At the beginning of this council meeting, we pause to think of the needs of our community. May we show wisdom and compassion in all our decisions. Next up is disclosure of pecuniary interest and the general nature thereof. And I think I have Ward 6 and Ward 7. Please go ahead, Councillor Henry.
I have this afternoon.
Thank you. Councillor Bonagor, please go ahead.
This is Councillor Bonagor. I am declaring a pecuniary interest on item 11F, which is the staff report on building standards, fees and charges. I have a small home renovation planned, but it will likely require a building permit.
Thank you for reporting that. Next up, I have approval of minutes, the minutes of November 2nd, 2020. Does anybody have any changes? Please put up your hand. Seeing none, I will look for Ward 1, Ward 2 to consider moving the minutes.
Thank you. Councillor Hanmer moves the approval of our November 2nd minutes and votes in favor.
Councillor Bodley seconds the motion and votes in favor.
Councillor Freeman in favor.
Perfect, thank you.
Councillor Vasic in favor?
Councillor Henry in favor.
Councillor Bonagor in favour.
And the mayor's in favor too. That carries. We now move on to delegations, and we're going to hear from Bob Maven, a resident of Waterloo, whom we all know, on tax increase benchmarks. Natalia, can you just welcome Bob to the meeting?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I assume everybody can hear me.
You sound great, Bob.
Okay, good. Thanks, Mayor. And thanks to the rest of the council, too. I just wanted to share my thoughts today. I didn't realize that some of the budget information that I've seen in the media, seen on the agenda, but the timing is that I just wanted to share some thoughts. Let's go to the next slide, please. And you'll see the topics I wanted to present to you. Inflation rates, which you've seen, and you're well familiar with those. Municipal rates, primarily property taxes, but water and hydro, just want to remind you, they're another form of municipal rates, as is stormwater. And then another component that we really don't take into account very often is the residential income. And I wanted just to put some observations and some examples in front of you. And then I have some very constructive suggestions and observations, which I think are incredible. And I'm hoping that at least part of that will rub off on you today. Next slide, please. I will try to skim over these slides because, again, you're familiar with them. We missed one, but doesn't matter. There it is. Okay, thank you. The Canada inflation is the CPI. That's our normal measurement in Canada of inflation, but it's a general one, and but it is used for cost of living increases in a wide range of applications of that nature. Next slide, please. Then we have the Ontario inflation. This is the Ontario CPI, a little more localized, but it shows that the inflation in Ontario is less than the inflation in the rest of Canada. I'm not sure why. No, it's not relevant to my presentation. I'm just noting it. Next slide, please. And the gold line or yellow line is the core inflation, and it's also known as CPIX. And it has been used as a benchmark for increases in property taxes in the past. So council, again, is familiar with that. But its primary use for the most part, though, is the analysis of inflation by economists. Next slide, please. Now, here's property tax increases. And it's a red line on top. And I think it speaks for itself. Current and future property tax increases that are planned are creating a wide divergence from inflation. These charts are not new information to you. You've seen versions of them. This one, again, does not include hydro, no water, no stormwater increases. But the growing gap between inflation and the tax increases is somewhat disturbing. Next slide, please. Now, this is the income increases for an average resident. The average residents happen to be myself. My OMERS pension increases by the rate of inflation. My CPP increases by the rate of inflation. My OAS increases by the rate of inflation. They should be about the same in each case, but there's adjustments from year to year and quarter to quarter on some of these. The dark green line is the weighted increase. And you can see that ties in quite clearly to the CPI in most cases. OMERS has already announced their increase for next year of 0.94%. Now, to put a quantum on this, my OMERS pension is, and keep in mind, I've lived in a public sector environment, so public disclosure of salaries and income is not a big deal to me. My OMERS pension is $28,000 a year. That just happens to be, by the way, the average OMERS pension, for whatever that means. My CPP is about 11,800, something like that. My OAS is somewhere in the neighborhood of 6,000 or 7,000. They add up to about $45,000 a year. I'm not including my savings, which RIFs, or whatever you want to call them, but this is the base income I have. It also represents, in most cases, the kind of increases that a lot of households will get. Not this year, maybe, but traditionally, the cost of living increases are by inflation are primarily the increases that are applied to salaries and wages, labor contracts. That being said, it's no longer an average income. It's probably a large proportion of the households in the city of Waterloo. Okay, the next slide, please. Now, oops, go back. Forget about the inflation indices. It's nice information to have. It's a good benchmark. We've known in the past that it's not the perfect one, but it's a good one. But now what I'm trying to present is here's the income increases that residents are getting. Here's the property tax increases. That gap is disconcerting. You can substitute the word pensions that I use for my examples, and you can put in cost of living for salaries and wages. And there's a pretty large component of the city of Waterloo households that are probably represented in that chart. Now, I saw the presentation from the budget. I went in my research, and it showed that the average household income in Ontario is about $122,000. But if you look at the median income, it's about $50,000 less than that. The same applies to the city of Waterloo. I know that our average household income, it was around 100,000, and let's assume, for the sake of an example, the 100,000 is still the average income in Waterloo. Averages are mathematical exercises. In order to get 100,000 average, that means for every $200,000 income household, there's two 50,000 income households. So for every one over 100,000, it's going to be two below 100,000. And that math again is meant to show that the average does not mean anything. A median income would even be better, but even a median still has those below the median are still going to be lower than the median. And there's probably about a 50% chance of 50%. I'm getting a little ahead of myself. I'm trying to make sure that I get my 10 minutes in. Mr. Mayor, I know that you'll let me know when I'm getting close. But
Doing good, Bob.
thank you. When it comes down to it, using that as a reference point for the ability to pay property taxes is not. I do income taxes for seniors, and sometimes it's very, very sad, the pictures I get for the seniors who will make incomes of $20,000, $21,000, $22,000, and then pay $900, $800 a month in rent for whatever accommodations they have. And it's again, the ability to pay on a wide range of people. Next slide, please. Now I want to get into what can we do about it. And the very first topic I want to talk about is expediting and expanding the capital budget spending. So after being subtle in my criticism, I hope, of tax increases, I'm going to suggest let's spend money. Next slide, please. Well, let's do it. Whoops. I'm not getting a good picture of that one. Let's do it in a way that's financially beneficial to the city. First step would be to determine if inflation rate in the capital budget is higher than the current 10-year debenture rates. If I may break for a second and ask Ms. Reynolds if what the inflation rate is in fact in the capital budget.
Why don't we continue on, Bob? I'll just see if I can get that number from Filippo at the end.
Super, okay. Then identify all the capital projects with minimal impact on operating budgets. Those are the ones that are funded by the contribution to capital. And borrow the money up front. Make sure that the rate that we're getting right now, 10-year Canada's Treasury bills, are going at 0.76. I just got that reading this morning. The debenture rate that the region usually gets is 25 to 100 points over Canada's. So somewhere between 1% and 2%. So if the inflation rate, this is boring financial stuff, and I apologize for this, but it's what I've lived my whole life with. If the inflation rate in the capital budget is higher than what you can debenture a large amount of money up front, lock in the low rate, and the debenture payments would come from the existing contribution to capital in future years. It's only 10 years. And the result would be a net savings. Plus, there's also a broader impact in that there's going to be a post-pandemic local economic stimulus. The initiative can become very much a win-win. Cambridge did this a few years ago with some capital funding grants from the feds, where they basically took the whole grant little bit unique in the approach they used, but in hindsight, maybe it was the one to go. And they just resurfaced all the roads in Cambridge, all the city roads. And that's a use. Timing, of course, is the key issue, because in order to do this, you have to get in front of this early. You have to make sure you lock in the debenture rate. You have to make sure how many projects can you get done. You're going to have to get looking at the capital budget anyway, because you know there's going to be some federal funding coming. It seems to be the case anyway. And they usually only fund projects that can be completed and are, as they say, shovel ready. So getting out early and executing is how to get the benefit. Putting all the pieces together, the little triangle of factors. And it ends up being, yes, you're going to spend a lot of money. You're going to spend a lot of the capital budget in the early year, 21, 22. But you're going to save money in the long run, and you're going to have less maintenance and probably even some impacts on the beneficial impacts on the operating budget. Next slide, please. Revisit the Waterloo North hydro policies. Next slide, please. This is an extract from the submission to the Ontario Energy Board, the OEB, from Waterloo North Hydro's presentation or submission to them. Basically, the return that the OEB allows is 9% on assets. So the return on equity, 9%. The history of the Waterloo North Hydro Commission, what it used to be called, is interesting, because at one time it was a not-for-profit organization, like the Water Commission, like the city. There was no profit to it. There was no return on equity. It was zero. But in 2000, 2001, the province, at their discretion, gave us, next slide, please. Next slide, please. Thank you very much. Whoops. One back. It was a generous gift from the province. And the province permitted local municipalities to determine if they wanted a for-profit or a not-for-profit status on the hydro utility. The province basically said, okay, we're not going to be the bad guys here. We're going to let you be the bad guys. You want for-profit, which I think that was pretty much unanimous. There may have been one not-for-profit status retained in the province, but basically all of them became for-profit. Promissory notes were given to represent what the equity would be if the city owned the hydro to start off with. So the net assets became the promissory notes and became a very significant value. Mr. Hittinga will hopefully later be able to tell me what the interest rate is on those promissory notes and what the value is right now. We used some of the promissory notes, $13 or $14 million, to pay down some of the Rim Park debt, if you recall. Then you have the income from dividends. That's the 9%. So you have the promissory notes, which started out at 9%. I think they went down to 7%, a very healthy return on an asset that was zero to the city before. It just didn't exist. The income from dividends, of course, is going to depend on profit. But let's say that they do meet the 9% legislated or OEB limit, 9% dividends. Right now, basically the profit split between reinvestment and capital and distribution to the shareholders, 50-50. I don't know whether that's still in place either. That's the way it was. The key issue here is ensuring the most beneficial use of these funds, because these were found funds. The province at any time, they could have said, okay, the region, you take all the hydros. And the province could also come back now and say, oh, by the way, the OEB is changing the return. You're no longer going to get 9%. You're going to get 6%. And with the pressure the province is going to be facing on hydro rates, because they've been pretty generous in giving out high hydro rates for green energy, giving it to producers, but they've also been generous as far as constraining the utility rates to users. So there's going to be a little bit of a backswell that's going to put pressure on the province. This could be one of the ways that they deal with that pressure, just reducing the return that the municipalities get. The original plan on these newfound funds was to divide it. The dividends were to fund capital budget. The interest was, promissory notes was to fund the operating budget. That's not the way it's happened. Staff took a report, a CAO of the day and the CFO of the day disagreed on that policy. Things change, councils change, staff changes, and philosophy changes because of that. But it became more contributions to the operating funds and hardly any contribution to the capital fund. I think right now it may even go into an economic development reserve or something like that. I don't know for sure what that is anymore. All I'm suggesting is revisit the policy. The province can give a gift, but they can also take it back. And the whole thing can be rearranged very, very simply by the province passing some legislation, the same as they did in 2001. So when we become more dependent on it, we're going to cause ourselves problems unless we make it such that the dependency is something that we can deal with built in. Next slide, please. Modest relief in water rates. Now, I noticed that you're recommending 0% increase in water rates. I'm not a proponent of 0% increase. There's always a payback at some point in time. A controlled incremental increase is far preferable, in my view, than a 0% increase. But next slide, please.
Bob, I think you're probably at your time, but I think you're probably finishing up. You're getting into suggestions anyways, right?
These are suggestions.
Yeah, okay. Whatever you can wrap up, please.
Okay, so you're telling me I got a really good one that you really want to hear.
And we do, just quickly. Good job, Bob.
Okay, the city's water rate has a built-in cushion that right now I think can allow the city to tell you what, you read it yourself at your own leisure, and what it says there is what I was going to say. Next slide, please. Make budget discipline part of the process. And this is my main message. Next slide, please. Aristotle, a philosopher. Municipalities had problems with finance. Every council thinks they've got the worst problems of anybody, and that can become just a degree. Aristotle had a very simple philosophy 3,000 years ago on the same principles you deal with today. And that is, in order to manage municipal finance reasonably, all you have to do is consider the same basics that an average household would do in dealing with their budgets. So issue debt when you need to on large projects, say a house, a car, but live within your means on the income you've got. 0% increases, as I said, are not realistic. Increase the rate of inflation are, in fact, there are zero tax increases in real dollar terms. Now you got me going fast there, Mary Jaworski, and I'm starting to stutter. Households are geared to inflationary increases. Most importantly, if council doesn't make the budget adjustments they're required to keep property taxes in line with inflation, then each of the 45,000 or so households in the city are forced to make those adjustments to their spending to accommodate higher than inflation increases. And I would put to you that, the city has a bigger budget and maybe they've got more flexibility in their budgets, especially for some folks. And that's what I thought I'd like to leave you with. Now, the one that's not in the presentation, next slide, please. This is a history of property tax increases versus CPI. It used to be in every budget presentations. And I want to thank the mayor for giving me a few more minutes to finish this off. But you can see when the city had a policy of relating to an inflation index after getting over the Rim Park hurdle in 2003, 2004, 2005, the property tax increases flattened out. That's not happening right now. And by the way, you can see where there's zero increases. Usually right after that, there would be council changes. And the funny thing is that then there'd be increases and then there'd be another council change because people didn't like the increases. So you guys are in a no-win position. Go on back, next slide, please. And this, I just want to reinforce the gap that has to be filled, whether it's you lowering the property tax line or us finding some way of increasing our incomes or decreasing our costs. Because everything that we have to pay to the city extra means something else isn't going to be paid, or it's going to be a reduction in quality of life. The one item that isn't on here, and I apologize, I can send in a memo to council if you want, but it deals with the fact that the property tax system itself is regressive. And the income tax at the provincial and federal level is a very progressive one in that it's geared to the level of income. And upon reflection, I've come up with an idea that I'd like to bounce off you, where you can use property assessment ratios to do some of that, make it a little more progressive and a little less regressive. And it has been done by the region before. If you recall, and some of you may, is that the region created this, they're responsible for tax ratios and more boring financial stuff, and I apologize. But tax ratios are what we use to create the weighted assessment that taxes are paid on. So what the region did is they wanted to promote increased density, and they wanted to increase rental properties. So they took the tax ratio for apartments, rental apartments, and decreased it from a tax ratio of 1.95 down to 1.0, the same as residential properties, for 30 years. So basically they said to landlords, developers, you build rental properties and you'll pay the same, you'll pay half of the property taxes that you normally would. Now, on the other hand, that means that the city's not getting the property taxes they normally would have gotten for those properties. But it's been a very successful policy. I think there's about 18, 20 years. Cam would know better than I would what's left in it. But in that time period, by the 30 years, there won't be a bonus because most of those apartments will be converted to condos anyway. So that's setting the storyline. If the region created a subclass of houses, of residential houses, that were 1.5 to 2 times the average value of property values in the city of Waterloo or any municipality in the region, and then applied a different tax ratio to that, say 1.5 instead of 1.0, there would be some extra taxes for a high valued property. Let's say $1 million becomes the line, the benchmark, or the line that's used. So all houses over $1 million goes into this subclass, and they get taxed at 0.5%, another 50% more than normal residential properties. All of a sudden, you introduce at the municipal level a form of progressive taxation. Will it be readily accepted? Will the region go along with it? Will there be some possible legal challenges to it? Sure, but maybe it's a good idea too. And I'd be happy to work with anyone who wanted to work on that project. And I thank you very much for your time and your patience. I realized I went way over my time. When I did this study and practice, it only took me 12 seconds to go through
it. Good enough, Bob. Well worth the wait, and certainly lots of information for consideration. And as you are definitely right. As we try and deal with things like climate emergency and COVID-19, all the new things, it's really hard to do it when you have a regressive taxation methodology like property tax as opposed to business profit taxes or income taxes or HST, hardly harmonized for 2 levels of government, but not for the 3rd. I will look to my councillors for any questions at this time. And I don't see any questions. I do have a comment, and I have asked Philippa to follow up with you regarding the number you were looking for, Bob. Please go ahead, Councillor Hanmer.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. Thank you, Bob. As your ward councillor, just wanted to express appreciation for you coming today to give us your thoughts and feedback. You always give good thoughts for consideration, and I know we will look at those as we go through our budget deliberations. So thanks very much for your time in putting it together, and I look forward to our future discussions.
Thank you, Councillor Hanmer. By the way, I'm getting good reports on you, so keep up the good work. Way better than the previous councillor. Thank you. Bye now.
Yeah. The previous councillor was good too. He was. I've had a bunch of Ward 1 councillors. You both were very good. So thank you. Okay. So the clerk's office has sent around that sheet so that we can see the one page that had all the commentary on it. Bob, I'd like to thank you for your presentation here today. Crystal clear. Love the black on white. Very accessible and just easy for everyone to read. So thank you very much, Bob. Next up on our agenda, seeing no further delegates, we have a consent motion with A through H on it. We are going to remove items A for Councillor Freeman and item C for Councillor Vasic. On the remaining ones, does anyone have any questions? I do not see any, so to confirm, we're moving forward with B, the 3rd quarter health and safety report, item D, the city center lease renewal, E, the drinking water quality management system update, F, the asset management report cards, thank you very much, Cass, strategic asset management policy update, and the annual debt and financial obligation limit calculation. And I'll look to do we have Councillor Veith on the line yet? Yes. Ward 3 and Ward 4 to move the consent agenda and vote for it, please. Please go ahead, Councillor Veith.
Hi. Yes, I move the consent motion as recommended, and I vote in favor.
It's Councillor Freeman. I second the motion and vote in favor.
Councillor Vasic in favor.
Councillor Henry in favor.
Councillor Bonagor in favour.
Councillor Hanmer in favor.
Councillor Waterloo in favor.
And the mayor's in favor too. That carries unanimously. Item 10A, WACAT terms of reference. There's an amendment to Councillor Freeman, minor amendment, very minor amendment that Councillor Freeman would like to bring forward.
Thank you, Mayor Jaworski. It's Councillor Freeman. It's just with regard to item 1 in the terms of reference, and just to change the language slightly so that it says communications with other advisory committees and staff and to the public during staff-led operational initiatives to support the transportation mandate. That wording has been put in the chat box for people to have a look at. And with that change, I would move the motion and vote in favor.
Councillor Vasic, I'll second and vote in favor.
Councillor Henry in favor.
Councillor Bonagor in favour.
Councillor Hanmer in favor.
Councillor Waterloo in favor.
Councillor Veith in favor.
The mayor's in favor too. Thank you very much for that clarification, Councillor Freeman. That carries unanimously. Thanks to the team for the good work on all the consent agenda items. Now over to 10C to Councillor Vasic. Please go ahead.
Thanks through you, Mayor Jaworski. To staff, I was hoping to make a couple of, or propose a couple of changes, just in line with our moving towards the community's calls for anti-racism and reconciliation and our current strategic plan. I was wondering if we would amend where it says embrace diversity, equity, and inclusion to instead state embrace diversity, equity, and inclusion, including anti-racism and reconciliation, to foster a sense of belonging and acceptance and value for all. Do you want to deal with each separately, or do you want me to give both of my recommendations?
Why don't you give both, and that way staff can comment on both. Thank you.
Sure, great. And section 4.2 also uses the word impartial. And so I was hoping to clarify what impartial means. And just for some context, because I have had a question about this. I understand we want the process to be fair and balanced and measured. My concern with the word impartial is that no matter how fair and measured and balanced we want to be, we all bring with us opinions and experiences that lead to bias and other opinions. So wondering if we might either clarify what it means or use another word that really represents that we hope for a fair outcome, for example. Thanks.
I think we're looking. Yeah, go ahead.
Thanks, Mayor Jaworski. So through you, Mayor, I'm happy to respond to these. It's Lisa Dunlop. So with the first suggestion, we're happy to make that change following embrace diversity, equity, inclusion. I think it does fit well with, with this initiative, and I think it just adds clarity into that piece on items that we're certainly working on internally, and I know that Council has been working on in the community. And for the second one, regarding impartial, I agree that I think impartial is a difficult term just because of a level of bias I think that can be within everyone. So I would be comfortable just changing that language to say whether internal or external investigator must be knowledgeable about. And then certainly there's other references within the policy about it being fair, about removing, for example, other conflicts of interest. So, for example, even if in choosing the investigator, we have to consider who's involved internally, because it may not be appropriate, for example, for human resources to investigate depending on the involvement. So we'd be happy to remove the term impartial from there.
Thank you so much for that. I should have also said that I think the rest of the document definitely captures how comprehensive and fair and equitable your team has worked to make this. So I like your suggestion, and I'll see what my council colleagues have to say.
Thank you.
We're going to go to Councillor Bonagor, and then we'll probably come back to you to move it as amended. Please go ahead, Councillor Bonagor.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Jaworski. I just had a couple of comments just on that, the use of impartial. I mean, I understand where Councillor Vasic's coming from, but I also understand that impartial does mean trying to be fair. So it's only in the document in two instances. And the first is, the investigator is the person responsible for ensuring a timely, thorough, fair and impartial investigation. I mean, we could just get rid of it there, just say a timely, thorough and fair investigation would be one option. And for the second place where it appears, it's talking about an investigator being impartial and knowledgeable. Would it meet the recommendations? Would it meet what you're seeking if we just said the investigator must be impartial to the proceedings and knowledgeable about these other things? Because it stipulates they're not impartial as a human. They're impartial to the proceedings. They don't bring bias to try and benefit either party.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Through you, Mayor Jaworski. I think those are great. Thanks. Yeah, I think that's right, because everyone wants to be impartial to the process, even if they know they can't be impartial to every thing that comes up. Well done. Thanks. I'm happy with that. Can I move and vote in favor? Oh, sorry, I should let everyone else have a chance to. I'm so sorry.
No, I don't see any further. I'm just going to double check with the staff team to make sure they think they have what they need, and I see that there's some content on the actual wording there. Are you okay with what we have discussed, Lisa?
Yes, absolutely. I think that will work well, and I like the change impartial regarding the proceedings as well. I think that speaks to exactly what we're trying to capture.
Okay, so we'll look to Councillor Vasek and Councillor Bonagor to move and second these. We'll go around the hoop and then come to Councillor Henry.
Awesome. So Councillor Vasek here, I move the amendments and vote in favor. Thanks, Councillor Bonagor.
This is Councillor Bonagor, your resident word nerd. I second the amendment and vote in favour.
Councillor Hanmer, in favor.
Councillor Bodley in favor.
Councillor Veith in favor.
Councillor Freeman in favor.
Councillor Henry in favor.
The mayor's in favor too. That carries unanimously. Thank you very much for the adjustments to the 2 items on consent, team.
Thank you.
Moving on to item 11. Thank you, Lisa. Moving on to item 11, item A. It is the National Disaster Mitigation Program Intake 6 grant application. Report prepared for us by Jessica Kellerman, Brad Witzel. I think they're just on the line for any questions of staff. Questions of staff and council. I'm looking, seeing none. Now I see that this is about national disaster mitigation, which makes me think about sustainability, which makes me think about Councillor Bodley. Councillor Bodley, would you like to consider moving this?
Well, I appreciate that it makes you think of me. It's no bylaw, but I would be happy to move it and vote in favor.
Councillor Veith, I will second that and vote in favor.
Councillor Freeman in favor.
Councillor Vasek in favor.
Councillor Henry in favor.
Councillor Bonagor in favour.
Councillor Hanmer, in favor.
The mayor's in favor too. That carries unanimously. Thank you for bringing this forward for us today. Item B is the general budget introductory remarks by Philippa Reynolds, Deputy CFO and Director of Financial Planning. Please go ahead, Philippa.
Thank you, Mayor Jaworski. Can you hear me?
We all can. Wonderful.
Just a quick walkthrough to explain the sequence of the financial reports that follow. We'll start out with the Reserve and Reserve Fund report to provide council with some background as to the status of our reserves. And then that will be followed by the proposed 2021 rate reports. And so city utilities and the water and sanitary financial plan will kick it off, followed by the rest of the enterprises. Once council has made decisions on the rates, we will then head into the 2021 budget report, where I will do a short presentation for council. And as part of that report, council will also consider the 2021 tax-based fees and an additional facility rental discount on fees as well. So with that, I turn it back to you, Mayor, to start this budget-related segment of the council meeting. Thank you.
Very good, Philippa. Thank you very much for those quick remarks. We move on to item C, which is the Reserves and Reserve Funds annual update prepared by Julie Kopsler, and Julie is going to have introductory remarks. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon. The Reserve and Reserve Fund Annual Update Report is brought forward in the fourth quarter each year to provide council with historical information, current status, and a 10-year projection for each of the city's reserves and reserve funds. It's also an opportunity for staff and council to revisit and to potentially make improvements to existing reserve and reserve fund policies. 2020 has been a year that has highlighted the importance of building and maintaining healthy reserve and reserve fund balances. These funds support not only city operations, a multitude of services and infrastructure projects, but they also provide the ability to respond to unforeseen financial pressures, fund relief measures for residents and businesses, and support the community's economic recovery. Over the last number of years, Council has made significant and positive changes to the Reserve and Reserve Fund policies, structure, and recommended levels to ensure we're making the best use of these resources. In a year unlike any other, our Reserve Fund and Reserve policies have functioned well, providing stability and flexibility during this uncertain time. Staff are therefore not recommending any significant permanent changes to the existing Reserve and Reserve Fund policies at this time. Instead, a strategic, fluid approach is being recommended as COVID-19 related impacts and other challenges and opportunities continue to evolve. Staff are recommending that the temporary suspension of the cap on the tax rate stabilization reserve be extended to the end of 2021. The impacts of COVID-19 are ongoing and still not fully known, and this will allow additional funds to remain in the reserve to address future COVID-19 driven pressures. Staff are also recommending a temporary exemption to allow the balance of the municipal accommodation tax portion of the Economic Development Reserve to enter a temporary deficit position offset by the balance within the general portion of the Economic Development Reserve. This will allow for the funding of important arts and cultural grants supported by this program to continue while tourism and travel gradually recover from COVID-19 restrictions, and will allow for revenue levels to rebound. A minor housekeeping update is also being recommended for this policy. Lastly, staff are requesting that Council provide direction that any further changes recommended to the Reserve and Reserve Fund policies as a result of COVID-19, once the year-end results are known, be brought forward as part of the annual surplus deficit allocation report estimated in April of 2021. Thank you. I'm available to answer any questions Council may have.
Well, let's just wait a moment to see if we have questions from Council. Yeah, seeing none, I'm going to go to Finance Chair for a lot of these. I'll be going, well, for all these budget-related ones, I'll be going to Finance Chair. Please, Councillor Henry, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Julie, for walking us through this extensive report. I want to make a couple of brief comments. First, I think it's prudent for us to maintain the current exemption around the tax rate stabilization reserve. Having that reserve and our general operating contingency reserve in healthy positions means that the city is positioned well to weather the storm this year, weather the storm next year, and remain in a position to provide further targeted relief as necessary. I also wanted to thank staff for new split outs in policies around the infrastructure reinvestment reserve around infrastructure, so that council and the community can have a line of sight directly into the additional investment in infrastructure that council has made, as well as the specific carve out in the council community priority and contingency reserve for affordable housing. So again, as subject to the budget being confirmed for next year, as funds are allocated and distributed in there, that again the council and the public can have line of sight into the investments that we're providing in that important area as well. So thank you to the team for this report, and with that, I am happy to move the recommendations and vote in favor of them.
And Councillor Bonigar, you're probably going to be on the hook for a lot of these secondings.
That's fine with me. I'm happy to second this and I'll vote in favour.
Councillor Hanmer in favor.
Councillor Bodley in favor.
Councillor Veith in favor.
Councillor Freeman in favor.
Councillor Vasic in favor.
And the mayor's in favor too. That carries unanimously. Thank you very much, Julie, for your hard work on all our savings accounts. Very important to the city, the community, in making sure that we're healthy, as Councillor Henry said. Item D, City Utilities 2021 rates. And I think we have a presentation here from Michael and/or Todd.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Dworsky. Todd and I will be providing an overview to Council today on the recommended 2021 city utility rates. Next slide, please. In preparing the 10-year rate forecast, there are several objectives that guide the process. We aim to strike a balance between a sustainable funding level, which is a legislative requirement, and rate changes that are stable over time. That being said, COVID-19 continues to impact Waterloo residents and businesses, so staff have revised the water and sanitary fees to recommend a rate freeze for 2021. This also aligns with the region's recommended wholesale rate freeze. The stormwater section continues to face significant investment in the coming years. Therefore, 2021 stormwater rates will still be increased as per prior guidance. The long-term rate forecast incorporates a capital financing strategy to begin addressing the water, sanitary, and stormwater capital funding gaps as identified in the city's asset management plan. The forecast also ensures reserves are maintained at appropriate levels to plan for capital works, fund emergencies or unanticipated expenses, and to pursue opportunities as they may arise. Next slide, please. So, what do rates pay for? As you can see from the large pie sections on the right of this chart, the region is responsible for drinking water supply and wastewater treatment. Those are the dark blue and dark brown slices on the pie chart. And these two items account for approximately 52% of the overall city utilities 2021 budgeted expenditures. The remaining pie segments represent the city's budgeted spending for 2021. The three exploded pie slices represent each section's 2021 budget on operational activities, that being about 23% of the overall budget. The lighter shaded pie slice sections represent contributions to the various reserves, with the patterned green pie slice being proposed debt proceeds that will go towards funding the 2021 stormwater capital program. Next slide, please. The recommended 2021 water and sanitary rates have been frozen at current levels, with only the city stormwater fee being increased for 2021. The fixed fees comparison uses the average residential home, that being the residential medium stormwater tier with 15mm water service. As you can see from the chart, overall volumetric rates are not increasing with 0% increase, and fixed monthly fees will be increased by about 89 cents per month. Next slide, please. Looking at how the recommended rates translate into the annual household impact calculation is summarized in this slide. It outlines the 2021 city utilities cost increase of approximately $14.12, or 1.3% overall for the average household. This proposed increase is mainly from the city stormwater fee. The household impact figure takes into account not only the rates as mentioned on the previous slide, but also the effective date of those rates, consumption estimates, and the fixed monthly fees. All this information is translated into a single figure that the average household will pay in 2021 versus 2020 in dollar amounts. A small portion of the 2021 increase is related to the effective dates when calculating household impact, even though you'll notice that the 2021 water and sanitary rates will not be increasing. Next slide, please. The long-term household impact forecast has been updated to account for the 2021 rate freeze. There are numerous factors that impact the forecast, including annual operating surpluses or deficits, forecasted regional wholesale rates, and additional capital funding requirements, just to name a few. After factoring in all of the inputs, along with the 2021 rate freeze, we were able to provide a lower long-term rate forecast compared to what was presented last year, which in turn translates into a lower annual household impact as seen in the bottom table. Next slide, please. As in previous years, comparing to our local neighbors is an exercise we undertake. This chart outlines the average annual water and sanitary household costs for the city of Waterloo, along with our neighboring municipalities. Annual household costs are relatively consistent amongst the area municipalities, with Waterloo's rate increases, that being the slope of the red arrows, and overall impact being the lowest in Waterloo region. Next slide, please. Similar to water and sanitary, this chart outlines the average annual stormwater household cost for Waterloo, along with some other municipalities across southern Ontario for comparison. It should be noted that direct comparisons for stormwater utilities is difficult, as they are less defined and can vary widely across regions. Geography is also a major factor for stormwater responsibilities, such as the extent of a creek network or water bodies within the city. The annual stormwater cost in Waterloo for the residential medium category would be $164 in 2021. Next slide, please. Looking now at the reserves. Rate stabilization reserves aim to have a minimum balance of 5% of annual operating expenditures and a target balance of 10%. For the water reserve, deviation below the minimum is required from 2022 through to 2026 to accommodate the recommended rate freeze in 2021. The sanitary reserve is able to maintain a balance above the minimum through the forecast period. Use of these stabilization reserves is needed to maintain funding for operational activities in light of a 2021 rate freeze. The water stabilization reserve will be built back up to the minimum level over time through contributions from the operating budget and any future year-end surpluses that may occur. Next slide. The capital reserves aim to have a minimum balance of 1% of estimated asset replacement value and a target balance of 2%. Projected 2020 reserve levels and the short-term level for sanitary are above the target range as a result of some significant capital projects being deferred and rebudgeted to 2021 or onwards. Reserves are anticipated to drop within the target range and fluctuate around the minimum level over the long-term forecast period. The financial model and resultant rate forecasts take this into account. You'll see that the water capital reserve dips below the minimum level from 2023 to 2026, and this will be monitored closely over the next 2 years as projections evolve and change to ensure that an adequate balance is maintained. Next slide. The stormwater reserve policy continues to target a minimum balance of $1 million, and it's used for both rate stabilization and the capital program. While quite volatile due to a variable capital program, the reserve is intended to be used to help absorb large user rate fluctuations over time. The reserve is projected to maintain a balance above the minimum level in the outer years. However, the projection dips below the minimum in 2023 and again in 2025. So similar to the water capital reserve, it will be monitored closely over the next 2 years as time unfolds to ensure an adequate balance is maintained and as projections may change. Next slide. Although not part of the rate report, I wanted to briefly touch on the City Utilities financial plan that's also included in today's council packet. One of the requirements to holding a valid water system license is preparing and submitting an updated financial plan to the province as part of the renewal application. The financial plan must apply to a period of at least 6 years, with the first year of the forecast being the year the existing license expires, which would be 2021 for the city. It must be approved by council resolution as the overall owners of the drinking water system, and a copy of the approved financial plan and report will be submitted to the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing. Staff undertook this exercise in-house versus outsourcing it to a third-party consultant. The financial plans were developed alongside preparation of the rate report, and expenses, capital requirements, reserve balances are all used to determine the required long-term revenue stream that supports a sustainable water and sanitary system per the legislative requirements of the Safe Drinking Water Act. I'll now pass it over to Todd to provide an update on some key city utility programs.
Thanks, Michael, and good afternoon, Mayor Jarowski and members of council. I have 2 brief updates on 2 city utilities-based programs that were included in the 2020 rate report. And the first of those are the high water bill policy, which was introduced in June of 2019 with the primary objective of providing financial relief to residential customers who have experienced a high water bill. And to get a sense of numbers on how that policy is playing out, from November 2019 to November 2020, we received 45 applications received under this policy, which resulted in just over 23,000 rebates. Based on those numbers, staff are not recommending an adjustment to the current level of funding and feel that the policy is providing an appropriate response to our residential customers in these situations. Next slide, please. To advance. The next, sorry, could the next slide be, okay, there we go, thank you. The other update relates to the advanced metering infrastructure system program, which council may recall an AMI system provides near real-time water reads and has a significant impact on our customer service, billing, and operations. Despite the delay in 2020, for the first half of 2020, we now have 2 full-time contract staff performing transmitter installations. And as of December 4th, last Friday, we had just over 2,200 installations completed. Water reads out of this system are automatically imported into our city's billing system, which was one of the key objectives we had of the project. And as well, as we move from neighborhood to neighborhood, we are notifying customers in advance by a targeted mail out, typically about 3 weeks in advance of when we're going to be making the installation at that property. City utilities and revenue services will be working together to have the AMI-based data presented to our customers through the upcoming customer portal. Next slide, please. And just to give council more of a spatial view of what's going on in terms of installations, this map represents all of the AMI installs with the green dot. So we've also integrated each transmitter when it gets installed, it's integrated with our GIS system. And as per the 2019 rate report, we have started the installations in the west end of the city, specifically in billing section 102. And you can see here, after a small little section done down near urban Herbstville, we're actually working from the north to the west, and we'll be working our way down the west end for the remainder of 2020 and into 2021. And despite the slow start to 2020, we are still confident that the project will stay within the 4-year implementation target. Next slide, please. So just to recap a lot of what Mike went over earlier in the presentation, the 2021 recommended rates align with the regional rate freeze in order to support our residents or businesses during this time. The annual financial impact of our recommended utility rates is 1.3%, or just over $14 for the average household. We continue to compare favorably to other neighboring municipalities, and our reserves are still at appropriate or healthy levels. Lastly, despite the rate freeze, city utilities will be investing in programs and maintenance activities to continue to supply safe and reliable drinking water, wastewater collection, and source water protection. So at this point, I'll pass it back to Mayor Jarowski and Council for any questions they may have at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Todd. Thank you, Michael. I'll be looking for councillors to see if they have any questions. One moment, please. Seeing none, I will look to Finance Chair Councillor Henry to take us forward.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Utilities team. Couple of quick comments to highlight as well. First, thank you to the team for looking at the 10-year forecast and recognizing the opportunity we had to deliver relief to ratepayers, permanent relief, not temporary relief. As you'll note that the rate freeze is delivering just over $31 in savings over the prior forecast to the average household, an equivalent of 2.5% property tax reduction, and that this increases to $49 by 2030. At the same time, water and wastewater will see over this 10-year period its infrastructure gap fully closed and 3/4 of the stormwater infrastructure gap fully closed. And I think those are important things to highlight. And at the end of all of this, we still remain in Waterloo, delivering the lowest water and wastewater rates in the region, about $200 lower than our immediate neighbor, and that stormwater remains $30 lower than Kitchener as well in this period of time. So thank you to staff for finding where we can deliver permanent relief to residents. So with that, I'm happy to move the recommendations and vote in favor.
This is Councillor Bonagor. If I may just, I'd like to second the motion. And if I could just add a comment, stormwater management is such a big issue in my ward that, you know, any slowdown in management, planning or responses could have really detrimental impacts. So I am really happy to support this really nuanced utilities approach that staff have brought forward.
Councillor Hanmer in favor.
Councillor Rodley in favor.
Councillor Beith in favor.
Councillor Freeman in favor.
Councillor Vasek in favor.
And the mayor's in favor too. That's so important. The dollar household impact, we heard from a delegate here earlier, and I think that is so critical. Sometimes we talk about percentages on this and percentages on that, and all the percentages can really be summed up to what does it hit my pocketbook. And I think knowing that this helps reduce the impact by, I think, 34%. But certainly the dollars are in people's pocket of our overall impact from our tax-based budget and the enterprise-based budget. I think this goes a long way forward. Thank you very much for the team for coming up with a way to leave money in our citizens' pockets and still allowing us to go forward as we move into the next section. So thank you, Todd. Thank you, Michael. Next up is, I'm going to suggest that we do E, the water and sanitary financial plans, G, the rental housing and business licensing 2021 fees and charges, and H, the cemetery services 2021 fees and charges all together, because they are solely good news. They're a freeze or a waiving of renewal fees for a period of time. And I'll just wait to see if anybody of council has questions on those three. Seeing none, I will ask Finance Chair Henry to take us forward.
Happy to move these three items and vote in favor.
This is Councillor Bonagor. I second the motion and am in favour.
Councillor Hanmer in favor.
Councillor Bodley in favor.
Councillor Beith in favor.
Councillor Freeman in favor.
Councillor Vasek in favor.
And the mayor's in favor too. That carries unanimously. I will now ask Councillor Bonagor to look around the house and see what qualifies for some renovations that she's considering, while we all move forward together without Councillor Bonagor at this time due to her pecuniary interest. It is item F, building standards, 2021 fees and charges. Again, good news, a freeze for our citizens. Please take us away, Councillor Henry.
Councillor Henry, happy to move this motion and vote in favor.
Councillor Hanmer, happy to second the motion, and I too vote in favor.
Councillor Bodley in favor.
Councillor Beith in favor.
Councillor Freeman in favor.
Councillor Vasek in favor.
And the mayor's in favor too. That carries unanimously. Councillor Bonagor, I'll now go knock on her door and see if I can get her to get back on the line with us as we carry forward. And we are now at item I, which is the 2021 budget. Welcome back, Councillor Bonagor. A report prepared for us by Brad and Philippa, presentation by Philippa Reynolds, Deputy CFO, Deputy Director of Financial Planning. Please go ahead, Philippa.
Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon, Council, staff, and members of the public. Today, I'll be taking you through the 2021 budget report in your agenda packet. And while I'm taking the lead on the presentation, I would like to recognize the work of Brad Witzel, who's also on the line to field questions with me, and to recognize the entire financial planning team, Paul Hettinga and his team, the Budget Committee consisting of CMT and 8 directors representing the city's 4 departments, and many other staff experts whose input was invaluable in developing the 3-year budget last year and continues to be invaluable as we all collectively explore new ways to help the community during this difficult time. Next slide, please. 10 months ago, Council approved a 3-year budget covering the years 2020, 21, and 22. The Municipal Act requires that when a city passes a multi-year budget, that they review and re-adopt the budget for every second or subsequent year in real time. This is the 4th multi-year budget passed by the City of Waterloo, and so this process of reaffirming the previously approved budget is a normal course of business. Next slide. We're here today to remind Council of what's in the 2021 budget, why it's important to stay the course, and how we will propose to reduce the financial impact to residents and businesses. So why is it important to stay the course? Now more than ever, the pandemic has shown us the importance of continuing to advance Council's strategic priorities as disparities become even more pronounced during times of trouble. We've learned that providing outlets for mental health and physical recreation through programming and infrastructure, like investing in facilities, trails, bike paths, parks, and park amenities, to name a few, is so important all the time, and all the more so in times like these. Tackling disparities brought on by lack of equity and inclusion, supporting environmental sustainability and climate adaptation, and doing our part to promote economic recovery so that business can survive and succeed, so that your neighbors, your friends, your community members have jobs, continues to be of the utmost importance. In many ways, our sense of urgency in addressing these things has only increased in the last 10 months. Next slide, please. The 2021 budget is made up of a combined 1.9% increase to base budget and operating impacts of capital, and 1.6% for service level changes and additional infrastructure investment. There is $2.7 million of efficiencies, savings, and improvements included in the 3-year budget to keep taxes as low as possible. Investments in this budget are the additional investment in infrastructure, with a focus on transportation and parks in 2020 and 21 to help narrow that $17 million tax-based infrastructure gap that we have. Investing in affordable housing, a part-time customer service position at Albert McCormick Community Center, and the ongoing implementation of the neighborhood strategy. Setting aside funds to operate the East Side Library branch for when it opens, doing more preventative maintenance on our infrastructure so that it lasts longer, and being a role model for other employers by getting halfway to living wage. In addition, later this evening, Council will consider the creation of a new staff team to advance work in Indigenous initiatives, anti-racism, equity, and accessibility without an additional budget pressure. And you'll also consider a new contribution for the KW4 Ontario Health team this evening too. Next slide, please. The city's capital budget is always an engine of economic stimulus by generating work for consultants, architects, engineers, the construction trades, and many other industry experts. In current times, it is particularly critical for local economic recovery. Now more than ever, it is clear that achieving Council's strategic priorities is key to improving the quality of life for the citizens of Waterloo, whether through new builds or through the rehabilitation of existing assets. Continuing to invest in projects that support the pillars of the strategic plan has never been so important. Originally, there were 155 projects with a value of $79 million budgeted for 2021. It's been revised to 194 projects with a value of $140 million. In the normal course of business, project initiation can be deferred for a variety of reasons, and so some of the shift is associated with this. In addition, there were also strategic project deferrals due to the pandemic. While there were deferrals in 2020, a tremendous amount of work still continued in 2020, as you saw in all corners of the city, including the Albert McCormick Action Sports Park, Waterloo Park Splash Pad, the WMRC expansion, the Laurel Creek and Silver Lake rehabilitation, Eastside Library branch project, of course, Heasley Park pathway, trail, tennis and basketball court improvements, various roads were paved, work continued on the west side employment lands, and many other capital projects were undertaken this year. 2021, projects are planned with close to 70% of the dollars being in these categories: active transportation, road reconstruction, facility rehabilitation and expansion, land development, stormwater rehabilitation, and infrastructure management. Parks rehabilitation, upgrades, and expansions is also a large category in terms of number of projects. Additional projects in the 21 budget also include more splash pad and action sports parks, creek rehabilitation, corporate climate adaptation plan implementation, community climate action plan, and truth and reconciliation implementation. Although the financial investments from the capital budget are key to bringing projects to life, ongoing annual operating dollars are equally important to properly support and maintain the asset into the future, or to offer the programming and services tied to that asset. The two work hand in hand. As Council contemplates the reaffirmation of the budget, continuing to support the 21 operating and capital budgets will allow for important strides in infrastructure renewal to continue, while also bringing Council's other strategic priorities to life. Next slide, please. Originally, the annual impact of the 2021 budget to the average household was just under $92. Now the impact to the average household is $60 for the year, or $5 per month. This is a reduction of $31 or 34% in comparison to what was projected for 2021 back in February. This reduction is driven by Council's approval earlier of the Water, Sanitary, Sewer 2021 rate freeze. In addition to this, there are other rates and fees that have already been approved by Council to be frozen for 2021, and some that are being tabled for approval today. These are more difficult to quantify from the perspective of the average household because, unlike property taxes or utilities, segments of the population will use a certain mix of other services, but not necessarily all. And so it's likely that individuals will experience a greater reduction above and beyond what we see on this slide as a result of various forms of relief, which we will share with you next. So next slide, please. From the freeze in 2021 rates on business licenses, rental housing, building permits, cemetery fees, all of which Council just approved, to parking fees, which Council approved back in September, to many tax-based fees, which are included in the appendix to this report for Council's consideration in a few minutes. These tax-based fees include things like Waterloo Public Square site and equipment rentals, change of occupancy fees for homeowners, passive park rentals, ball diamond rentals, swimming, indoor track rentals, ice rentals, and more. Next slide, please. Also in the budget report for Council's consideration is an additional 10% facility rental discount for affiliated organizations applicable on fees during prime use, resulting in a total facility rental discount of 60%. And later this evening, Council will be considering the creation of a new citywide COVID-19 Business Assistance Community Improvement Plan with a value of $1 million. And another $100,000 to offset maintenance and beautification costs required by the city to the Uptown BIA. This will allow the BIA to initiate additional programs aimed at providing critical support to Uptown businesses. All of this local relief is to continue doing our part to complement the 20 different relief actions that the city already provided earlier in 2020, as noted in the report, as well as to complement a variety of other federal and provincial relief programs and grants for individuals and businesses, including, but not limited to, the reduction of business education taxes, reducing electricity bills for medium and large industrial commercial users, various small business grants, temporary property tax and energy cost rebate grants for businesses during control, red, and lockdown modes, one-time payments for children, relief of expenses for individuals working from home, wage subsidies, rent deferral programs, and so on. Next slide, please. Despite the financial challenges encountered due to the COVID-19 pandemic in 2020, the extent of potential future challenges related to the pandemic are not easily predicted. And although the challenges are real and are lasting much longer than anyone would like or could have predicted, amending the city's operating budget in a more permanent way is premature at this time. As the year progresses and through ongoing monitoring, should it be discovered that there would be permanent impacts as to how the city conducts business in the future, these revisions will be considered as part of the 22 budget confirmation or beyond as appropriate. At this time, staff are still projecting a 2020 year-end tax-based deficit of around $4.1 million and an additional $500,000 deficit in the enterprises for a total of $4.6 million. This was partially offset by the federal provincial Safe Restart Phase 1 funding of $2.9 million, leaving a projected deficit of $1.7. The city has applied for $1.7 million Phase 2 Safe Restart funding that we hope we will be successful in attaining. Should the financial impacts of the pandemic continue to extend into 21, various measures to ensure financial stability for the corporation will be activated, much as they were in 20. Grant funding, for example, where available. We have just recently applied or are in the process of applying for various grants, including the disaster mitigation grant that Council just approved, Canada Celebrates grant for Waterloo, which was applied for in late November, the Audit and Accountability Fund due in mid-December, and the ISIC COVID Resilience Grant, which will be due in early January. We will also activate temporary reallocation of specific operating budget lines and other cost mitigation efforts, such as the reduction of discretionary spending, strategic recruitment, and so on as needed. And as a result of appropriate budgeting and policy, we can rely on the use of the reserve of last resort, the tax rate stabilization, to help us in 2021 if needed, to address short-term in-year deficits if they arise. The current projection for the reserve at the end of 2020 is $4.4 million. And earlier today, Council lifting the cap on this reserve through the Reserve and Reserve Fund report once more, allowing ongoing flexibility if needed. Next slide, please. And so in conclusion, while we couldn't foresee the pandemic or the impact it has had on all of us, continuing to support the budget will allow us to tackle so many important needs in our community, while at the same time providing financial relief in as many ways possible to residents and businesses so that they can weather the storm. Thank you, and we're happy to take your questions.
Thank you. And what I'm going to do is ask people to, for any questions about items up 1, 2, 3, 4, everything that excludes, or everything except the facility rental discount. And I'm going to turn it over to Councillor Hanmer for declaration of pecuniary interest. Please go ahead, Councillor Hanmer.
Thank you. I do have a conflict of interest with item I, recommendation number 5, as I'm the president of one of our affiliate groups.
Yeah, thank you. So we'll restrict our discussion at this point in time to the overall budget, excluding the facility rental discounts. Do I have questions or comments from councillors at this time? And it will better be at this time because it's only yes. And while I wait for that, I would like to thank our team for doing all the work on the budget here. You know, we are in a state of emergency with respect to COVID. We are in a climate emergency. We have a housing crisis on our hands. We have trying to solve the problems affecting people with homelessness that mostly at the regional level, but you know, we do have a number of people in our community as well that we are trying to help. We have staff helping the organizations that are in Waterloo now. We're helping people out with this strategic plan this term of council, moving towards a living wage, not just for all of our full-time employees, but for all of our employees, and we're making movements on that again. We have tons of key capital projects, and as a delegate mentioned earlier, there hopefully will be funding from upper levels of government. We will have shovel-ready projects ready to go, and you know, we can't keep kicking the can down the road. We've called it before an infrastructure deficit, the financing of our own infrastructure. We saw earlier today in the asset management plans, the reports there, an excellent report that if anybody hasn't looked at, they should. The report cards we have really shows the tale of the importance of investing in your assets. And we weren't able to do it last term of council, and prior councils hadn't, and sometime it has to stop. And this is a council that has stood up and said, you know what, we need to stop the crumbling of our assets. We need to make investments in them, and we're going to make incremental investments in that. And I think that is so important. In trading notes with staff, you know, I think it's important to note that in the grand scheme of things, the city portion of your property taxes, again, we collect all of them, but the city portion of your property tax for the average homeowner works out to about $115 per month. And we talked about the savings that we're going to implement through the fees and the freezing there. $115 a month for the average homeowner. I think that is good value, particularly as we tackle a lot of the things that are on the go here. So I'd like to thank staff for their excellent report and reminding us of all the things that we said we were going to do, we said we wanted to do. It was just an excellent way to see the way forward. And I'll look to comments from Councillor, and I see Councillor Bonagor on the line. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Jaworski. Really just to echo your comments, I mean, this council, we're 2 years into our term now, and we set some big goals, and we need to keep moving towards them. I mean, the budget that we have, it's going to do a lot of good, and now is the time that we need to keep investing in the good in our community. This will aid local employment. It'll, you know, our capital project supports other companies in the region. It invests in our communities, and you know, all of this is our effort to address so many of the issues that we knew existed, but they've come so harshly into the light this year. So yeah, I'd like to echo the Mayor's comments. I still see this as a strong and sound path forward, and I thank staff for continuing their efforts on all of this.
Thank you, Councillor Bonagor. I don't see any further comments, so I will look to the Finance Chair to move forward on all the items except for the last one at this time, which is item 5. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll move those items you suggest, plus the following additional recommendation, which I've shared the text of, that Council direct staff to monitor tax payment arrears and report back to Council with recommendations for targeted relief if required. And so now I'll make a few comments as Budget Chair, and then we'll go through getting a seconder and through the vote. As my colleagues have mentioned, our approved 3-year budget delivers on our strategic plan to deliver a more equitable and sustainable community with an economy that works for all and where all can work. The pandemic has laid bare the inequalities that exist in our community. We need to build back better, and so we can't slow down. We must, at this point, move even faster. This is why we are reinvesting the new operational savings that we've identified into a new team to advance the critical work of anti-racism, accessibility, and equity that our community is demanding and that is long overdue. To provide relief to everyone in our community, we've also frozen water and sanitary rates as well as most other fees this year. And the average household at least $31 or 34% of our original budget plan. We're also proposing to provide up to $1.1 million in direct support to the business community because the survival of our small businesses is critical to our collective success as Waterloo. We can do this only due to years of prudent fiscal planning and the Safe Restart funding from provincial and federal governments. Confirming this year's budget plan ensures we're well positioned to deliver further relief when and where it is needed. And so we recognize that there are some for whom this coming year will continue to be a challenge. And so rather than slow down or back end the critical investments in our approved budget plan, my amendment today proposes a targeted approach similar to the application-based program we undertook earlier this year if the data shows that it's needed, so that we can support residents who need it most, while continuing to deliver on a plan that creates that more equitable and sustainable community with an economy that works for all and where all can work that we set out when we approved our budget 10 months ago. And with that, I vote in favor of the motion.
Councillor Bonigo, I second the motion and vote in favour.
Councillor Hanmer, in favor.
Councillor Bodley, in favor.
Councillor Veith, in favor.
Councillor Freeman, I think, was going to be switching from computer to phones. Maybe we just can't hear her. I'll just listen for Councillor Freeman. Please go ahead, Councillor Vasic.
Councillor Vasic, in favor.
And then I'll do one last call for Councillor Freeman if she is on the line. As I mentioned, I think she was just switching from computer to phone, so we might have lost her momentarily. I vote in favor. That carries with one councillor absent at this time, Councillor Freeman. Next up is item I, part 5, which is the facility rental discount, additional one that we're bringing forward. I'll look to Councillor Hanmer to leave at this time, and she has, and for Councillor Henry to bring this forward.
Happy to move item 5. I think this will be of significant support to our affiliate organizations who are struggling with fewer kids allowed at one time and much more demand. And so this targeted relief will be well received. So I vote in favor.
Councillor Bonigo, I second the motion and vote in favour.
Councillor Bodley, in favor.
Councillor Veith, in favor.
Do you want to wait or do you want me to go, Mayor?
Why don't you go, Councillor Vasic?
Councillor Vasic, in favor.
And last call for Councillor Freeman. Hearing none, the mayor votes in favor too. That carries with Councillor Hanmer off and Councillor Freeman not communicating at this time electronically. So that carries unanimously. Thank you very much to the team, City of Waterloo, all team members, all departments, all commissioners, staff who've rolled this up and you know keep us informed of all the things that we said we wanted to do. That was an excellent presentation to the finance team, to Brad and Philippa. Thank you very much for the information that gained good value. $115 per month is what the average City of Waterloo city portion of property tax costs. That's, like I said, I think good value from all the 23 different groups that we, 23 different divisions that we have servicing the City of Waterloo, and our new library that's going to be launched in the coming year, our brand new adult recreation complex being built out as we speak. Great things going on in Councillor Veith's ward with respect to Albert McCormick Arena. You know, all these projects are in flight. They certainly can't be stopped, but they are good projects, and you know, I think we're trying to do as much as we can to help, and we'll see that tonight at council as well, with the economic development team saying how they think we can help small business in throughout Waterloo to be helped out during this pandemic. I think it's something that I've said earlier, that we can't kick the can down the road. We have a lot of things to look after. We have to look after our businesses, our people, and give people things to do in these times of COVID, and to come out and be built back better. Now, with that, we weren't going to start item 11J. We didn't imagine that we would be done this until around 5. That was sort of the thinking. So item 11J, which is Indigenous Initiatives, Anti-Racism, Accessibility, and Equity, Advancing a Staff Team, that will be first up at 6 p.m. So with that, we will recess now and come back, well, before 6 p.m., because we'll get started at 6 p.m. sharp with item 11J. With that, thank you.
Hi, Natalia. It's Kristen Sainsbury for sound check.
Hi, Kristen. Thank you.
Hi, Natalia. It's Alaha, just also checking for sound check.
Hi, Laha.
Beth Ranovich here doing a sound check.
Hello, Beth.
Hello.
Thank you.
And Robin McMullen for sound check.
Hi, Robin.
Perfect, thanks.
Pam Albrecht doing a sound check.
Hi, Pam.
Thanks, Natalia.
Angela Schneider doing a sound check.
Hi, Angela.
Thank you.
Kim Reiger doing a sound check.
Hi, Kim.
Stereo doing a sound.
Sorry.
I heard two
Marcel
people.
making a sound check.
Marcel, did you say? Sorry.
Yes,
Oh, hi, Marcel.
thank you.
Thanks.
Julie Pappas are doing a sound check.
Julie.
Kevin Van Udegem doing sound check.
Hi, Kevin.
Hi, Natalia. It's Tennille Bonigo here. I'm back and just doing my sound check.
Hello, Councillor Bongor.
Hi, Natalia. Rick Martin's doing sound check.
Hi, Rick.
Hi, Natalia.
This is
Estero doing a sound check.
Hi, Stereo. Hi, Kyle.
Hi.
Hi, Natalia. It's Councillor Hanmer doing a sound check.
Hi, Councillor Hanmer.
Hi,
Michelle
Natalia.
B.
It's your broom.
Hi, Mayor. Hi, Michelle.
Thank you.
Hi there, it's Adam Lauder doing a sound check.
Hi, Adam.
Hi there, just wanted to check, see if people could hear me. It's Justin.
Hi, Justin.
Hi there.
I'm speaking with the delegations right now. I'm gonna unmute you one by one for the sound check, okay? Amy, can you hear me? Amy? Amy, I can see that you're talking, but I don't have your sound though. Hi, Anne, can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you. Brenda, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you. Hannah, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Thank you. Hi, Joel.
Hi, Natalia. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you. Jonas.
Sorry, I missed you.
Oh, hi, Amy. Thank you.
Hi, yep.
Yeah, I'm here as well. How's my sound?
It's loud and clear. Thank you. Katie, can you hear me?
Hi, Natalia.
Hi. Kevin, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Thank you. Marlene, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, Ron.
Hello, I'm on.
Hi. Thank you. And Sean.
Hello.
Hi, Sean.
Hi.
Thank you, everybody. Hi, thank you, everybody.
Hello, this is Jim. Oh, I'm muted. Oh.
Hi, Jim. I could hear you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll unmute myself now.
Sure, go ahead. Thanks.
Thank you.
Ron, Mike, and Dan, can you please do the sound check with me?
Hi, Natalia. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Perfect. Great. Thank you.
Hi, Sandra. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, Natalia, it's Jen. I'm just checking in to make sure everything's still good.
Hello, Councilor Vasic. Thank you.
Thanks.
Hello, can
Councillor
you hear
Freeman,
me?
can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go on mute now.
Yep. Councillor Veith, can you do the sound check with me, please?
Hi, Natalia. It's Angela Veith here.
Okay, thank you.
You can hear. Okay, great.
Natalia, Mark here doing a sound check.
Hi, Mark.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the special council meeting of the City of Waterloo, continuation, Monday, December 7th, 2020 at approximately 6 p.m. First up, we'll start with a roll call, beginning with Ward 1.
Councillor Hanmer, present.
Councillor Bodley here.
Councillor Veith, present.
Councillor Freeman, present. And I just want to say that I support the budget. I was on the line and my technology was stuck on mute. I'm told that I can't go back and vote, but I wanted it on the record that I support the budget, all aspects of it.
Councillor Bassick, present.
Councillor Henry, present.
Councillor Bonago, present.
And the mayor's here too. That means we're all here. Thank you very much for Councillor Freeman for the support of the work during this afternoon. We would like to begin by acknowledging that the land on which we are broadcasting from today, and many of us are gathering on, is land traditionally used by the Haudenosaunee, Anishinaabe, and Neutral people. We also acknowledge the enduring presence and deep traditional knowledge and philosophies of the Indigenous people with whom we share this land today. And that territorial acknowledgement has special meaning as we consider some items for support by council tonight. I'd like to take a moment of reflection. At the beginning of this council meeting, we paused to think about the needs of our community. May we show wisdom and compassion in all our decisions. I'd like to call for a disclosure of pecuniary interest and the general nature thereof from councillors. I will look to Councillor Hanmer.
Thank you, Mayor. I have declared a conflict with item 17A, City of Waterloo Strategic Member of KW4 OHT. I'm on the board of one of the partner members of the KW4.
Thank you. Could I call upon Councillor Henry, please?
Thank you, Mayor. I need to declare a pecuniary interest on item number 16B. My spouse's employer has sent correspondence to the city indicating a pecuniary interest in the program.
Thank you, Councillor Henry. Seeing no further notations of pecuniary interest, we will go to where we left off this afternoon, which is item 11J. So we're currently just at 15. We go back to item 11J, and then we'll move along to delegations for 16A, which is Longfellow reconstruction. And as a note, I believe we have a number of delegates registered to talk about the current item, 11J, and I think it's approximately 8 delegates. Each can have up to 10 minutes each. But with this, we have a report here that the Indigenous Initiative, and I think somebody's off mute. I'll ask Natalia to find out who that might be. Or everybody, could they check their own technology as well? 11J, Indigenous Initiatives, Anti-Racism, Accessibility, and Equity, Advancing a Staff Team, a report prepared by the group guided by Commissioner Mark Dykstra. Mark, do you have any opening remarks?
I do, Mayor. Can you hear me?
Sounds great. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Council, and members of the public. On behalf of the staff team that has prepared the report, I offer the following introductory remarks. Council identified equity and inclusion as guiding principles in its strategic plan. The city's guiding principles work to ensure a sense of belonging, acceptance, and value for all in our community, and that treating people equitably requires an acknowledgement of different circumstances and taking steps to eliminate systemic barriers. We know that we have a long way to go to eliminate racist behavior, language, and actions. This isn't a quick or easy journey, but I believe we are on the right path, and this report represents tangible actions we are taking by committing to hiring experts and dedicated staff resources. we can start to really make a difference. System level change is necessary and the time for change is now. The needs of many in our community are not being met due to discrimination based on race, gender, sexual orientation, ability, and factors that shape identity. Our community is telling us that aiming for diversity and inclusion are not enough. Action is needed, and it is needed now. This work must be undertaken using anti-racist and equity approaches. This proposed staff team will integrate this work into all programs and services offered by the City of Waterloo to appropriately support equity-seeking community organizations and initiatives, and to transform the corporate culture of the organization as a workplace. The proposed staff team will lead change related to reconciliation with Indigenous peoples, equity and anti-racism initiatives, and accessibility for persons with disabilities. This team would provide a significant contribution to the city's strategic commitment to equity and inclusion and a sense of belonging. If approved by council, we will recruit a 4-person permanent team. The lead would be a director of Indigenous initiatives, anti-racism, accessibility, and equity. The team would further consist of an Indigenous initiatives advocate, an anti-racism and social justice advocate, and an accessibility advocate. This is a big step forward, but I believe the staffing model advances the needed work for both the community and the City of Waterloo as an employer. Thank you, Mayor Jaworski. I know the staff team is on the call as well, and I'll pass the mic back to you.
Very much, Commissioner. I think what we're going to do is go straight to the delegates so we can hear from people who have something to say about this, and they're a number, and I'm sure they have important words to say. So what I'm going to do is call upon Natalia to let in number one, Sean Johnston, a representative of Land Back Camp, and Sean will have up to 10 minutes. And on deck, I have Dr. Stephen Svensson.
Thank you, Mayor and City Councilors. Bonjour, Ani, Bangishimo, Nindijnakas, Kuchichindun Dinjaba, Aqua Dodem. My name is Sean Johnson, and I'm a Two-Spirit Anishinaabe. I'm originally from Kuchiching First Nations, which is located on Treaty 3 territory up in Northern Ontario. I've been residing down here on this territory for about 12 years now. When I moved here to Kitchener-Waterloo 7 years ago, I knew very little of these cities. My original plan was to actually move back to London after graduating from Wilfrid Laurier. I stayed here in Kitchener-Waterloo because I saw these communities here constantly coming together to support one another. And that is something that I wanted to be a part of. The people supporting one another, the groups here, the arts community. During this time, though, in the last 7 years living here in Kitchener-Waterloo, I observed that there was very little space for Indigenous communities to gather. There was also no representation of us at the municipal level. Tare, Amy, and myself, we created Land Back Camp. The three of us, queer folks, Indigenous queer folks, Two-Spirit folks, the youth, we created that space because we became tired of watching our community struggle. We became tired of the red tape, the fees, the lack of proper representation. Our message from the camp is clear. We want space in public facilities. We want space in the parks. We want space at the tables. And we want you to listen to us. Since the creation of Land Back Camp, we've been meeting with representatives from both cities on a weekly basis, unpaid, in the heat, in the rain, in the cold. We do this because we want change. We want to see change. We want to see ourselves represented. We do this because we love our communities and we love the members of our communities, and we want to have space. We want to have our voices be heard. We are grateful for these weekly conversations that have been happening since the creation of Land Back Camp, but there is still so much learning that needs to be done, not only with yourselves, but with the rest of the staff at the City Hall. I'm a student, and Amy is a single mother working part-time. It is not our job to educate you, and yet we do that at every single meeting. On that note, it would be great if you could start paying Amy and myself for these weekly consultation meetings. Amy said it best at numerous meetings. We can move to Waterloo Park if we want to, and that's what we did. We heard from Kitchener and we saw the work that they were doing and continue to do, but we heard very little change happening in Waterloo City Hall during these meetings. When asked what you were doing to address reconciliation, we were constantly told this is happening internally. So it's about time that we be brought to these tables. It's time for you to hear us. Land Back Camp supports these recommendations with the creation of these positions. Though we support this, it is also important to understand that many groups were left out of these conversations. We asked on numerous occasions if proper consultation happened with other racialized groups, and your answers were very vague. We hope that moving forward, these groups are brought to the table. To the City of Waterloo, we challenge you to do better. Educate yourselves. Lead. Do the right thing and create these positions. Thank you. Miigwech.
Very much, Sean, for your heartfelt message, and certainly a lot a lot of work that you have done personally on this since we first met about 5-6 years ago. So thank you. I'll look to councillors if they have any questions. Councillor Bonagor, please go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Jaworski. Thank you, Sean, for coming to speak with us tonight. Miigwech. I was just hoping that you could tell us a bit about the experience you've had within Waterloo Park, the discussions that have taken place with city residents, and what, now that you, through such a meeting as this, you can speak directly to the whole city. What's the message that you've been sharing the most, and what are the questions you've been dealing with the most?
We moved the camp for a number of reasons, not only for safety reasons, because we were constantly facing racism on a daily basis, being in Victoria Park. So we took it upon ourselves to move to Waterloo Park for safety reasons, but also because we felt that the Waterloo still has so much work to do. We were constantly having these meetings. We felt like we heard very little from the City of Waterloo during these meetings. We saw the work that the City of Kitchener was doing in the creation of their positions. Theirs took apparently a few years. These positions happened within a month, I believe. And we feel, like I say, we feel that there was very little proper consultation that was happening. We believe that there was people that weren't brought to the table with the creation of these positions. But yet at the same time, I feel it's important that these positions happened. And I hope that with the creation of them, that everyone else is brought to the table to discuss what does anti-racism look like? What does addressing reconciliation look like at that level? This is the beginning of many conversations. And I hope the City of Waterloo will do the right thing and approve these 4 positions. And so we as a community can work together with moving forward.
Thank you very much.
And thank you, Sean. I don't see any further questions at this time. And thank you for your comments to the entire city, as Councillor Bonagor said. Thank you. Next up, I have Dr.
Mayor Jaworski. I'm sorry, if Sean's still there, may I ask him a question? It's Councillor Vasic.
Oh, sure, I didn't see your hand up. Please go ahead, Councillor Vasic.
Oh, that's okay. Oh, sorry, I put question, please. Should I put a hand up? Is there a way to put a hand up? Anyways, it's okay. Yeah, it's okay. Thanks. Thanks so much, Sean. I really appreciate your presentation and all the work you and everyone else is doing at Land Back Camp. My question, you're welcome. My question is around one of the points you made about your free labor in educating both City of Kitchener and City of Waterloo staff on a weekly basis. Now, this would be something for, which is a lot of work, not just time that you could be using doing something else, but emotional time too. So but this is something that we will look into, I'll look into, and that the city staff can look into. But just curious if you have any ideas of other models for municipalities or other groups who are paying people for that kind of time, because it's maybe it's different from like a full-on consultation if you were to hire a consultant, but it's sort of that community consultation. Do you know of any models or familiar with anything just offhand?
I am not, but one of our recommendations, which it's actually the only one that's never been addressed out of the 4, is an advisory committee, an actual advisory committee that properly represents the local Indigenous communities here, that represents the Two-Spirit folks, that represents the youth, that actually represents all of us, because there is, as conversations you might have noticed in the past with Kitchener, we are not just one community, we are communities. We are made up of many different groups that intersect with one another. So one of the demands that we created was of an advisory group that properly represents all of the Indigenous communities here, because we're made up of so many voices. And I feel if we would have started from there with the creation of this advisory committee first, that would have had a stronger impact with bringing the proper representation, bringing more voices to the table, to learn from us, to hear us. And like I've said on many meetings, Amy and I cannot speak for everybody. Like, we do not speak for everybody. We are only 2 people from the community who care and want to see some change happen. So I feel myself that with the creation of an actual advisory committee that properly represents the Indigenous communities here, that probably would have solved a lot of time. That would have been a lot of less emotional labor for Amy and myself. I appreciate the meetings that we have had with the city of Waterloo and the city of Kitchener, and representatives who have sat with us and shared space with us, and laughs and knowledge, and that those conversations have taken place. But yeah, it's now time for more voices to be brought to the table. We're tired. Like, winter is coming. COVID is on the rise. We were just like, we've been meeting every single Friday now since the summer, and we are proud of the change that's taken place, of the wins that we've had at Land Back Camp. But now it's time for more voices to be brought to the table. So yeah.
Awesome. Thank you. Good for all of us to keep in mind. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jen.
And I do not see any further hands up. So this time, I think for sure, I think for sure there's no further questions at this time, Sean. Thank you very much for your contributions.
Thank you, Mayor.
Next up, I have Dr. Steven Svensson, and on deck, Marlene Epp.
Okay, great. Looks like somebody unmuted me. Can everyone hear me?
We can. Please go ahead.
Wonderful. Thank you for having me this evening. Good evening. I must say, first of all, that I'm extremely happy to see that this report has been tabled, and also the apparent seriousness with which the city is taking the recommendations of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, as well as addressing the structural racism and other forms of discrimination that marginalize certain voices in the city. I also want to acknowledge the hard work and sacrifice that my friends in racialized and Indigenous communities here in Waterloo have put in over many years, both the physical time and emotional labor, to see that we get on a better course, and their voices and other voices that we typically don't hear from are heard. And in particular, I think we're all indebted to the hard work of Fanis Juma of Black Lives Matter, and other organizations, as well as Amy Smoke, Sean Johnson, and Terry Chartrand of Land Back Camp, in addition to all those other organizations and their allies for the work in particular that they've done this summer to light a fire under our collective rear ends to get things moving. So thanks so much for that, folks, and sorry it's taken this long. So my name is Stephen Svensson. I'm contract faculty at Wilfrid Laurier University, where I teach in sociology, global studies, and communication studies. I've lived on this territory now for over 20 years. I'm also the chair of the Vermont Park Neighborhood Association here in Waterloo. As for where I was raised on the traditional territory of the Splagine people in the North Okanagan. They're the southernmost group of the Secwepemc Nation, or what settler Canadians know as the Shuswap Nation, quite a beautiful area that I was very privileged to grow up on. Growing up, I benefited from the fish, game, berries, and produce that the land provided. I grew up in a farming community on a farm, hunting and fishing. But I never really gave a second thought for the history of the original inhabitants, even though I rode the bus with many of them, and the colonial legacy under which they suffered and still suffer today. Some of my academic research, when I can find time to do it, amongst a busy teaching schedule as contract faculty, involves self-reflection on my own complicity in the ongoing project of colonialism. In some ways, I guess, you could say I've been writing about the project of colonization since I was 12, when I had my first essay, The Saga of the North One Half of the North One Quarter of Section 12, published by the Okanagan Historical Society. It was a story of the land that I grew up on. Curiously, that was what was absent from that history was any sign that the land was or had been occupied by Indigenous people, even though my grandfather had found several artifacts when working the fields. My story at age 12 exemplifies the problem of erasure and the silencing of voices that is the byproduct of colonialism, and which we are still experiencing today, and that I want to address here. The work that Council and the city has put ahead of itself is work that addresses this erasure and silencing of voices, a blanking of not only Indigenous history and presence on the Haldeman Tract, but also the histories and the voices of other communities and groups that have been marginalized by colonial structures and governments. I just wanted to share a couple brief cases here where I feel this erasure has been pushed back, not because of anything that settler colonists have done, but because of what Black and Indigenous communities have done here in Kitchener and Waterloo. And when these people have fought their way to a position where they're able to provide leadership. First of all, we have the example of Land Back Camp, which I think we're all well acquainted with. But I have some direct experience with the camp and the people involved. But I also have another example from my neighborhood where we have a kind of a thriving community garden, the Larmony Vermont Park Community School Garden, which was initiated as a multicultural community garden under the guidance of Fanis Juma of Black Lives Matter Waterloo, and as well as the African Wellness Initiative. And it was seed money that was provided by a grant that the African Wellness Initiative went after that gave us this garden. And of course, there's been a lot of work from all kinds of other people. But just as an example of what's happened, given, first of all, the grant, but more importantly, the kind of ethos that accompanied the grant, with it being led by someone who comes from a racialized community, a marginalized community, and also with the assistance of people from the Indigenous community. We had a space where this summer, people from other marginalized communities could come and look after their mental health and well-being and grow food, in a time when it was difficult to do a lot of different things. And I really feel that we owe a huge debt of gratitude to people that put these forward, particularly people that come from these communities, and the kind of leadership that they're showing within these communities and with the main community of Kitchener-Waterloo or Waterloo proper are things that we all benefit from. And so this summer, what we saw were people from supportive housing, people with accessibility issues, able to access a garden and leisure space that truly looked after their well-being. And I must say that having voices at the level of council, at the level of government and beyond are extremely important to the maintenance and expansion of these types of initiative. So really, that's all I wanted to say. I want to commend the city for undertaking this long overdue initiative, and I hope it goes forward well. And just to maybe offer one word of caution, I would recommend looking at where efforts at achieving the aims of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, addressing anti-Blackness, and achieving equity and inclusion have been highly problematic or have failed. I think taking a close look at those cases should prove instructive in terms of moving forward in a good way to accomplish the objectives that you've set out in the report. Thank you.
Stephen. Yeah, the commentary long overdue is well deserved, and that's why we're looking to do something here today and to start to take a step forward. I'm looking for questions.
It's Councillor Freeman. Sorry,
oh, okay.
Can I just make a comment?
Sure, go ahead.
I just really wanted to thank Stephen for his presentation. I think that something that he just put into words, something that I've been struggling with trying to find the words, and that's that I grew up with the complacency of colonialism. And I want to thank him for using those words, because I feel like I'm on a journey to try to overcome that complacency, and I don't really know how. And so I'm so thankful that we're considering this report and starting down this path of unpacking how to stop being complacent. And so I thank you for that. And if you'd like to add any comment to that or offer more suggestions, I really appreciated the suggestion from Sean about getting more voices to the table through an advisory committee, and I'm hopeful that maybe that will be an outcome of the staff work. But Stephen, if you have any comments on that, I'd value them.
Thank you, Diane. I appreciate your comment. And I think, well, one of the courses I teach is the sociology of education. And when I first got awarded the course, and there's no guarantee as a contract faculty that I get to teach these in an ongoing way, is I structured sort of half the course around the problem and possibility of indigenization and decolonization in an institution. And the conclusion I've come to, it's a difficult task to do it within any sort of an institution. And ultimately, if we're looking at something like decolonization, what it means is land back. And so to get my students to that point is kind of a difficult process. And what I end off with is really, you're not going to change things necessarily at the university in a big way, but certainly you can put outside pressure on and who you vote for and the types of activities that you engage in. The one thing that I try to do, and I've done it for myself, is you have to engage your own history. Go back to your ancestors. What were their involvements in colonization and coloniality? And I have different readings that I supply that sort of help them to do that. In addition, I've got some of my own reflections that I use as well, that show how I, on my own settler journey, as I'll call it, have begun to kind of extricate myself slowly and with much effort from these colonial ideas and colonial structures and frankly racist behavior and actions. And I'm still, like you, on that journey, and I'll always be on that journey, I guess, is the news here. And it's work, but it's work that, particular as settler colonial type folks, we have to engage in. I mean, we heard from Sean about the the huge amount of work that they've had to do and the emotional labor that they've had to engage in. And I think we need to continually remind ourselves of all that work that those people have been doing. And when we get tired of doing our own work or complain or whatever, you know, we got to buck up, you know, and keep going and keep doing that work, because these people have been doing this work since colonization. And feel free to contact me if you'd like some other resources, but I don't want to take up too much time here. But I really appreciate your question and comment. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Next up, I have Councillor Vasek with maybe just a comment. Please go ahead, Councillor.
Yes, I just wanted to say thank you to Stephen for coming, and also for all the work he's done for years, almost 2 decades, on the Vermont Park Neighborhood Association. And reconciliation and decolonization are top of mind for Stephen while he works on the Vermont Park Neighborhood Garden with Lakewell Harmony. So thank you, Stephen, for that, and thank you for coming tonight.
Thanks, Jen.
And with that, I think that's it. Thank you, Stephen, for registering to speak on this tonight to Council. Next up, I have Marlene Epp, and on deck, I have Karen Cecile.
Good evening. You can hear me? Perfect. Good evening. Greetings, Mayor Jaworski, councillors, and City of Waterloo staff. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. Thanks to city staff who wrote the report and recommendation, and thanks to the community activists who provide the impetus and motivation to move this forward. I'm here to speak with strong support for the recommendation that the city advance its work on Indigenous initiatives, anti-racism, accessibility, and equity by creating a 4-person dedicated staff team. I think this is a really exciting moment, an opportunity for the City of Waterloo, alongside its neighbor Kitchener, to be a leader in advancing at the municipal level the calls to action of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, along with the related agenda of equity, anti-racism, and accessibility. I've been a resident of Waterloo since 1971. I live in that Waterloo neighborhood where the street names are an uneasy combination of the names of Indigenous nations and dead white poets. I'm a white, cisgender female. I'm educated, wealthy, and privileged. I have many weaknesses, but the world as it exists is very accessible to me. It is designed for people like me. And because of this, it is frequently not designed for many others: Indigenous people, people of color, LGBTQ individuals, and persons with disabilities. The report speaks to the character and fabric of the community. As one who studies, teaches, and writes about Mennonites, and I am one of those peculiar folk, I am quite aware that my people are well represented in the 200-year-old character of this city. White Mennonite settlers, followed by other white immigrants, set the agenda for the character and fabric of this community. The street names, Erb and Weber, for example, the sites of interest, Abraham Erb Grist Mill, Brubaker House Museum on University of Waterloo campus, the EB Farmhouse in Waterloo Park, which I think is on the agenda today to be designated a place of cultural heritage value, and until recently, even the Abe Herb Brewing Company. Several years ago, we dug up wooden ties under King Street that indicated a so-called corduroy road built by Mennonite newcomers from Pennsylvania. We celebrated their ingenuity, but said little about the Indigenous peoples who lived here, whose own ingenuity in road creation and care for the land may well have created conditions allowing Mennonites to thrive. We link Mennonite traditions of barn raising and collaboration to the innovation and entrepreneurship of the tech sector, but we don't speak about the Indigenous traditions of trade, relationship building, and peace building. So the stories of our city's character and fabric are unbalanced. It's time, actually overdue, to invest in the long-term creative and challenging work of changing the symbols and services of this community to reflect its true character and fabric in the past and in the present. I would like to see street names and public spaces, available services and governing policies, and indeed council itself, transformed to reflect the Indigenous peoples who lived here for thousands of years and continue to live here, the people of color who have arrived here from many different parts of the world, and the many other marginalized individuals and groups in this community. Over the past years, I have been compelled and committed to change my teaching and my research and writing at the University of Waterloo in an attempt to be inclusive, equitable, and anti-racist, if only just to reflect the reality of the world around me. I have a long way to go. This requires more than just tweaks and statements. It requires hard work, and it requires unlearning and rethinking the narratives we have about who we are as a community. Waterloo is a great city and is well equipped, more than many cities, to undertake this hard work. I think that only with significant investment and commitment, and indeed a change in the direction of the road forward, will we make this city an equitable community for each and every member. Indeed, the city government itself should be the model and example, the leader, not the follower. And we need knowledgeable and representative staff to make this happen. Well, should Council approve this recommendation and create these 4 staff persons, I offer just a few more suggestions. That these 4 partner closely with the 4 staff positions already approved by the City of Kitchener in order to strengthen this important agenda and create a partnership and consistency between these cities. And even more important, that the staff in these positions reach out to community groups where much of the equity work is happening, like the neighborhood garden we just heard from, but where resources are insufficient. I'm thinking about the neighborhood associations, the student groups at our universities and college, the ethnic, racial, and other identity-based organizations such as Land Back Camp, African and Caribbean and Black Network, Black Lives Matter, all of which are working to advocate for the best interests and for social justice for the members they represent. They all need more resources. Approving this recommendation will be a strong indicator that the city is following through on this plan, on its strategic plan for equity, inclusion, and sense of belonging. Life in Waterloo will be better for all of us if reconciliation with Indigenous peoples, anti-racism and social justice initiatives, and accessibility for persons with disabilities are at the center of our city's plan for a future where everybody belongs. Thanks kindly.
Thank you, Marlene. And I know we've traded notes in the past, and perhaps it was about the powwow. And if it was, that was how I reflected how the powwow hosted by the local Indigenous people is just so well received. There is a thirst for knowledge, and we all have a very, very long way to go. As you said, there you continue to change, looking within, and that's what we all need to do. I appreciate your kind words on behalf of from yourself on how much work that each one of us has to do. I don't see any questions at this time, so I thank you for your presentation. Next up, I have Karen Cecile, followed by Amy Smoke on Deck, please.
Thank you very much, Mayor Jaworski. I'm Karen Cecile. I have been living here in Waterloo for about 30 years, and I have a European background. And I'm cisgender. I also strongly endorse this report to create new equity advocacy positions. Waterloo is a forward-thinking community, and I'm proud of that. It makes sense to have leadership represent the population. And like any other area of focus, as a city, we need the vision, oversight, and resources of experts. I'd also like to see we need advocates to ensure that systemic and likely unconscious bias is dismantled and that all people are represented in current and future issues. Let's be good ancestors. Let's apply Indigenous wisdom to act in the best interests of our current inhabitants and of those 7 generations in the future. I'd also like to see appropriate representation in historical information. Living near Laurel Creek Conservation Area, I found a great poster on the area. It covers some history. Did you know that when the dam and lake were created in the late 1960s, that the conservation area land was mostly potato fields? The land had been cleared by European farmers. In 1820, the forest cover in the whole Grand River watershed was at about 85%, so mostly forest. Astoundingly, by 1900, 80 years later, overall watershed forest cover dropped to a mere 5 to 7% of the land due to the arrival of European settlers. By the way, forest cover is now at about 20%, still shy of the 30% Environment Canada target. Looking back, though, with all of those European settlers, what happened to the area's Indigenous people? Why don't I know their story? I've absorbed local European history merely through place and street names. As Marlene noted, Erb, Weber, Fisher. As a resident of treaty lands, how about similar reminders of Indigenous history? How about other key local BIPOC figures? This baseline tapestry backdrop knowledge that we all absorb would lead to respect for all who are living here. Regarding unconscious bias, as a parent to a transgender individual who is now an adult, I am aware of how oblivious I can be, how helpful it was to have resources to draw on, and how long it took for me to internalize the change. We need similar changes as a city, and I know change is hard for everyone. It means we need to look at our values and change our mental frameworks. This is what we're asking for, acknowledging what is right and doing the work to make changes so that down the road, we'll look back in wonder that we actually had to consciously commit to Indigenous, anti-racist, social justice, and accessibility, equity, advocacy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Karen. I will look for comments or questions from my council. I don't see any. Thank you very much for your personal, heartfelt commentary on the struggles and where we need to go as people. Thank you very much, Karen.
You're quite welcome.
Next up, I have Amy Smoke, and on deck I have Hannah Marie Enns. Go ahead, Amy.
Hey, can you all hear me?
Yeah, you're coming in loud and clear, Amy. That's great.
Okay, awesome. So we go ahead and smoking books. My English name is Amy Smoke. I am a Mohawk Nation Turtle Clan from the Six Nations of the Grand River. I'm Two-Spirit, Indigenous queer, I use they them pronouns. And I appreciate everybody that has introduced themselves and socially located themselves in such. I have lived in KW all of my life. I will be 5 in about 20 days. Not once, though, have I ever seen or heard of or felt represented by a First Nations person in your spaces. Not once have I ever felt valued or seen as equal as to you as a First Nations person in your spaces. During the 122 days in Victoria and now 49 days in Waterloo Park, myself, along with the other camp members and staff such as yourself, at length, we stood with folks such as yourselves. We educated folks such as yourselves for months and for free, as John noted. Are the leaders of these cities built on stolen lands. And one of you was able to tell us which lands they were, who lives on these lands, both historically and today. Not one of you had or has any idea of what treaties actually mean. Literally the legal foundation of this entire country, born on stolen land. And no one can name a single one of a single treaty use words like reconciliation and territorial acknowledgement. You have some idea of what that is, how condescending it feels to me. Or maybe you do know. In your colonial land structures, I guess it means exactly what you've been doing. Just using words and performing those actions. Because that's what's happened since treaties. We throw around words and make promises. The performative nonsense, while my people go missing, are killed, traumatized by your governments and police systems, don't have access to clean drinking water, have their babies stolen, their language taken, and still can't access the very basis of our well-being. But we have been telling you for hundreds and hundreds of years, the very basis of our well-being, the land. Our land, my friend Sean Johnson and other camp member accomplices and yourself and my 6-year-old child, ourselves, our bodies on the land. Physically, spiritually, emotionally, mentally on the land in these cities that you've built. And we showed you, like literally, what can happen when Indigenous youth, Two-Spirit, and gender-diverse youth reconnect to those lands, language, ceremony, and people. But we also watched and felt and were victims of and experienced all of the forms of racism, anti-Indigenous and anti-Black racism, sexism, misogyny, homophobia, transphobia, xenophobia, white fragility, and white privilege. The absolute entitlement of white settler folks to my land, my culture, my music, my clothing, my image, my identity, my body, my time, and my emotional labor expected of me. And so now I expect this of you. Do the right thing here. You need to put people in these staff positions full-time, permanent, with benefits, and pay them to guide you in this work. Seek the feedback and input and opinions and perspectives and additional guidance from the other Black and Indigenous and non-white racialized folks in these communities and pay them accordingly. You're not going to dismantle the entire system of colonization and oppression in your municipal structure so that we, the First People, can revitalize our ways of being in place. Then at the very least, we want in. Create these staff positions. It must be for Black and persons of color. To being accountable to the people you claim to represent, but actually continually, whether you know it or not, start sitting down, moving aside, so that we can take our rightful place at the helm. We can steer our canoe as we once did. Because you have spent way too long crashing your boat into mine, and if you don't know what I'm talking about, if you still don't know what the Chupa Wampum means, then you seriously need to just get out of the river. Would not be surprised if you don't do the right thing here. Never surprised anymore if you don't vote to approve this. I'm tired. I'm very tired. I haven't been home. We are tired collectively across Turtle Island. We have said the same things over and over again. But you no longer surprise me. You shouldn't be surprised when we continue to rise up in growing numbers and take up space and land and keep doing what we are doing. Help our communities heal and connect and grow, learn and love, and be unapologetically Indigenous. Spirit, gender diverse, freely on our own lands. I do want to thank all of the people that have signed up as delegations, the city councilors who are actually engaging and putting forward some questions, to Sven, who also spoke of complicity and socially locating yourself, and because land back also looks like affordable and adequate housing, food sovereignty and security and education. All of those things, I appreciate you. Folks have been talking about how the year 2020 has been so transformative. And folks also talk about how the city of Waterloo is so innovative. So be transformative and innovative. Do something historically great here. Miigwech, thank you. Thank you for listening to me, for taking the time to.
Thank you, Amy. And certainly my apologies and for the treatment that people have received at Lamback Camp, at Waterloo Park, and at Victoria Park. Certainly that, that is so disappointing. And thank you for your message to us, your truth to us today. I would also add that in support, we have received emails. I haven't counted them, but it's in the several dozens supporting the camp and this report that's before us today. I do see a couple of hands up from council. I have Councillor Bonagor, then Councillor Vasic. Please go ahead.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor Jaworski. Amy, I would like to thank you for speaking so passionately with us. And I want to apologize for the fact that you have to tell this story and explain why you are doing what you are doing over and over again. And I hope you don't take this the wrong way when I say I really hope that we can get you home again soon. I don't want you and your daughter to be in Waterloo Park for a really long time either. I want you to be able to be home. But please take that in the spirit with which I mean that in a really good way.
Yes, I know. I understand. It's a lovely part.
But I'm going to ask you a similar thing to what I asked Sean earlier, but maybe in a more directed way. I'm hoping that you can give people an idea of your experience of the interactions you've been having with other residents of Waterloo during your time at the park. You told me some of the stories when I visited. I'm wondering if you could kind of tell us a bit more about what you've been experiencing.
It's sort of mentioned earlier, the entitlement of white settler folks, the demand to be educated moments. Some folks may be well-intentioned. We all know where intentions lead us. The language want to talk about residential schools. I don't want to relive the traumas of my grandfather's experience in the park. You can Google that. People are willfully ignorant and demand to be educated in the moments by an actual Indian in the park. Take pictures of the teepee. There are youth in the park. There's like a personal social etiquette around, taking photos of folks. They don't like to be told that they can't take photos, that they can't come in the space. Because, I don't know, white folks have never been told that they can't be in spaces, that for some reason their tax-paying money allows them to take photos. There are hundreds of TV pictures you can Google. It is not my job. It takes the settler education, the accountability of settlers to do their own work off of them, to be educated. And it doesn't even go well when I start to speak to the education that they need, because I'm visibly Indigenous. We have, several accomplices and allies who do that for us because it's palatable for white folks to be educated by their own white folks. The cute little white girl that runs up and has to educate them, they can laugh with and joke with, because if I begin to educate them, it does not go well. They do not need to be told. They don't want to be told. Some of the questions were, well, my taxpaying money. No taxpayer money goes to any First Nations. It's like Google that. You can Google that. It's a very easy Googleable question. They don't believe me. Some folks have indicated that they would be back. I have come back to have more further conversations or arguments around some of the facts that we give to them. So it's a lot of willful ignorance. Globalization of technology does allow for me to Google something just as quickly as you. And the entitlement of folks to demand my culture, my time, and my emotional labor in those moments to be educated. A real Indian in the park also comes to me first. So it's not being in an urban downtown space like Victoria Park is. It was a very different demographic, just different microaggressions, different passive aggressiveness.
I appreciate you sharing that with us today. I think it was important for people to hear about that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, I have Councillor Vasek, followed by Councillor Freeman. Please go ahead.
Amy, thank you so much. If that were on Instagram, I would have sent a fire emoji. That was really moving comments. One of the things you said was if we're not going to dismantle the systems that are doing this, at the very least we can move over so more Black, Indigenous people and other racialized people can take the helm. And I agree. And I'm just curious if what would be the first thing you would do if you were to take the helm? What's the priority?
The collective voice and community. It's Sean and I, and Tara included, we don't speak for the community. There are so many voices. We all play a role. My 6-year-old plays a role in the collective community of Indigenous people across Turtle Island. It is not about one person. No offense, Mayor, but there's like not one person that gets to run this whole show. We all have these huge, important roles to play in the collective well-being of our people. And that's so important. We're not seeing, as Sean mentioned, we don't see Two-Spirit people in those spaces. We don't see youth voices in decision-making spaces, and they should be making decisions. The person that spoke before me, Karen, who mentioned the 7 generations, that is what we're doing this for. It's for those next generations. We need to think about how we are just borrowing these spaces from those great-grandchildren and great-great-great-grandchildren. We are just borrowing the land, borrowing the water, all of those things. And we need to think about that collectively and as a whole in order to make these spaces better for all of us and for our futures.
Thank you, Amy, so much. I think our kids are around the same age, and I hope that in 30 years, if we are listening to communities and the collective communities and our youth, that they won't be having the same conversations that we are. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jen. Thanks.
Next up, I have Councillor Freeman. Please go ahead.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. Councillor Vasek asked my question, but Mike, I just wanted to share a comment, and Amy, I just want to thank you so much for sharing your lived experience and to put it out there to let you know that I do support this motion. I do want to see it passed. I don't want to disappoint again. And I'm so sorry for harm that I have done and my ancestors have done. And I want to do better. And so I look forward to learning and listening more. So I just wanted to thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. I appreciate all of the comments. I appreciate folks reflecting on their own social locations, their own ancestry, their own. We've all inherited this situation, right? But we can turn it around.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor, and thank you, Amy. So, for further comments, I do think, that's we can turn it around. That's what we all need to do. Hundreds of years, I think, 400 plus years of going in the wrong direction. So, thank you, Amy.
Yo, now I'm
Next up, I have. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Amy. Hannah Marie Enns is up next, followed by.
Hello. Before I introduce myself, I'm gonna ask that everyone grab a pencil, a pen, and a piece of paper. Just something to write with. So as you're grabbing that, I'm going to introduce myself. My name is Hannah Enns. I am a settler who is a white, queer, able-bodied community organizer. I am an outdoor experiential educator student. I am of Russian Mennonite heritage. I moved to Waterloo in 2012 to attend the University of Waterloo in Conrad Grebel to study peace and conflict studies like a good Mennonite would. It was while at UW that I met both Amy and Sean, and I have stayed in this region since graduating and have grown to call this land home ever since. To call this place my home, I have a responsibility to it. So before I begin also, I want to state that I did sit at some of the tables supporting OC Ganyan Hadaje or Land Back Camp with the staff team that created this recommendation. I am a strong supporter of the Land Back Camp, and as such, it is my intention to speak in favor of the creation of this staff team, as you can imagine. Now, I could speak to why this recommendation falls in line with your strategic plan, or why you should follow in the footsteps of Kitchener, who made a similar staffing model in the fall, or that the city of Waterloo has a racism problem and you need to respond to it. But I want to try something a bit different. So hopefully you've had time to grab that pen and paper. And I want to do an activity with you. I acknowledge that this activity does have some faults. It is not perfect. It could take some more workshopping maybe, but and some of the aspects are ableist, I will admit that, but it is my hope that you will see my intentions. So write down your own ethnic or cultural background on that piece of paper, spell it out. No Google, no spell check. This is a spelling test. Just you and your paper. I'll do it with you. I'm Russian Mennonite. RUSSIANMENNONITE. Write out yours. Okay, that was probably pretty easy. You've probably written that out many times. Now I want you to write out Waterloo, the colonial name for the city we're in, the city you have been elected to represent and make decisions on behalf of, Waterloo. Next, I want you to write out Anishinaabe. Again, no Google, no spell check. Anishinaabe. Mississauga. Mississauga. Now write out Haudenosaunee. Haudenosaunee. Again, no Google, no spell check. Now Onkwe'honwe. Onkwe'honwe. Now spell out Chinatan. Chinatan. Lastly, Adawandran. Adawandran. No Google, no spell check. Okay, so what just happened? What words were easier for you to spell than others? What words have you put a mental hierarchy of importance on? The words you might have had more trouble spelling are the people's names on whose land we are now discussing this recommendation. We should all know how to spell these names, and the reason we don't is tied to the ongoing impacts of settler colonialism. Now, it was probably easier for you to spell your own ancestry, cultural background, or the colonial city name. This makes sense. It was for me too. It is, after all, your lived experience, or your truths, realities that you live and feel based on who you are, your privilege, or the oppressions you face. So what? What happens when you only have representation of your lived experiences, presumably white, settler, middle to upper class, university educated, able-bodied, making decisions for other groups of people in city positions? You have people who likely look like you and I, who, of course, maybe take anti-oppression training, working on policies and moving city resources into places that you think are needed based on your lived experiences and what you hear from others. But even if you can spell all of the words that I asked you in this spelling test, you still don't have the lived experience. It doesn't matter how much internal training you do or workshops you participate in, you don't have the lived experience, period. Remember before COVID, when you would look around at the city, or think about who is on this call right now. What faces did you or do you see? The city of Waterloo does not have the expertise needed to meaningfully respond to racism and become actively anti-racist, nor does the city have the expertise needed to authentically support Indigenous initiatives and social justice issues from an equity lens that includes race. Okay, so you know that you have a personal bias of mental hierarchy. You know that this influences how the city is not adequately staffed to respond to certain issues. Now what? What are you going to do with this knowledge? Are you going to go and learn how to spell these words now? You are living on their land after all. What are you going to do with the flood of emails that you have received in support of adopting this recommendation and creating these staff positions? You have an opportunity here to respond to one of the land back demands and create job positions and hire Black, Indigenous, and people of color in these positions. Now what? I am encouraging you as someone who has seen and heard from others for the need for these positions to approve this recommendation. I also want to state that Black, Indigenous, and people of color should only be siloed to anti-oppression and social justice positions in tokenistic ways. Yes, these positions are needed and Black and Indigenous people of color are needed in them, but Black, Indigenous, and people of color are also more than their lived experiences, just as you are. They are educated, knowledgeable, and capable individuals who should also be visible power holders across your entire city staff. This staffing model is also not perfect, but it is not the end, but just the beginning. So, what side of history will you choose to be on? Where will you put your mental hierarchy? Thank you.
Thank you, Hannah-Marie, and thank you for fitting in a excellent 2 to 3 minute workshop in your presentation to council today. It really helps drive it home of what you know and what you don't know, and it's all about surrounding yourself with people who know the stuff that you don't know. So, very good point well taken. I don't see any questions from council at this time. I'll just pause for a second. Sometimes it takes a minute for things to go through. So thank you, Hannah-Marie. Next up, I have Ronald Fleming, followed by Ruth Cameron.
Hello, Mayor, councillors, and other citizens of the city. My name is Ron Fleming. I live on Westmont Road here in Waterloo. I was born on the territory of the Caldwell Band near Point Pelee. I'm pleased to add my support to register my support for this staff recommendation to establish an Indigenous initiatives, anti-racism, accessibility, and equity staff team. Establishing such a team will be a concrete step on the road to greater equity in our community. I want to speak especially in support of the establishment of an Indigenous initiatives advocate as a part of such a team. I speak as a concerned citizen who is also a member of a local Truth and Reconciliation worker group, we call ourselves, consisting of representatives from several regional Mennonite congregations. Along with many other Canadians, I have realized since the final report of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission in 2015 that I have been learning about Canadian history that I did not know. I have learned about systemic policy level injustices that have been perpetrated on Indigenous peoples by by European powers and their descendants, both before and after Canadian Confederation into the present day. I have been surprised to learn of the arrogance of claiming sovereignty over land already occupied by other people through the doctrine of discovery rationalization, the paternalism of taking children from parents in order to educate their traditions out of them, treaties that were made. Our word was given and broken. We live on land promised to the Haudenosaunee of the Grand River, and money paid to the Canadian federal trustees by incoming settlers, likely ancestors of people listening here today, has not been made it. That money has not made it to Haudenosaunee hands to this day. The Truth and Reconciliation Commission calls us to reconciliation. We don't know what that will mean in the end. Reconciliation describes a way of being and living together based on mutual respect, leading to equity and justice. Establishing an Indigenous Initiatives Advocate as a part of the equity staff team with organizational profile and power will be a marker confirming our true desire to walk on the way of reconciliation in this city. Listening to and acting on what that person might say in the future will mark a commitment to walk on the way of reconciliation as a city. I don't know what our community, our city, our province, our country could look like once we have traveled further down the road of reconciliation. But I know that we have to take first steps and that this is one of those. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Ronald, for taking the time to speak out to City Council. I'll just pause for a moment while I look for any hands up with questions on what you've had to say today. Seeing none, thank you very much for your commentary, Ronald.
You're welcome.
Next up I have Ruth Cameron, and then I'll have looked for a possible delegate, somebody who's considering registering but has not as yet. Please go ahead, Ruth.
Thank you. So I would first off like to just thank everyone who is assembled this evening, Council, Mayor, Land Back Camp representatives, both Sean and Amy, and others assembled for the opportunity to speak this evening. My name is Ruth Cameron. I am the Executive Director of AQUA, the AIDS Committee, which provides support and services for individuals living with and vulnerable to HIV, STIs, other bloodborne illnesses, as well as homeless individuals who are impacted by mental health and addictions issues living in our community and housed. Tonight, I'm coming to you to speak because of all of that work involves an explicit dedication to reconciliation, to anti-racist organizational practice, and an explicit acknowledgement of settler colonialism and anti-Black racism as driving the inequalities that we are dealing with in our work at AQUA, but also that those same forces, decisions, and systems create the inequalities that we are dealing with in our communities when it comes to disparities in employment, disparities in engagement, and disparities in resources given to various non-white racialized communities, Black communities, and to local urban Indigenous communities here in Waterloo region and in the city of Waterloo. I have come not because I think that there only needs to be support for the staffing model proposed that will be voted on this evening. Of course, I do very much support the staffing model that is being put forward with the 4 named roles. I also come because for the staffing model to be effective, there are several other measures that need to be implemented and included from the outset into, I think, motions that pertain not only to the approval, but the actual actioning and implementation of this model. So that's what I'd like to briefly speak to this evening. I've heard a few individuals speak this evening using terminology such as unconscious bias. Unconscious bias has not gotten us to this level of inequality in what is now called Canada. It is not unconscious bias. It is actually very intentional decisions about the allocation of power and disempowering of First Peoples through enclosure of their land, originally by the British Crown, funded through dollars that were generated through the transatlantic slave trade in what is now termed the British Caribbean. So there was a reference tonight made to people of color, kind of connecting people of color as newcomers in Canada. And I want to say that Black people have been in Canada since before Canada was invented because of the transatlantic slave trade. So when we're looking at the inequalities, and I see your model here as really speaking to trying to address those inequalities with regards to workplace equity, we have to talk about intentional decisions made through the creation of this country and through immigration policy that have very intentionally created inequalities and stratification between various ethnic and racial groups, with Indigenous peoples, the First Peoples, at the bottom of a hierarchy, and specifically anti-Black racism as being separate from other types of racism, and putting Black people in a persistent position of inequality where over generations we see other racialized communities do better in terms of income and employment, but there's a persistence to the underemployment, unemployment, and lack of workplace advancement that happens for Black communities. So these are the points I'm going to speak to tonight. I just first off want to point out that when similar actions were taken in Kitchener at City Council with regards to creating 5 roles focused on equity measures, that the roles presented originally stipulated that the positions were designated specifically for non-white racialized Black and Indigenous applicants, and that initial motion was revised during voting to allow white applicants. This was a regressive move that denies substantial evidence that often queer and straight white applicants, and in particular white women, benefit disproportionately from equity, diversity, and inclusion, career recruitment, and advancement initiatives, to the detriment of Black women and other Black, queer, disabled, and newcomer applicants. So language that targets the most complexly marginalized non-white equity-seeking groups is necessary to the success of presenting this model to Council. Similarly, the Indigenous specific positions need to identify that the roles are designated for First Nations, Inuit, Métis, and non-status Indigenous applicants, and need to include local Indigenous community members on the hiring panel, as there is a serious issue with non-Indigenous individuals literally race shifting to secure positions intended for Indigenous applicants. Something that I've noted is it seems that the Equity Initiative is meant to be inclusive of recruitment and retention for individuals who are impacted by ableism due to disability, homophobia due to sexual orientation, and transphobia due to gender identity. And if so, this should be made explicit again in the language surrounding the roles, the position descriptions, and the recruitment criteria for the roles. I next want to point to the fact that local Black communities initiated the call for anti-racist equity actions to be taken. And there's a long history of African Caribbean and Black activism and demands benefiting other non-white racialized equity-seeking groups more than Black people. And so there needs to be some specific actions around addressing anti-Black racism as a priority in the policies and practices that are developed out of this model. Lastly, I think that it is really important, and I've also heard language here tonight that conflates equity and sovereignty. sovereignty as a priority for Indigenous communities, and equity for non-white, racialized, and Black communities aren't interchangeable, and they very much need to be really clearly explained and differentiated from each other in the practices put forward as these rules are implemented by the City of Waterloo. Ultimately, the creation of these roles, if not tied to budgets, given status in terms of decision making and authority with regards to implementing change within the city staffing, will be performative if not attached to actual resources. So I eagerly await to find out the reassigning of budgets, the creation of status, authority, and decision-making power that will accompany these roles, so that I can have a deeper understanding of how they will be allowed to implement deep and meaningful change. I hope that a baseline survey will be done of the workforce with follow-up surveys at a 3, 5, and 10-year period to look at what has been done with regards to change of workplace climate, and what has been done in terms of successful not only recruitment, but long-term retention of an increasingly diverse workforce with regards to race and ethnicity across the City of Waterloo. I think that this is deeply meaningful. I look forward to the collaborations that can happen, as was mentioned by others, between these staff, other people within the workplace in the City of Waterloo staff, and City of Kitchener, to see what change can be done to bring everyone forward and have workforce that looks like the diversity within the community. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak on these changes and potential changes today, and hope that in further council discussions, we will be given updates with regards to how these roles will be implemented in meaningful ways that acknowledge the importance of sovereignty, the importance of equity, and really specifically look at the impact of the different oppressions related to different groups and individuals in the workforce, so that everyone feels included and feels that they can have a career where they are retained within the workforce over time to make even further meaningful change within the team at City of Waterloo.
Thank you, Ruth. When you registered, it said you, because of the time you registered, you would only get 5 minutes, but I knew you'd have lots of good information to contribute, so I was pleased to give you more time, because I think your words need to be heard by us, and I thank you for that. I do already have some hands up. Councillor Henry for comment, Councillor Vasek a question. Please go ahead, Councillor Henry.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Ruth, for your words tonight, and your suggestions, your thoughts, your comments, and the areas that we really need to pay attention to as the work moves forward. It has been unfortunately too long since you and I have had the opportunity to speak at events out in the community, and I wanted to, pause, and in the spirit of people being people from equity seeking groups having more to contribute than just in the equity space in itself. I wanted to stand out and signal how much I know I value and the community values the professional work that you do day in and day out at Aqua. I know in December it is often a time of reflection in your workspace and with the people that you serve so well, and I wanted to call that out and thank you specifically for doing that in our community. In terms of some of your notes, I appreciate hearing suggestions about how this can be done. I wanted to offer in terms of information, the way the positions as staff have explained them have been structured. It's the director reporting into the CAO and being a member as a director of the commissioner, the senior management team, centers that position at the heart of the internal decision making practice and culture of the city. They could not be better placed in what's here to be able to have those. And I take your point on budgets and actions. The census we've already concluded shows that we have work to do, and follow up is something that I am interested in. I know council is interested in, to see the progress that we can make. There are active staff teams today, but the bench strength needs to be there through this motion to be able to deliver on those. So I thank you for the flags and roadmap that you provide. I know our senior staff are listening intently as they execute the plans that they've asked approval for today. And we have a lot of work to do. So thank you very much for the time you've spent and you continue to spend out in community to advance this work. I know you can't walk away from it, and I want to tell you that I and that council aren't walking away from it, even though it is our privilege to be able to do so. And I think that's where our stake is here, is signaling that while we have the privilege to walk away, we are not walking away, and we are starting to walk finally alongside all of you. So thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Councillor Henry. I really do appreciate you've shown up for the communities that I have the privilege of working with many times over the years. And yes, you were right. It is that time of year where we are reflecting with regards to our HIV/AIDS work in particular. I'm very excited about all of the potentialities out of this initiative and learning more about the details of how it will be centered and implemented so that really impactful change can happen.
Thank you, Councillor Henry. Thank you, Ruth. Over to Councillor Vasek.
Thanks through you, Mayor. Thank you so much, Ruth, for your feedback and your questions and considerations. I have just two questions for you. One related to what you were just speaking to about how you're looking forward to being, like diverse communities are looking forward to being centered, which is so important, and important to be, like you said, in your delegation, that the communities receive updates. So I'm curious if you had some preliminary thoughts about what are the best ways as we move forward in this work to center communities and to update communities.
I think that, quite honestly, the very kind of straightforward work of updates on the hiring process, the development of criteria related to the positions, the initial census and its findings, and therefore what will be the initial goals that that the team intends to, the goalposts along the way for the 3 and the 5 year marks with regards to recruitment and retention. I think that they may not sound, terribly kind of glitzy or, attention grabbing, but quite honestly, the report cards on the work that demonstrate the long-term commitment to it. I think that something that many of our communities are used to is the announcement of initiatives that don't actually have a roadmap or accountability deadlines for reporting. So I think that people trust is built through that very unglamorous work of reporting on preset deadlines as to the achievements that that have been made.
Thank you. That's given me. Oh, sorry. Did I cut somebody off?
No, not at all. I think that is really an important trust building exercise. We are used to initiatives being announced that are not tied to accountability measures. So setting deadlines and timelines for change and then reporting on what has been achieved by those deadlines in and of itself is a meaningful trust building exercise.
Thank you, Ruth. That gives me two things, two thoughts. Is there may be some advocacy pieces here to the province, because I mean, municipalities have to report on all sorts of things. So if we can also mobilize to advocate to the province to require reporting from municipalities, that might be another way to make it even more transparent. But on a local level, it made me think about traffic transportation services, when they have projects going and they just have communications lists. Community services might have that too. I just know it because I get so many emails about transportation and traffic calming. So that might be a similar model that we can use for this kind of work too, so that we have communication lists of who's looking for updates into just as a very baseline, like email lists, which might exist already. But thank you, great food for thought. My second question for you is, you've mentioned retention quite a lot and having benchmarks at 3, 5, and 10 years. And I understand from some of my conversations that retention is very difficult because you get into, like a Black person gets into an institution like this, and it's just like a barrage of micro and macro aggressions. And so in thinking about retention, do you have any key suggestions for us to keep in mind as we kind of get started and ease into this work? Like what should we be looking out for ourselves to kind of put ourselves in check?
Well, I think that it is important that individuals from groups that are either sovereign or equity seeking groups aren't tasked with the job of doing the education as they like by force and endure the brutality in their own bodies of diversifying the workforce. I can think of other initiatives where this exact thing has happened. So no preparation has been done. That's a violent work environment to try and exist in while also meeting any performance requirements that you need to in your role. So I think that I certainly will never advocate for unconscious bias training. There are all of a sudden an incredible outpouring of so-called diversity, equity, and inclusion consultants doing very superficial work that makes everyone feel great about themselves in the workplace these days, but actually employing individuals who have a track record of doing evidence-based interventions for change management and doing education that is going to allow individuals who have experienced oppressions like ableism, like sexism, like transphobia, like homophobia, like anti-Black racism, and anti-indigeneity to safely be in the workplace without being traumatized. So I think preparation work needs to be done alongside the active recruitment. Climate surveys need to be done. And there needs to be opportunities for individuals from equity-seeking groups and sovereign groups to provide feedback in ways that are safe so that they can let you know what has happened with regards to climate within the workplace itself. I think that in addition to that, lots of people like to parrot about their recruitment, but don't then publish whether or not they were able to successfully hold on to individuals over time. And the proof is in the pudding right there. If you are able to retain people within your workforce, then hopefully that is part of the evidence base to show that some change has occurred that has made it safe for people to stay there. And also in your retention, you should certainly see some proof of advancement as well. So you're not only recruiting people perhaps into the lowest paid and lowest status positions only, but you're seeing recruitment across classes of employment, and you're seeing retention across classes of employment within your workforce.
That's so helpful. Thank you so much, Ruth. That's it for me, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Vasic, and I do not see any further questions, Ruth. So I thank you again for being a delegate to Council in the City of Waterloo.
Thank you very much.
There was a possible delegate who has not shown up, but neither did they say that they were firm on showing up. So with that, we are moving out of the area of delegations, and I will turn it over to Council for questions of staff on this, if there are any questions. And I do note that the council liaisons for Mark Dykstra's group are Councillor Hanmer and Councillor Veith. I do know there's a lot of enthusiasm from my council on this this item, but I think it's probably best if I go with the council liaisons for Commissioner Dykstra. I will go to Councillor Bodley, who has a question. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Jaworski, and through you. I have some questions, I guess, surrounding the mandate of the staff team, which starts on page 355 of our packet. If anybody wants to take a look at that, so in reviewing the mandate myself, I want to echo what Councillor Henry had said around placing this person A as a director position and B within the CAO's office. I think gives us a better chance of what I think is the most important thing around this topic, which is that this is not just a siloed group that works on these types of issues, but that this is something that is embedded within the culture of the corporation, both inwardly looking at staffing and also outwardly looking at service delivery. And I'm wondering within the mandate itself specifically, whether or not we need to speak to that fact, speak to the fact that something to the effect of embedding an anti-racism lens through all corporate practices, policies, and service delivery. And I'm wondering if maybe I could get some comments on that from staff and perhaps council.
To Councillor Bodley, appreciate those comments. That's definitely something we can build into the mandate moving forward. So we recognize those enhancements that you've noted, and we can incorporate those, Councillor.
Thank you for that. And then in addition to that, I'm wondering if again we can make just to the last delegate's commentary specifically around anti-Black racism and the need for that to be called out based on the delegate's commentary around how disproportionately these sort of equity type initiatives and anti-racism type initiatives tend to disproportionately benefit other non-white groups within the organization or within the city. And I'm wondering if we have any thoughts on whether specifically calling out anti-Black racism within either the mandate or in the job descriptions or what have you, whether or not that's something that could be considered.
Yes, through the mayor to Councillor Bodley. Yes, the language targeting the most complexly marginalized non-equity seeking groups is necessary, and we recognize that. And I'm going to see if Pam has an additional comment on that, because both in the mandate, yes, that needs to be a reality, but in the job descriptions, we need to make sure that's there. And we want to, we've heard a lot of comments today as staff take that away. Look at how we can further how do we enable the hiring of the director that meets all these different points and make it a reality? And that's what we want to do. And we've heard that. So we can definitely take those points away again. And we're going to incorporate that into, I see how it moves forward. We incorporate it into the director's positions. We work with the director in terms of how we need to advance the other positions, and we speak to that in the report. So I'm going to turn to Pam if she has further comment on this at all.
Through you, Mayor Jaworski, I think Mark has covered it quite well. I agree that is something that needs to be incorporated and can be incorporated.
Okay, thank you for that. Appreciate it from both of you. And Mayor Jaworski, I have comments. I'm sure many of the councillors have comments. I could save those till after any questions, or I could give them now.
Yeah, why don't we just have one more set of questions, and I'll be coming through for comments, and I'll be going to the mover. So I'll go to Councillor Freeman now, please.
Through you, Mayor Jaworski, thank you to staff. Well, one of the comments that I heard in Councillor Vasek ask some follow-up on was with regard to this notion of accountability. And, you know, Councillor Vasic gave examples of how we do transportation projects and so on. And I think that's a very important piece in terms of how we demonstrate accountability, how we undertake reporting. You know, the report cards we received today on the asset management, for example, was structured to that specific type of reporting. But I think that, I don't know whether it's in the mandate or where it should be covered in the work to be undertaken by this team, but I'd value your thoughts on that.
Through the mayor to Councillor Freeman, I can kick this off and see if Jim has any other comments on this. But yeah, accountability, we've had a lot of discussion internally here. How do we look at the success, and we speak to a bit about that on the last page of the document. But for me personally, it's like working as a corporate management team with this new team to give them the supports that they need, give them the conversations and encouragement to move into the organization across all programs and services so we can deliver this. So then how do we see and how do we measure some of the delegations noted baseline, and we want to share that in coming months. Then the 3, 5 year and 10, and retention is really important as well. I'm going to ask Beth. She's been looking into this a little more, and thoughts on how we do the yardstick, the measuring sticks on this front. So Beth, if you can weigh in here, please.
Mark, through you, Mayor. 2 points. One, on the internal diversity, equity, inclusion work that we have underway at the city, there is a measurement and monitoring working group who is looking at how do we do that measurement and how do we set goals so that we know that we're on the right track and we're continuing to go down the right track. So I think there's some resources there internally to help us on this path. And then in terms of accountability to the community, I certainly heard the delegates commenting on the importance of, of reporting back to the community that on how things are going in terms of preparing a jobs description, how things are going in terms of the hiring process, when will people start, how is this moving forward, and demonstrating that commitment to moving it forward through each of the steps that will be part of that process. And my team certainly has connections to a number of community organizations, including a number of equity-seeking community organizations. So I think we could put together a communication on a regular basis to those groups, and would certainly welcome an opportunity to have others be part of communication on that as well if they're interested in getting regular updates.
Thanks, Beth. I know Jim has some further comments. Jim?
Thanks, Mark. Through you, I think it was Diane Freeman who made the last comment. I think it's important to note that the document or the report before you is a proposed staff scope and mandate. And we're really open to changes and revisions once we get the director and the position established, because the valuable insight that we're receiving tonight, the feedback, the guidance, the thoughts from both the delegates and others that we've noted, we're really open to provide that new direction. We want to be flexible. This is a work in progress. It is fluid, it's moving, but at the same time, we want to be open to the feedback so that we'll be able to deliver effectively on the items. So this by no means is the entire mandate, nor is it any sense of it. It's just indicators going forward, and we definitely will have to do accountability aspects of it. But I want to make sure that there's a lot of stuff that needs to be reflected here as we move forward.
Back to you, Mayor.
Yep. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Freeman. I do have another question come up. Councillor Vasic, and then we will move into comments, and then we'll move into the motion. Please go ahead.
Thanks through you, Mayor Jaworski. I just wanted to say one thing is that we are trying to get Funka on as a delegation. She's been there the whole time listening, and so I'm just trying to organize that.
I don't think she registered though. We never did a official registration, so they're not actually on the call. So please go ahead with your question though.
Okay, I think that might have just, I'm not sure what happened there, but it's with Natalia and Olga and Funke, so hopefully we can figure it out. But okay, so my question is really around what came through to us in the email campaign, and also has come up a few times tonight from the delegates around hiring people who are Black and Indigenous and other racialized people for these roles. So that's not outlined specifically in this report. So I'm wondering if you could comment on that, and if there's a plan for that and what work you might be doing in that regard.
So if I may address that, Councillor Vasic. The city, if council approves this staffing model, our goal as staff is to recruit and hire for the positions, all of them, in a manner that the successful candidates have a combination of subject matter expertise, lived experiences relevant to the portfolio that they're applying for. It's our belief that we can achieve this through provisions under the Human Rights Code. Our staff are continuing to explore and recognize the fact that further assistance will be required as we work with both internal and external human resource expertise as we recruit for the director. The director in that role will help frame the hiring requirements of the advocate positions as noted in the report. We believe that this direction will not only strengthen the future together, but that the journey will take time, and we need to collaborate with others in the community, as outlined by some of the delegates this evening, so that the future is realized in a positive manner for both our community and its members. So in effect, we are looking forward to the success of this report, and then developing a plan that will be external and internal to expertise, that we will find individuals who have subject matter experience or expertise along with the lived experience.
Thanks, Jim. I think the lived experience is crucial for sure. Thank you. I guess I'm just curious, is there still room to explore those explicit titles? So the possibility of those positions naming them in the job postings to be Black and Indigenous for any of those roles? Is there still opportunity to look at if that's possible within the context of legislation and human rights, is what I'm thinking.
And the answer would be yes, we are looking for those opportunities.
Okay, so that work is happening in the background and will be for sure considered before the in advance of the job postings moving forward.
Yes.
Okay, awesome, great. That's good to know. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Vasic. I will ask one question myself to Commissioner Dykstra. Is just on timing. Assuming this gets approved, which we all believe to be true, what would be the timing of when a job posting might come out? I know you have a number of steps yet to do, as Mr. Bowman just outlined, but what would you see the start of this?
Yes, to you, Mayor. Yeah, the urgency is there. We'll work on it prior to the end of the year. In the new year, I see something coming out in this regard, and then moving forward through the first part of 2022 2021 to get the hire in. Yeah, so an aggressive time frame, work to be done, but yeah, we feel we can move it along.
Excellent, thank you, Mark. I will now move into our final comments. I have Councillor Bonagor, Councillor Bodley, and then the mover and the seconder. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Jaworski. I'm going to get a little bit personal for a moment. As a Caucasian Australian who became a Canadian, I am a creature of white colonial history. I fully support this motion and will enthusiastically support it, both for the city and for myself. I mean, I see this as a step towards positive change. And by supporting this here and now, I hope in a small way to help begin addressing the historical wrongs inflicted all around the world, including the wrongs against the First Peoples of Australia, who weren't even considered human enough to warrant treaties. We can't just look around and point out what is wrong outside City Hall. We need to dig deep and we need to address what's wrong inside it as well. And we need to be honest with ourselves and with each other. I mean, I really appreciate that this plan is not presented as a fait accompli, that it's flexible and that it will be shaped by the people hired to give us their insights. That's one of the things I love most about it. And with this plan, staff have taken council's equity goals to heart, and I can't thank you enough for really pushing this as much as you have. We need to make a stronger, better, fairer city. And this will be hard work with high ambitions. And for me, that just makes it all the more worthwhile. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bonagor. Next up, Councillor Bodley, please.
Thank you, Mayor Jaworski. Just a couple of comments, I guess, from my perspective on this. You know, when I listened to the region's anti-racism town hall a few months back, one of numerous takeaways was that change is not comfortable. And I found myself here listening to some of the folks that spoke this evening to us. And they are at times uncomfortable conversations, uncomfortable things to hear, but we need to hear them. And so I wanted to say thank you to all of the delegates for their time this evening, and indeed all of the folks who took the time to send us an email on this as well too. Like Councillor Bonagor, and like many of the councillors that I've talked to, I know we've referenced this before, that many of us are extremely proud of the strategic plan and that we implemented last year, and particularly proud of the fact that equity, inclusion, and sense of belonging is emerged as a strategic pillar for us for the first time for the city of Waterloo. I know I am proud of that. I know others are as well too. And this is an opportunity for us to put our money where our mouth is. And you know, one of the things that I read in that report was that Indigenous issues, equity issues, these types of things were things that were being done by staff at the side of their desks. And taking that from the side of somebody's desk and giving it to somebody who has the lived experience, who has the expertise, that's really important. It's not at all a fait accompli in terms of what these positions are going to accomplish, but it's extremely important in our ability to move this work forward. I appreciate that staff have found a way to work with some of our reserves and other budgets and to play with the numbers to find the $520,000 for these positions within our 3-year cycle without having to adjust the budget this time around. But I would like to say that as a resident, I am okay paying the money for us to have this work completed. And not only that, I think it is imperative that we pay the money to have this work completed on our behalf. And aside from the personal pride that I have as a counselor for what we've done and the fact that staff have moved this forward, I really also want to say thank you to members of the Land Back Camps, to members from Black Lives Matter, the ACB network, and the countless other organizations within our community who have been asking for this type of work to happen, for all of their hard work and their physical and emotional labor on this topic. And I think this is a strong first step for us as a city to move in the appropriate direction. And I am exceptionally happy to support this. And in fact, if this is the only thing we did this council term, I would still be extremely proud of us and the community for making this happen. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Bodley. You said a lot of what I was going to echo in my closing comments before I move it over to the movers. That you don't know what you don't know, and it's time we brought in some people who have unfortunately lived experiences and can help us along that path. Certainly very thankful for the community, not just the delegates today, not just the people who emailed us over the weekend, but people who I've talked to in the community. A lot of people who look like me and said, we support efforts in the city moving forward in this regard, and such supportive comments in person, more so pre-COVID red zone, but certainly a lot of positive comments of saying, we want to learn more. As I mentioned earlier in the powwows that we'd have over the past 5-6 years, that people have a thirst for knowledge and we want to do better. And but in many cases we don't have the education. We need to learn, and but we want guidance on how to move forward. And I think that Hannah Marie had some very good points for all of us, good reflections for all of us as settlers today. And to the staff at a municipality, city council works through our wonderful staff. And our wonderful staff have taken this to heart, have worked on this since June, and have come up with something that takes us even further than what we anticipated in our strategic plan and in our 3-year budget that we set a year ago and reaffirmed today, and that this takes us yet even one more step further. So thank you for getting us on the path of moving forward on anti-racism, our Indigenous past, present, and future, and accessibility. I think just helps turn Waterloo into a much more equitable community going forward 2021 and beyond. And with that, I will turn it over to Councillor Hanmer and then Councillor Veith to take us forward.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a comment first, and then I will make the motion. I'd like to also echo the thanks to not only the people that were here this evening, but also the many who have reached out over the last number of days and weeks regarding this very important issue in our community. And also to the staff who have written the report for our consideration, and their willingness to be flexible in terms of how the actions coming out of the report are going to be implemented. Tonight we heard from the delegations the importance of representation, respect, and recognition. We also saw and heard the importance of a collective voice coming to the table, and certainly through the voices we've heard this evening and through the past weeks, I think we are starting to make a very important and a difference in what we're going to be doing. We learned about the importance of creating these positions, the importance in our history to have them done in the right way and at the right time. We got some good suggestions for recruitment, retention, and how to establish a workforce climate that will support these individuals to be successful in the positions we want them to take on. We also learned about the opportunity for us as a council, as a city, and a collective of people to take some leadership now to further the calls to action in the Truth and Reconciliation Report. We really have the opportunity to do the right thing and to do it now. There were lots of suggestions on meaningful and deep ways that together we can begin to make a difference and take that first step forward. And to that end, I'm humbled and proud to put the following recommendation forward. The Council approve Report COM 2020-033 and that the City advance its work on Indigenous initiatives, anti-racism, accessibility, and equity through the creation of 4-person dedicated staff team that will provide service senior level leadership and internal staff expertise in these areas as described in the report. I put that motion forward and I vote in favor.
Councillor Veith here. A quick comment. Actually, I will second that motion. And I wanted to thank all of those folks who sent emails over the last, well, weeks, I guess. And I don't, in all my years on council, I think this is the biggest contingent of emails that I've gotten on one subject. So people are so passionate about this, and I believe we're on the right track here. And thank you to the delegations who came this evening. I know we have a lot to do and so much to learn together going forward. This is a huge step for our community. And so I'm honored to second this motion and to vote in favor of the recommendations. Thank you.
It's Councillor Freeman. I feel as though much of what I wanted to say has already been said, and I'm so thankful that we've got to this place where we can start a path forward of learning and sharing life experiences. And I want to, like Councillor V, thank the delegations, those that took time to email me, and those that are still emailing me. Thank you. And I vote in favor.
Councillor Vasic here. I am extremely in favor of this. This is something that I was hoping I would be able to contribute to in this council term, equity broadly, and also specific staff positions. It was a dream, and I thought it was maybe a bit of a pipe dream, and I couldn't have landed on a better council, I don't think. I felt really strongly that this would pass and that it would pass unanimously. And I can't thank the delegations and the communities enough who have been speaking up and putting ourselves on the line, practically, physically, and emotionally to make sure that this moves forward. Thank you so much. And yeah, enthusiastically in favor, knowing that we still have work to do on actioning this plan, which I think staff have worked extremely hard on day in, day out over the weekends. Thank you, everyone. I'm glad to see this coming forward.
Councillor Henry, I mean, certainly very, very pleased and very humbled to vote in favor of this proposal and to support the work that will come from having supported this proposal. Briefly, with my budget chair hat on, I very much appreciate that staff were able to find a way to do this quickly and off cycle. That we have found ways to put money together so that this is a permanent initiative. It is not something that we have to continually affirm. It is something that within the resources we have, we are able to move it forward and take those files off of the sides of desks and put them in the hands of folks that can really walk with the community and walk with people inside City Hall to make the necessary changes so that we can reconcile ourselves to our past and to prepare for a future where we walk together in support of each other, that we honor each other, that we provide people with the space and the capacity, the acknowledgement and resources and the support, and sometimes getting out of the way and letting people lead and tell their own stories, so that the community that we leave behind for our children, our children's children, and everyone thereafter is one where everybody belongs, everybody's connected, and everybody's story is valued and heard, where our circle is larger and it includes all of us and all of our voices. So thank you for everyone who has put this together, who has come to tell us we need to put this together for years and years and years. And I appreciate staff who have listened very well and who are helping guide council through this alongside the community.
This is Councillor Bonigar. I am absolutely in favour.
Councillor Bodley, very much in favor as well too. Thank you.
And with that, there's one more person to vote. That's the mayor. The mayor votes in favor. And with that, I am pleased to report that the Indigenous Initiatives, Anti-Racism, Accessibility, and Equity Team, Advancing a Staff Team report has been approved unanimously by the City of Waterloo Council. As I confided to a couple of the emailers on the weekend, I've almost never been so sure that something would pass at our council, and I know it was unanimous with lots of strength behind it. And there's probably to the staff team, Mark, Jim, Beth, Pam, I'm sure they're celebrating as well, because it's pleased to have help with people for lived experiences right here in the City of Waterloo. Now with that, I must say that we have 12 more items on the agenda, some with delegates as well. I appreciate the patience for the delegates who've been waiting. We'll just pause for a second as Natalia makes sure that the room is set up for, the virtual room is set up for the next item, which is the Longfellow reconstruction delegations. And with that, I see a presentation up. I'm just waiting to confirm that we have people here. Could I hear Joel do a sound check, please? Joel Blitt, delegate.
Hi, this is me. This is Joel Blitt.
Okay. And we also have Katie Gibb.
Hello, Mayor Dave.
Excellent. Okay, I see a presentation on the screen. I'm going to believe that it to be yours, and I will turn it over to Katie and Joel. Welcome.
Perfect. Thank you very much for having us. So thank you, Mayor, thank you, councilors, and thank you, city staff for this opportunity. So I wanted to start just by saying that many of our neighbors also would have liked to have spoken today, but really out of respect for your time, and especially given how long a day it's already been, we've decided to just have this one delegation. And so my job is going to be a rather difficult one, which is to represent all of my neighbors as best as I can. And I know that many of them are listening in, and so maybe apologies to them if I don't do justice to the strength of their convictions. I do want to, I'll also try and be relatively brief. I want to point out that there's a couple of documents that we submitted to you, one being an assessment for whether Longfellow is, not Longfellow, Beechwood Park is a cultural heritage landscape. And the second one is testimonials and letters that all of my neighbors and even people in the wider community have written to the city about Beechwood Park. I just want to start with that. So next slide, please. So I thought I'd start by just highlighting a few things from some of the letters that my neighbors have submitted. And so Sheila and Craig Wiebe, who are the daughter and son of Abe Wiebe, who developed and designed this neighborhood. So in her letter, she says that the philosophy of behind this neighborhood was to build well and preserve as much as possible of any gentle rolling hills, tall trees, and natural beauty. Joan and Wayne McKinnon write that if you go around this neighborhood, there are dog walkers, there's strollers, there's skateboarders, inline skaters, there's running teams. There are all sorts of different people using these streets in all sorts of different ways. And what's common to all of them is that they're all sharing the street while considering each other, and that whatever, this thing that Abe designed, it really works. Next slide, please. So Paul and Dolores write that this truly is an innovative design that we have here. We feel very lucky. And for that reason, it's not unusual to see urban planning students from the university walking through the streets to have a look or just to take a break from classes or anything of that sort. And Joan writes that, this is a destination community. It's not a thoroughfare. People don't drive through here to get from point A to point B. They come here for all sorts of different reasons. And as a result, the road is shared. So we basically have a shared roadway for walking, running, cycling, driving, all sorts of different things. So I just wanted to highlight those because I'll be touching on some of those points more broadly in a second. Next slide, please. So if you read through the letters that my neighbors have submitted, and they're very eloquent, much more so than me, the biggest reason why we all feel so strongly about this neighborhood is that there is something special about it. And if you walk through here, you probably felt it, you've probably seen it. And it all started with the vision of Abe to create a residential development in a park-like setting. And so what was truly revolutionary about what he did is that at the time, my understanding is that before you built a development, you would basically raise everything and level everything. So whether it was nature or hills or anything, or creeks or anything of the sort, you'd sort of flatten everything and then build on a square grid. And he basically said, no, what I'm going to do is I'm going to shape the development around the landscape. And as a result, we have this very special area, neighborhood of our city, where we have roads that wind and are so as to minimally disturb the natural landscape. Of course, as a result, we have lots that are all weird sizes that have lots of forested backyards or minimal backyards because it's all woods. And we have homes that nestle among the trees. So in the words of Nancy and Rick here, in Waterloo, we're very lucky to have our very own Frank Lloyd Wright. So basically, Abe really believed in organic architecture and organic development, and it is reflected in the way that he built this neighborhood. So the result is that we have a neighborhood that is very different. It's unique, and it has an exceptional heritage community. It's not surprising then that Abe and Major Holdings won an award for the best subdivision in Ontario for this neighborhood. Now, the reason why neighbors here feel so strongly about this issue is that we feel that a sidewalk plus a boulevard, and most importantly, retaining walls that will probably have to be absolutely massive and probably span maybe half the road, I'm not sure exactly how long, we're really concerned that would completely change the look and feel and the way that this neighborhood functions. We think it would irreparably scar the landscape and destroy the Waterloo heritage. So that's really the main reason. Now, if I can have the next slide. Thank you. So there's a second reason why we feel so strongly about this. And it has to do with how the community and the roads currently function. As Joan mentioned in that quote I put up, this is a destination, it's not a thoroughfare. We don't have a lot of traffic. If you walk out to the middle of Longfellow Drive, in the middle of the day, you can literally be out there 5, 10, 15 minutes without a single car going by. And so what that means is that the street de facto becomes a shared street where we're able to do all sorts of things on it because we don't have this constant rush of traffic going through, and because the few cars that there are typically from this neighborhood, and they know that this is a shared street. So our streets are a gathering place, as you know, some of these pictures show up in the top left. Our picture here on the top right, this is we have a cart race every single year. The kids built their carts and then they race down. Actually, we haven't had this made for a couple of years now, but this is something that we do. And also, these streets are for everyone. They're not just for residents, right? So we have lots of different running routes that come into this neighborhood. That's the picture on the bottom left here. And they come for the hills, but they also come because they can take over the road and it's not a problem. It's safe, and the cars know that this is a shared space. Over here on the bottom right, we have Dave and Kelly, who live just outside our neighborhood, but come for a walk through here most days. And they come here because of the really nice landscapes. And again, because the roads are safe, they prefer to go on the road. So here they're not on Longfellow, they're actually on Shakespeare, which is the newer part of Beechwood, where there actually are sidewalks, but they prefer to be on the road. And it's safe for them to do so because it is a shared road. So, our concern, of course, is why confine people to a sidewalk when right now we have the entire street? And our concern is that if people are confined to a sidewalk, if basically we're dividing the space so that pedestrians and strollers have to be on the sidewalk, then cars are going to start behaving differently because they're going to expect that space to be shared. They're going to expect that the road is theirs, and then we're going to lose the shared space that we have for the entire community. Next slide, please. So I just wanted to quickly summarize. When the city proposed it, it's four ideas. We decided as a community to submit a joint response instead of having individual ones. And the main two ideas in there, one was that before a decision can be made, there really should be a consideration for whether Beechwood Park should have a CHL designation. And secondly, we felt that if there was going to be a solution, that ideally it should be done on the existing road footprint so as not to disturb the cultural heritage and the way that things function. What we did was we approached so we got a group of volunteers to go and knock on all the doors. And this was both in the original development of Beechwood and the subsequent development. So 119 households altogether. So we knocked on all the doors. We managed to get a hold of all but 9. And of the ones that we did manage to get a hold of, 95% chose to sign. So we asked them, we said, look, here's the letter, have a read. Are you willing to support us? And if they did, they signed it, otherwise not. When I did it myself on many occasions, I left the letter with them and came back the next day so they had a chance to read it. Next slide, please.
Hi, Joel, I just wanted to give you a timing that you're at 9 minutes of the 10, so please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, so look, this is, basically, we believe in active transportation. I want to make that incredibly clear. I walk to work. I go for a walk with my kids every single evening. We do all sorts of stuff on the street, and we want it to be safe, and we want it to be safe for everyone. But what we want is a solution that is going to, at the same time, respect the heritage and maintain the streets as a safe shared space. Next slide, please. And so fundamentally, the reason why we're here before you today is that we want to work with you. We want to work with the city. We want to work with city staff. We want to engage with you because you guys are the experts on how to design roads, but we're the experts on our neighborhood and how this neighborhood works, and we're also the stewards of this neighborhood. And so really, we just want to engage with you and come up with a solution. We're certain that a solution exists. We don't know what it is, but we just want to be able to work with you to find the right one. So last slide, I just want to thank you. Next slide. Yeah, so I just want to thank you for your time, for your consideration. And if you have, we hope we can count on your support. If you have any questions, we'd be glad to answer them. Thank you.
Wonderful, essentially right on time and a very fulsome presentation, Joel, and thank you. I think Katie was with you offering you moral support. We do have time for questions. I'm just looking at the screen here for hands up. I think I see Councillor Henry and Councillor Bonagor next. Please go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Joel, and Katie, and certainly everybody that that's worked hard to put together the materials that have come in. I just say, from the sake of organization, since we have a number of delegates on this topic, my plan is to ask questions to delegates as they come, and then once all the delegates are done, ask questions of staff rather than go back and forth in that way. So just as a roadmap for how I'm going to engage over the next little bit. So Jill, just a couple of questions for you. Certainly thanks for the extensive information throughout the process. First, for just confirmation and clarification. You didn't go there today, but I know that when this started about 6 months ago, 5 months ago, the conversation was all about trees. I know in the meeting that we had, Mr. Eby had said that the concern in the project is no longer about trees. It's about the sidewalk and changing the street in the context of the broader neighborhood. So is that something you agree with? This isn't sort of a tree issue at this point, but it's about the road and the sidewalk.
Yeah, so through the mayor to Councillor Henry. Yeah, thank you for that question. I think from the very beginning it was about heritage. We feel there's something incredibly special here that really needs to at the very least really merits being studied before we do irreparable harm. The trees were certainly a concern, but I think through engagement with you guys, we've come to the understanding that the difference in the number of trees that would be impacted with no sidewalks versus sort of with the minimal impact one is probably not a big difference. And so it really, yes, I would agree with you, Councillor Henry, absolutely. At this point, it's not about the trees. It's really about the bigger heritage issue, as I was mentioning earlier.
Thank you for that. I think I know that, you know that. I just want to make sure council and sort of watching news, sort of where this was landing and what was at issue here. So two more questions for you. One, I know you've quoted a lot of other people from the neighborhood, and those are helpful, and they've answered this question. But I want to hear it from you directly as well, and that's what you see as sort of key components of the landscape in your neighborhood. What are those things that would need to be conserved?
Well, to be fair, I should maybe ask Katie to also jump in. But for me, one obvious thing is if you sit at the bottom, so Longfellow kind of winds around and it goes up, and it is sort of this very natural environment. Whereas, as I was mentioning, the houses are hidden among the trees. This is why people come on Sundays with their families to go for walks, take pictures, etc. And if you have this concrete going up the side with potentially really big and really long retaining walls, it just completely changes that feel. And so in terms of sort of that heritage and the feel that got created, that would be completely changed by what is currently being proposed. And then, of course, there's, as I mentioned, how the space actually functions that would also be changed. But I think that's not where your question was. And I don't know if Katie might have something to add. I suspect she does.
Happy to hear from Katie as well.
Yes, thank you. Through Mayor Jaworski to Councillor Henry. I think it's more about the fabric of the community, and a lot of people attach different preference or different importance to different features within the neighborhood or within the landscape. And so when you're asking about what makes a cultural heritage landscape or what makes a space feel like a cultural heritage landscape, that is something that each individual would really be better to answer. But I think the bigger question or the bigger picture is it's the fabric of it. So it's the way that the properties integrate or tap into the street. It's the treed space, and this isn't just on Longfellow. This is throughout the neighborhood. It's the hill, the history of the hill. People have great stories about coming into the neighborhood and slogging down the hill before the area was developed. So there's a lot of different aspects to this space that I think need to be studied to understand what truly does make it a cultural heritage landscape. I mean, it's the family that's still living here, the part of the well, the Weeby family. And I think there's a lot of different layers that make this place kind of special. I'm not really answering your question, Councilor Henry, because I think there's a lot of different features come together to make this space a heritage.
I think you did answer it. You answered it for you, and you answered it broadly, and you tried to connect the two. So don't change yourself on that. And the last question, sorry, and I'll note on the Weeby's side, I saw the quote in the slide that I wrote down: "Gentle rolling hills, tall trees, and natural beauty" was what was attributed to the Weeby's here, and certainly I saw the much more extensive letter. Last question I have for you folks. You've spoken to the elements that aren't in the public right of way that are also in the private realm in terms of the houses. And you've certainly got secured petitions around residents that feel strongly about conserving the landscape and what that means on the public roadway in terms of preserving it as is, exactly as is. So what have you heard from residents about what must be preserved on private land to be able to maintain this landscape that you all hold dear?
So, so through the mayor to Councillor Henry. So I guess short answer, we really have been focusing on what has been put in front of us. But as the councillor will remember, a year ago, I was tasked. So we had an annual general meeting of the neighborhood. I was tasked to reach out to council, which I did. Councillor Henry and myself had a chat about protecting the trees. And it wasn't just about protecting the trees, because these are very old trees that really make the neighborhood. And it wasn't protecting the ones on the public area. It was protecting all trees. And I specifically addressed the fact that lots of people were buying houses, cutting down all the trees to create bigger backyards, and then flipping them and then selling them. And that, for all of us in Beechwood Park, is a major concern, because it completely changes the character of what the neighborhood is, of the heritage of the neighborhood. And so, that discussion started a year ago, before we knew about any of this, that we're now discussing. And as you can imagine, we've now been distracted from that discussion because we're having to focus on this one. I can also assure you, Councillor Henry, as the incoming president of the BPHA, of the association, that exact discussion that you're raising is going to be one of the discussions that I'm bringing up in the neighborhood, because we need to have that discussion. Sorry for the long-winded.
No, and I appreciate that. That's also landmarking some things that I think I'll have some comments on later. So thank you for that. I'll let others jump in.
Thank you, Councillor Henry. I have one person on the list. Councillor Bonagor, please go ahead.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor Jaworski, I just have a quick question. You had a slide that had 4 photos from around the community showing how people are using the space. 2 of the 4 photos had sidewalks on the street, and yet people were still being able to creatively use the space. Why do you think it would be different on Longfellow?
Yeah, so through the mayor to the councillor, thank you for that question, councillor. No, I mean, I think it also is different on those other places. I think anytime that you put a sidewalk somewhere, you create a divided space, and as soon as you have a divided space, the shared space has ultimately changed. If you're a driver and you see that the road is shared, and again, we all know that this road is shared, so we all go slowly, we all pull way over for runners, for anyone. The second that there's a sidewalk and they're over there, it de facto becomes a roadway for cars. I can anecdotally, I don't know how much that answers your question, but I can anecdotally tell you that on Longfellow, cars tend to drive more slowly than they do on Shakespeare. I think it's for the exact reason that I'm mentioning. I don't know if that answers your question, but I've tried. Sorry.
No, that's great. It just helps give me just some insight into what you're all seeing around you and how you're feeling. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bonagor, and to the delegates, Katie and Joel. I see no further questions. Thank you for delegating today. I'm going to move on to the next delegate. Thank you. And the next delegate, number 2, is Kevin Eby. We'll just let Kevin get set up. I believe Kevin has a presentation. And let me know if you're on the line, Kevin.
I am on the line, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, and there it's just coming up. I assume that's yours. There we go.
Yes.
Okay, it looks good to go, Kevin.
Okay, thank you very much. And Mr. Mayor and members of council, my name is Kevin Eby. I'm a resident of the city of Waterloo, and I'm here tonight on behalf of myself and a former colleague of mine, John Hill. John and I made a submission to council regarding the Longfellow Drive reconstruction, and I hope you've had time to review it. Next slide, please. The Complete Streets policy requires sidewalks to be installed on both sides of a roadway during reconstruction projects. However, the policy also provides for 2 exceptions. The first is to reflect local context, and the second is where there's a demonstrated absence of need. Section 2 of the sidewalk policy is a vehicle for residents to recommend to council site-specific proposals for exceptions during such projects. An example of a local context that may be eligible for an exception is that the roadway is in a cultural heritage landscape, or CHL. Next slide, please. Conservation of CHLs is required by provincial, regional, and City of Waterloo policies. In order to meet these policy obligations, the city undertook or initiated a CHL study in 2016. The first step in that process was identification of candidate areas. Beechwood Park was not identified as a candidate area in 2016 and therefore was not evaluated against the CHL criteria as part of the study. Next slide, please. In 2019, the city issued their final report on CHLs, but it's important to note that the CHLs identified in the study were never meant to be a definitive list. The study states, as a living document, the inventory will be reviewed and updated from time to time to reflect new information, emerging or newly appreciated heritage areas and community values. Next slide, please. In 2018, the Beechwood Park Homeowners Association celebrated its 50th anniversary. As part of this process, extensive historical research was undertaken by residents of the community. This research informed the CHL evaluation submitted to the City of Waterloo by the residents as part of the public consultation process associated with the Longfellow Drive reconstruction. Unfortunately, staff has stated that they do not have the resources available to investigate the CHL issues without specific direction from council. And next slide, please. Longfellow Drive is a relatively low-speed, low-volume road that appears to have functioned reasonably well for all users over the years. Active transportation users make up a significant portion of the traffic on Longfellow Drive, partly because the nature of the roadway draws people out into what is, in essence, a community meeting place located in a park-like setting. This was the vision that the developer Abe Wiebe had for Beechwood Park. Given the role that Longfellow Drive appears to play within the landscape, failure to consider the CHL status of Beechwood Park during the redesign of Longfellow Drive means a significant heritage resource may be lost. Once lost, heritage areas never come back, and it's the general community, not just the people who live there, that are the worse off for it. Next slide, please. The submission John and I made to council contains 5 recommendations. 4 of them are noted on this slide. The first is that the city should review the Beechwood Park Cultural Heritage Landscape Evaluation before the design for Longfellow Drive is finalized. And I want to be clear, this doesn't have to be a full-blown study that determines all the policies and rules regarding conservation of the landscape. It only has to do 2 things, and I assume these could be done actually fairly quickly. First, you need to confirm for yourself that it's a CHL. Then if it is, you need to determine if the current cross-section design of Longfellow Drive should be conserved. But it's important, even if conservation is recommended through this review, that isn't the end of the story from a design perspective, because it also has to be safe and reasonably accessible for all users. The problem encountered to date is that you can't achieve best fit between these competing policy interests by starting at 2 sidewalks, boulevards, and walls and then working backwards. Instead, you really need to start at what's there today and then adjust as required to meet the safety and accessibility objectives. And that's where the recommendations 3 and 4 in this slide come in. If additional measures are required to make it safe and accessible, then start with traffic calming. If that's determined not to be enough, then consider other measures in inverse order of impact until the safety and accessibility objectives are met. And I'm saying do this in the design process. You don't build it and then make changes. And ultimately through this process, if you land at sidewalks, that's where they land. So the 5th recommendation in the submission applies to the lands between Iroquois Place and Westmount Road. On average, the traffic along that section of Longfellow exceeds 1,000 vehicles per day, and so likely requires a sidewalk. Westmount Road is currently slated for reconstruction by the region in 2024. If the region requires design criteria before the overall design of Longfellow Drive is completed, then it should be assumed that a sidewalk will be required on the south side of Longfellow Drive from Iroquois to Westmount. Next slide, please. In conclusion, what we've recommended doesn't attempt to dictate a result. It simply seeks to ensure the best fit between competing policy objectives, and in particular the CHL, is given proper consideration. The process recommended permits appropriate consideration of AODA requirements. Well, WACAT recommended option 3. The recommendations we have made are consistent with the second recommendation of WACAT, which was WACAT supports city staff looking at the cultural heritage aspects of this project. Hopefully these recommendations help ensure the process comes to the right answer, whatever the right answer is. Thank you for listening. Mr. Mayor, I'd be happy to try and answer any questions council may have.
Excellent. Thank you, Kevin, for your concise presentation. I have questions from Councillor Henry and Councillor Veith. Please go ahead, Councillor Henry.
Thanks, Mayor, and hi, Kevin. I'm waving, but you can't see that.
Fair enough.
Yeah, it's habit, I think. So I'm curious about a couple of things, having read through the revised proposal that came through. I'll start at the end where you finished. Am I reading this wrong and hearing you wrong? That you've drawn the conclusion that notwithstanding a CHL process that you recommend, that there should be a sidewalk on the south side at the entrance of the neighborhood, beginning of the street?
Yeah, I'll put it this way. I think it needs to be looked at. What I'm saying is it is so close to or slightly beyond what typically would be a threshold that John and I would have assumed sidewalks may be triggered, which is 1,000 vehicles per day. And the interface with Westmount Road, without understanding exactly what type of lane configurations, what type of sidewalk configurations go in there, I would be surprised if we weren't in a situation where that particular section to create the interface with Westmount Road didn't end up with a sidewalk of some sort.
And yeah, thank you for that. And so my question from there is, if the process that you're suggesting is required, is that we absolutely need to conduct a study of this piece, because otherwise heritage can be lost, and a sidewalk could do that. But we're starting with the entrance to the neighborhood almost certainly needing one, and we should plan for one to be there. Do you see what I'm getting at there, Kevin?
Oh, I get exactly where you're at. I think if you take a look at the history of where the area began, first off, the first block to Iroquois was actually outside of the wooded area, outside of the hill area. So there is a bit of a difference with respect to this particular piece of the area than the rest of Longfellow. So I think, it's probably, would it be best to have it all uniform? Yes, it probably would be. But I think there's two realities in what I've said and what we've recommended. The first is the recommendation is based on staff indicating to us that one of the very major concerns that they had, besides not being able to review it from a resource perspective, was that they were concerned that it would delay the process so much that what would happen was you wouldn't have an interface planned for the region to use in their work on Westmount Road. So what John and I have recommended here is a transition that in theory would allow for, if it ever took that long, and I'd be stunned if it took that long, but if it ever did take that long and the city had committed to doing the CHL, that at least there was a potential solution that would resolve that issue that staff raised.
Thank you. And my last question, Kevin, is getting into the weeds a little bit. Your CHL screening assessment, and you summarized it here. It specifically said that the roadway is quote based upon a rural style cross section typified by an absence of curbs, gutters, and sidewalk, which is quote integral to the original vision of Beechwood Park. So I am curious about how much of your professional planning opinion of why the study is necessary prior to road reconstruction is based on this understanding of design and vision for the roadway.
I think that there's no question overall there are a huge number of factors that go into the determination of whether this is a CHL. And I think that one of the factors that I think is valid is that there is a cross section of this roadway that was intentionally designed. Yeah, it does have asphalt roll curbs, and they were required because of the topography to stop erosion on the edges. And they were then carried forward because they just kept the uniformity throughout the rest of it. But they're not concrete curb and gutters, or they're not curb and gutters. They do not have sidewalks, do not have boulevards. So they have created a cross section in the 1960s that represented or looked like a rural roadway. That was, that was part of the vision for this area. So the real question is, does that roadway and its interconnection with the lots that are adjacent to it, and the fact that it draws people onto the street to use the street as a shared street, is that part of the landscape? And I don't think there's any question at all that it is.
Thank you, Kevin.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Henry. Over to you, Councillor Veith.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Jaworski, and welcome, Kevin. Thank you for this report, and I know you've done a lot of work on it, and probably have done a major amount of work on the cultural heritage aspects of Beechwood Park. Could I have staff go back to there's the recommendation slide. I just have a question about one.
It would be the one before.
Is it just the one before?
Yes.
There's okay, maybe it wasn't in there, but I heard you say, I think it was about how starting with when we do reconstruction, starting with sidewalks on both sides of the street, boulevards, the whole kit and caboodle. Could you just clarify what you were getting at with that?
Yeah, and through you, Mr. Mayor, thank you for the question, Councillor Veith. I think this is, nobody, and I'm sure despite possibly frustration, some residents wouldn't feel this way, but absolutely your staff has made, real efforts to try and accommodate what the residents have indicated is important to them. But you're starting, and they've started from a premise that it should be 2 sidewalks, boulevards, it results in walls because of the topography, and then have tried to come down to meet the residents' objectives by going to one side of the road, narrowing the road surface to try and minimize the impacts. And as you do that, you're really, kind of you're working through the process, but you're not starting from where the residents are at all. And quite frankly, where I think you need to start when you're dealing with a cultural heritage landscape, which is if the roadway is important, that's the starting spot. And then what you do is you make changes as necessary to achieve the safety and the accessibility issues to resolve those as part of the design. The odds that you can come down from the top and hit the sweet spot where you hit best fit between the heritage and the transportation issues is pretty slim. What you're going to get is you're going to get something that is determined. If you work up from the bottom and you look at if the roadway, if it's a CHL, if the roadway is important, then work upwards from there with changes that are required to the road to meet very specifically the safety and accessibility issues. And what you'll do is the minimum amount of change to the cultural heritage landscape and allow for the best fit as you move forward. Sorry that was so long.
No, okay. I thank you for that. That is much clearer. Thank you so much. That's it for now. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor V. And thank you, Kevin. I see no further questions, and thank you for your concise presentation tonight.
Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Next up, I have Ann Crow, a representative of WCAT. Can we invite Ann in, please?
Hello?
Hi there.
Hello? Can you hear?
Yes, I can.
Hi. Thank you. Okay, go to the next slide, please. So I have to, sorry, this is the one. I have to apologize, the date on this is wrong. You read through something 25 times and then you don't notice that there's a mistake. So the correct date should be November the 10th, 2020, and I can send the clerk a revised copy of my presentation that had. So WCAT did discuss this on November the 10th and decided to support option 3, which has the sidewalk on one side of the street. WCAT also support a motion that supported city staff looking at cultural heritage aspects of the project. So the role of WCAT is to advise the city on issues of active transportation in the city. Can we go to the next slide, please? So this is a screenshot from a Google map. If you look at the blue dotted line, that outlines Longfellow Drive. And as you can see, there's a number of crescents that open up into Longfellow Drive. So although a fairly short street leading on to Westmount, it actually is the way that a number of other streets would access Westmount Road. It connects to a lot of, and I put some of those things on it. So it connects to the Beechwood Park Recreation Facility, to the Clare Lake Trail System, to the University of Waterloo, Waterloo Park, and it also connects to 2 schools. And one of the purposes of active transportation is to enable people to get around their own neighborhoods by on foot and by bicycle. And so it's really critical that this be considered. Can we go to the next slide, please? The city does have a complete streets policy, which is a transportation policy that requires streets to be planned, designed, operated, and maintained for all users of all and abilities, regardless of their mode of transportation. And we know in the middle of the last century, streets were designed for cars and everybody else was secondary. But it's really important that we do make all streets accessible for children, for the elderly, for the disabled, and for parents with small children, strollers, and also for people with other modes of transportation like bicycles and scooters and every possible mode of transportation. Next slide, please. Waterloo also wants to become an age-friendly city, and one of the 8 areas that are critical to being age-friendly is transportation. And as we know, there's a number of challenges as people get older. Quite often they lose their driver's license and are no longer able to drive. Often they have mobility challenges. And if we really want to get people out of their houses and participating in life in their community, transportation is a very critical piece of that. Next slide, please. So why do we want people to walk? Well, it's a form of exercise. It's very safe. You can start walking very slow and then progress to walking faster or up and down hills. So regardless of almost any medical condition, it's something that everybody can do. It's very environmentally sustainable, and we know that it prevents obesity, diabetes, and heart disease, which are major problems in our society at present. Next slide, please. A pedestrian-friendly neighborhood encourages to walk to nearby destinations. So it's not just about people walking through the neighborhood, it's also about encouraging people to get to the places they want to go on foot or by bicycle. And we know that exercise improves the health of students and scholastic achievement. So that's the underlying principle of the Walk to School programs. And as I said earlier, Longfellow leads to 2 schools, and so having it easily accessible to young students and having an environment that parents are willing to let their children walk is really important. As I said, with the age-friendly city, we know that our population is aging, and that in 25 years, the number of seniors will increase to 25% of the population. People may not be able to drive. They may use mobile aids and devices such as walkers and wheelchairs. We know that walking for the elderly is a major factor in preventing falls and improving general health. And walking also increases social engagement, because if you go walking in your neighborhood, you'll see the next door neighbor who's cutting his grass or raking his leaves. You'll see children coming and going from school. So people will be more aware of your existence, and that is really important. Next slide, please. This is a photograph. I did put this presentation together before the recent snowfall. So I took this from a presentation I did last year on the issue of sidewalks on Roosevelt Avenue. And that was a very similar situation where it's a street that has a number of small crescents that open up onto it. It's a fairly quiet street, and it leads onto a very busy connector, which is Herb Street. As you can see, there are footprints in the snow on the road, so many people have been walking along the road. But you can also see many footprints on the grass, which means that people do not feel safe on the road as they're willing to slog through the snow and the grass. And this, if you look at this and then you think about navigating this street with a walker or a wheelchair or with the child in a stroller, you can see how people could become trapped in their own houses for weeks or months at a time in the winter in our community. So this picture, I think, sums up the reason why sidewalks are important. Can I go to the next slide, please? So finally, our committee recommended a sidewalk on the side of Longfellow Drive. We feel it minimizes the loss of tree cover, which is also very important. It provides pedestrian connectivity. It complies with the City of Waterloo Complete Streets policy. It also complies with AODA. And I put this picture of Shakespeare Drive. As you know, Longfellow leads into Shakespeare Drive, which is part of the same neighborhood. And this section of Shakespeare has actually two sidewalks on both sides of the street. You can see it's a very beautiful neighborhood, and I believe that these sidewalks would not detract from Longfellow Drive. My presentation, if you have any questions, thank you.
Thank you, Anne, and thank you. And also Kevin, Katie, and Joel, I neglected to thank you all for your patience as we were coming into this from another long-running meeting, a very important one. I'll just look for questions from council. Councillor Monagar, please go ahead.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Jaworski. Thank you for your presentation there and leading us through WCAT's position. I just had a couple of questions. So, I mean, as it stands now, residents are saying that the roadway on Longfellow is essentially one big shared space, but it could do with potentially some traffic calming. But what I'm seeing is you're saying that at least by putting a sidewalk in, there'll be a dedicated space for pedestrians and other road users, and then a separate segment where people could share if they wish to. But one of the delegations earlier had concerns that by bringing a sidewalk, creating some separation in space, they're concerned that vehicles will be less respectful of people in that general roadway. And I'd like to give you an opportunity to speak to that concern.
That's a really interesting concept. I have trouble wrapping my head around it. What we have in this city is planning to do a one-of, which is a type of street done in Holland where pedestrians and cyclists, they don't put in, everybody has access to the road and cars do not have any priority over pedestrians and cyclists. But I think if you looked at it, this road would not meet the criteria for a one-off because there's far too much car traffic on it and there's people going through the neighborhood, whereas really a one-off is a street where cars are only accessing their own properties, but they're not driving through the neighborhood. So, I mean, I've driven through Longfellow. It never struck me that this was an area where I might encounter pedestrians. So I think if people drive there all the time and see a few pedestrians, maybe they're aware of them. But I think from a pedestrian safety point of view, the sidewalk would be infinitely better.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anne. I see no further questions, so thank you for being a delegate tonight.
Thank you.
And the final set of delegates I have here is, let's see, I have Brenda Robinson for the Grand River Accessibility Advisory Committee as co-chair. I think somebody was going to be joining you, but it might just be you, Brenda.
I think it's just me, yes.
Wonderful, thank you, and again, apologies for the delay.
No problem. So you can hear me, Mayor?
Excellent, you're coming through loud and clear.
Okay,
yeah, coming through
awesome. So just to introduce myself, I'm the co-chair of the Grand River Accessibility Advisory Committee, and our role is to advise municipalities in identifying, preventing, and removing barriers for people with disabilities. We, in 2014, presented a position paper to the city with regards to the installation of sidewalks. So our short name is GRAC, so I'll just use that as I'm going along. So we provide advice to local municipal councils, so the cities of Kitchener and Waterloo, the region of Waterloo, and the townships of Woolwich, Wellesley, and North Dumfries. Regarding road construction related to sidewalks, it is GRAC's position that anytime road infrastructure is being upgraded or created within the city limits, that sidewalks or multi-use pathways be installed on both sides of the road. This would not only benefit people with mobility issues and disabilities, but it would make travel by anything other than a car safer. It also benefits drivers because they don't have accidents due to unexpected objects and people being on the road due to a lack of a better pathway. Why we suggest 2 sidewalks is that if public transit goes along the road with sidewalks only on one side, and it leaves passengers getting off of the bus on the other side stranded, or can force them to get off on a position unnecessarily distant from their intended destination. It also can force people to cross the road at places where they shouldn't be crossing the road because they have to get to the sidewalk to go along safely. And I want to just point out that we're not just talking about people with physical disabilities. We're also thinking about people with visual difficulties. And when I looked at the picture of Longfellow Drive, it was very beautiful. But if somebody who was blind was traveling down that road, they would not know where they were in the road at all because the edges are not delineated, and they would not be safe because they wouldn't know when the traffic was coming or when it wasn't coming. I do recognize that perhaps in your neighborhood, you don't have somebody right now who has that disability or difficulties, but really in a city where we're planning to be a city for all people, I think that we have to really recognize that as much as possible, we want to be as accessible as possible. Certainly there are times when we cannot be totally accessible. Those times do occur. But for the most part, I think that we as a city really need to think about those things. And I guess I'm repeating myself at this point in time. The other issue is when you think about, and I like the picture that you showed where you had people walking on the grass through the snow. Because if you're a person using a cane or a person using a walker, or even a person who's blind who's using a cane to figure out where they are, walking through the snow on a patch of grass is not going to be, it's impossible. And as was noted, we have people on our committee even who don't leave their home to walk outside of their home at all during the winter because they are not able to get through even sidewalks that are not shoveled properly. So it can be a real issue with regards to quality of life. And when you think about the people who live on your street, their mobility may not always be as great as what it is now. So does that mean that somebody will then have to sell their home because they're not able to utilize the streets in a way that is supportive to themselves? So I think that I don't really think I need to say any more, but to ask you to please consider these issues. I know I've listened to all of the positions that you've presented, and I do recognize that, we want to maintain some historical concepts but, we really also need to think about the people who don't always have a say in these issues. So thank you very much. And I'm open to any questions you might have.
Well, thank you, Brenda. Thank you very much for the GRAC support just to the municipalities in general. It's certainly very much appreciated, and I do have one councillor on the line already, but what I might do is ask my question. You know, I received a few, not a large number, but people living in the neighborhood who are supportive of sidewalks, and in particular, I shouldn't say sidewalk, a sidewalk for sure. In particular, because of what's happening now, the sun's going down earlier. We're in darkness more often, twilight, and these are you know so the people who don't have accessibility issues. I was wondering if you could comment on, from a GRAC perspective, using an accessibility lens, how does outdoor activities like walking differ during twilight and evening hours? Is there something more to know on that?
Well, I would comment that certainly if somebody has any visual difficulties, they may not be entirely blind, but I know even for myself, I don't drive at night anymore because of issues of not being able to see as well at night. So I think as we get older, our vision decreases, our acuity decreases, and the shadows and stuff would also affect how we're seeing. The other thing I might just want to mention is if somebody has Alzheimer's, these kind of issues are even magnified more because they have difficulties with depth perception. So as the street is becoming darker, or even during the day, like to walk along the street and not have like very firm definitions of where they go, they could have problems with walking. I've had even a person who was blind talk about, you know, the painted sidewalks that are on streets where, you know, where there's a dark part in the paint, it looks like you're walking into a hole, you know, or if there's a puddle, you're not able to ascertain the depth of the puddle. So those kinds of things are very restrictive when it comes to people with disabilities.
Okay, thank you. I will turn it over to Councillor Hanmer. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mayor, through you. Brenda, thank you very much for coming tonight and sharing GRAC's position regarding the sidewalks, and thank you also for the leadership you're providing to GRAC as our co-chair. I certainly have learned a lot in my past year on GRAC with you in the chair. You talked a little bit about, and I can appreciate that whenever we're doing the streets, we'd like to have two sidewalks, one on each side if we can, but you're recognizing that that's not always possible to do that. So is there any advice or guidance you have for us as we're considering, if staff are having to consider where a sidewalk goes on a particular residential area? Is there any consideration that we have or any special things that we should be thinking about?
If I were to speak from a GRAC perspective, I think I'm supposed to say through the mayor to you, Councillor.
You did that very well, Brenda. Thank you.
I think that as a member of GRAC and with the GRAC, GRAC has made it very clear that there should be two sidewalks at all times. I think what I was talking more about is if there's, you know, some kind of absolute, like, I mean, there's no property, you know, for two sidewalks, or like, I mean, there's, I think what I was thinking more, yeah, so our position is two sidewalks. I'm just going to say that. Certainly, you know, council can make any decision that they feel, but I think this is why it's part of your suggestions that you use as guidelines for when you're doing changes. So it's based on this decision from GRAC. So I guess I would stop at talking about it now.
No, thank you, and I appreciate the comment that we really do want to make sure that we are keeping and making sure that our streets and areas are as accessible to everyone who is in our city. So thank you, and thank you again for coming tonight.
No problem.
Thank you. Oh, I think that's it. I thank you, Brenda, for your presentation here tonight. Again, thank you for staying for as long as you did and providing the information from GRAC as well.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now we have correspondence here as well. And there is no staff recommendation on this one. I do know Councillor Vasek has her hand up. I'm looking to the ward councillor because right now we have nothing. Oh, that's Councillor Henry has his hand up. So I will turn over to the ward councillor to take us from here because there's no report for councillors to ask questions on. Please go ahead, councillor.
Mayor, as I mentioned at the outset, I'd ask questions of delegates as there were delegates, and then I asked questions of staff after all delegates had completed. So I'll start with questions for staff. First, I see that Dan is on the line from engineering, and I know we heard a bit about significant concerns about the extent and height of retaining walls required in the various options, particularly under option 3, which was advanced by WCAT, and which I understand is staff's preferred option. Can you tell us more about what's in the design and what that looks like?
Hi, it's Dan. Can everyone hear me?
Yep, go ahead.
Can you hear me? Yep. Through you, Mayor, to Councillor Henry. Certainly, staff have been sort of working on the design over the past few weeks, further to the meeting that we had with the residents group and with yourself. And you are correct, staff are recommending option 3, which is the sidewalk on the one side, on the south side. And there's a number of reasons for doing that. But you know, in addition to minimizing a lot of grading challenges that we'd have on the north side, minimizing utility conflicts and relocation requirements, it also does mitigate to the degree that we can tree impacts and retaining walls. And in fact, at this point, and we're fairly well into the design, I would say at this point, we anticipate that we would not need more than 2 short sections of retaining walls, just kind of around the bend when you first come up from Westmount. So the sections would be approximately 15 and 30 meters in length, just 2 short walls, and the heights would not exceed 1 meter. In fact, they probably would only be about a couple feet high. So that's the extent of the walls that we anticipate at this point. Certainly not anything huge or massive or overly lengthy. And, you know, given the concerns that we've heard from the neighborhood around the aesthetic character of you know, that enclave and with the tree cover and sort of the park-like feel, we would certainly, through the design process and through the design of these walls, look to use materials that would best fit in with the aesthetics of the neighborhood and design the wall accordingly. So unfortunately, we may have to have 2 walls, but they're very small. That's the bottom line.
Thank you, Dan. I think that's helpful, and it's I would suggest new information for folks, and is information that's really only possible as designs progress. My next couple of questions are for planning. I assume for Mr. Cotter if he's on the line, and I'm curious. You know, we've got a recommendation from WCAT around, you know, staff looking at the cultural heritage aspects. Certainly the neighborhood and Mr. Eby have been interested in that. Can you describe what planning staff have heard during the public engagement process on this project, and what you'd recommend as sort of the best approach that project team should take, or that council should take to conserve those components of the landscape that have been documented through this project?
Sure, through you, Mayor Jaworski, to Councillor Henry. Planning staff have
received a number of correspondence and had these conversations with respect to the proposed reconstruction of Longfellow Drive. Most of the commentary, again, we haven't completed a cultural heritage landscape review, so we can't advise council on whether this is a significant cultural heritage landscape or not. But based on the feedback that we have heard, many of the features like the curved linear road, the lot fabric, the treed landscape, the built form elements, those elements are components of this neighborhood, which is a very beautiful neighborhood that contribute to its character. And those elements, I think, are elements that, warrant further planning review. We are initiating an official plan update, and a lot of the issues similar to other areas in the city that we experience that have relating to lot fabric and built form design are better regulated likely through zoning regulations, in my professional opinion. But ultimately, there are certain components of this landscape that we've heard, and we think, from what we've heard, and it's just a preliminary kind of review based on the information that's been provided to us, is that there likely are steps that should be undertaken to conserve certain components of Longfellow Drive. Things like limiting sidewalk to one side of the street. You heard from Mr. Dan DiToronto that, if there is a retaining wall constructed, it should, reflect the character and the nature of the existing landscape within, the area. There's many retaining walls within the community. If you drive around and look, all different kind of shapes and sizes. And that's, again, a function of working with the existing natural topography. You're going to end up with retaining walls, but how those retaining walls look and how they integrate is a design measure, but that, regard should be had for those types of pieces. There's been discussion around working within the original infrastructure zone that Abe Wiebe created. Again, looking at reduced, if sidewalk is to be installed, reducing lane widths to, again, maintain that infrastructure zone. So I think there's been lots of good feedback that's been provided by the residents in terms of, the character of the neighborhood and how to integrate, and those elements, I think, can be worked into the design moving forward. Thank you, Joel. A couple of more. You mentioned preliminary review, and based on that preliminary review of that information provided, how do planning staff assess the impact or potential impact of including a sidewalk on the landscape? So that's, again, a difficult question because we haven't completed a full landscape, but based on the information that we've seen, a lot of the elements of the landscape that we would look to generally protect through the process would be, again, those elements that we would protect through zoning measures, right? The curved linear nature of the street's not going to change, i.e. the alignment and the width of the road right of way is not going to change. So that's really not an issue. The lot fabric, the built form, the treed landscape, those elements, the topography, again, won't be significantly impacted. So, based on our preliminary review, we're not seeing a clear connection between the proposed sidewalk and the negative impacts to the landscape. Provided certain, kind of careful design measures are deployed through the detailed design. Thanks, Joe. And finally, if council were to direct that a sort of focused cultural heritage landscape study be undertaken in this area prior to completing the road reconstruction design, what would have to fall off of your 2021 work plan in planning? Oh, a good question. A lot of the work that we do is legislated, so we have certain legislative obligations, including the 10-year review of the official plan that we need to commence. On the development side, most of the development work that we do has specific timelines. But we are pressed. We're trying to move, again, many of council's strategic items forward, like affordable housing. You have a report on later today, and various policy initiatives.
we've got a full work plan. We would have to give up something. I'm not sure exactly what that would be. We would have to try and figure out if we can extend out, a little bit longer. But it would remove some resources from our current staff complement, including the next on the current cultural heritage landscape work that we did through 2016 to 2019. So there's no end to the amount of planning work that we have to do. If council directs us, ideally we would need some time to do it, but again, we're at council's hands. If you want to make this a priority for the planning division, just provide direction and we'll try and accommodate to the best of our ability.
Thanks, Joel. I'll let others jump in now for questions with staff, and then I'll jump back with some potential direction.
Thank you, Councillor Henry, for that. I will come back to you. I have one person, one councillor with a question. Please go ahead, Councillor Veet.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Jaworski. Thanks, Councillor Henry, for asking Joel those questions. That was very helpful. I just have a question about, because someone brought it up to me about how would, in the design, curbside sidewalks, can maybe Dan or somebody explain if that would be fit in better to the aesthetics of the street. Thanks.
Through you, Mayor Jaworski. That's something that we've seen proposed from time to time in situations like this. It was proposed on Roosevelt as well. Curb face is really more applicable in sort of a more urban or uptown area where space is tight. For a few reasons. First of all, you don't get the same degree of visual and physical separation from the roadway. So from a safety and accessibility perspective, it's not quite as good. You also, lack the boulevard space for things like snow storage, which becomes certainly a factor during fall season, or winter, sorry, I'm talking about snow, when you have a lot of snow piles, but also in the fall, in a neighborhood like this where you have a lot of mature tree cover and you've got a lot of leaf coverage falling. So it's an option, but it's not the best one when there is room, and there is here to feasibly do a sidewalk on one side. Trust that answers the question.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor V. Thank you, Dan. I see no further questions, so I will turn it back to the ward councillor.
Thank you, Mayor, and certainly I appreciate all the work that everyone who's spoken to us today and those that they speak on behalf of have been doing, as well as the staff project team and Mr. Eby for engaging on this project. I'll start with some comments and then suggest some direction for council to consider. We know that Longfellow requires reconstruction now because of deteriorating pavement conditions and the state of the underground infrastructure. For 15 years, various councils have adopted policies to prioritize the safety and mobility of vulnerable road users, retrofitting our roadways into complete streets that consider the needs of all road users to make it easier for every resident to choose active transportation instead of driving to get where they need to go. And these include the detailed accessibility needs that we heard more about tonight. Council approved this routine project as part of our council budget, and so it requires no further action from council for the project to proceed to tender unless it chooses to intervene. So while the approved policy framework has meant that this reconstructed road would include sidewalk, I did work with staff to update the public engagement process that we've had to date and are having, so residents would have an opportunity to help shape how sidewalks would be included in that. So at the beginning, we heard from many residents who were concerned that adding a sidewalk would mean trees would come down. So staff provide more information showing the tree impacts for most options were comparable to replacing the road as is. And we heard tonight that most residents have come along and understand that. Then we heard that this area ought to be designated a cultural heritage landscape. Mr. Eby, who residents retained to look at this, believes that it is one. He believes that we must pause the project to undertake a study first to see if it is a significant cultural heritage landscape, and if so, if the roadway needs to be preserved as is without a sidewalk. I've given this question serious thought, and I want folks to know that. And so has our planning division, and to the extent that the profession enables it, our engineering division. In reviewing the documentation that has been provided by Mr. Eby and the comments provided throughout this project from the public, I think we heard Joel summarize some key components of the landscape, and these are ones I heard from residents as well when I asked, and that's the topography, the curvilinear streets, the lot fabric, the large lots in built form, the green spaces that are on the private lots and open spaces, the tree canopy on private and public land. And these elements will remain largely unchanged as part of the reconstruction. We've heard and heard tonight and through the process that residents are also concerned about the addition of sidewalks and the impact of retaining walls on really the fabric of the community. I think we heard Katie speak to that. And based on a preliminary review of the landscape, which Joel has gone through, we've heard planning staff don't see a clear connection between the proposed sidewalk and the potential for negative impacts on the landscape features identified and valued by the Beechwood Park residents as documented through this property. Retaining walls do exist on private land in the neighborhood because the topography has been preserved rather than leveled, and we've heard from engineering staff that we avoid, I generally hear from them on all projects, that we avoid retaining walls whenever possible, and we've heard that these are actually small, not that lengthy, and can be designed more sensitively. And so I asked Mr. Cotter for recommendations today and on what the design should accomplish, and I agree with those. So the direction I'm proposing here is about ensuring that the reconstructed Longfellow Drive will be sensitive to the components of the landscape documented through the public engagement process. And I'll read that in a moment. I wanted to signal that later in this meeting, when we get, I will also propose direction to planning staff to include a review of policies affecting this area in the official plan review. I think the core elements of this landscape can be most directly conserved through official plan policies and implementing zoning bylaws, as Mr. Cotter described, and that this process will allow residents to keep the conversation going, which I understand from their incoming neighborhood association president is coming. And so this, in fact, will make sure that the city is well aligned to hear those concerns and have a vehicle to engage on them deeply and meaningfully to conserve those elements that are critical in the neighborhood and that have been documented as key to the landscape. So with that, my suggested direction to council reads as follows. I flipped you this wording. That we council direct engineering staff to incorporate the following into the project plan per comments from planning staff. One, notwithstanding Longfellow Drive is a designated minor collector road in the city's official plan, which typically warrants sidewalks on both sides of the street, that sidewalks be limited to one side of Longfellow Drive. Two, any retaining wall constructed as part of the Longfellow Drive reconstruction be reflective of a natural landscape, drawing from examples in the neighborhood in terms of appearance. And three, that reconstruction works occur within the original infrastructure zone contemplated by Abraham Wiebe to the extent possible. So I move that motion, hope for a seconder, and I would vote in favor of it.
I will always go to the neighboring ward councillor, so I'll look to Ward 7 to consider that motion for seconding.
This is Councillor Bonagor. I second the motion and will vote in favour.
Now I'll just pause for a second to see if there's any questions from council. I don't think there is. Councillor Veith, please go ahead with your comment before we vote.
Okay, thank you, through you, Mayor Jaworski. I know that there's going to be a sidewalk. I don't think that's we're going to get away from that. But I would really appreciate it if Beechwood Park could get on the list to be studied as a cultural heritage landscape. It checks off as many or more boxes as Colonial Acres cultural heritage landscape. And there are, I mean, going back to that one, there are streets in Colonial Acres that apparently will never have sidewalks, and they function very well. So I just want to say, I want to say thanks to all of the staff and the residents that have worked really hard on this. I get it. Sidewalks are, you know, we pour concrete for them. We have to keep them clean. I appreciate Ann Crow's slide with the footprints, but sidewalks don't get cleared, just, you know, so it makes it as cumbersome to walk on an unshoveled sidewalk as it does on the grass beside the street. So I don't know how that, or if that's, and I know how busy staff is. Kevin Eby has already done pretty much, I would guess, a lot of the work on cultural heritage landscape for that neighborhood. And the other thing I'd like to see is, I want to know where the rest of the reconstruction projects coming down the pipe are going to be, so that this kind of thing we can have better community engagement and in the future. So anyway, thank you. That's it.
Okay, no, thank you very much, Councillor Veith, for putting your comments out there. Next up, I think I have, we're into voting. I see no further comment. Oh, Councillor Freeman, one moment, please. Stop the voting. Councillor Freeman, please go ahead.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Jaworski. I'm happy to vote at the end of my comment. You know, I really appreciated that Councillor Veith asked the question about curb face sidewalk. And I also appreciated that the question was asked about having a multi-use trail curb faced piece, something that would essentially look like asphalt. And it helped me a lot to hear from Greg, because I hadn't really, in my mind's eye, thought about that delineation between that's created by the coloration change for the white sidewalk, and I really appreciate that. And so for me, and the other piece is I appreciated that Councillor Henry asked staff about the retaining walls, because I know that the retaining walls were a huge concern for the community, and that they just were very contrary to any kind of retaining wall. And so I know that there's some naturalized retaining walls that exist on Mohawk. Like my colleagues, I've driven Longfellow, walked all of the streets in there, and so while I don't live in the neighborhood, I've taken the time to understand it. And I've also read all the reports that were provided to me, and I appreciate that, you know, members of the community have reached out to me, and I've spoken with them individually, but not as a group. So I will vote in favor of the motion that Councillor Henry has placed on the table. And I want to thank all the delegates and everyone that's presented at the meeting this evening. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you. So what I'm going to do is, if we go to Ward 5 and then start over at Ward 1, we can do the voting. So please, to Councillor Vasek.
Yes, I don't have long comments, but I did want to thank everyone for all the work they put into it, and the residents for spending so much time advocating. I know I am going to vote in favor of Councillor Henry's recommendation, but I also know that that change came because of all the work you put in. So I know it's not exactly the outcome that you're hoping for, but I do think you helped push the needle on the item that mattered to you, and I appreciate all the work you put in, as well as Councillor Henry and staff. So thank you, and I vote in favor.
Thank you. Over to Ward 1 to vote, please.
Thank you. Councillor Hanmer is in favor of the motion as put forward, and I also express appreciation for all the information that was provided to us, both tonight in person and over the last couple of weeks regarding issues and concerns. I feel we've also have pushed the needle and have come up with a solution to move forward.
Councillor Bodley is in favor of the motion.
Councillor Veith, reluctantly in favor of the motion.
And the mayor is in favor too. Thank you very much to the delegates from committee and from GRAC and from the neighborhood as well, the leadership of the neighborhood. I think that's so important, coming together with succinct proposal. That was very helpful as well, and I'm sure that was very helpful to Councillor Henry and to staff. And as Councillor Henry did mention, he will have one more further thing adding into the official plan review, mentioning Beechwood Park. So that will be helpful as well. So thank you all for that. And with that, we move to 16B. But since we've been going for 3.5 hours, I'm going to suggest we recess for 5 minutes, and let me know when you're back. And as soon as I have my councillors and the control team here back, we will get started. Apologies to Jonas. We'll be with you in 1 moment. Thank you. Good evening and welcome back, Councillor. What I'm going to do is do a quick roll call. I do know you're back, but just to hear your voice, that would be good. Please go ahead, Ward 1.
Councillor Hanmer, present.
Councillor Bodley here.
Councillor Veith, present.
Councillor Freeman, present.
Councillor Vasic, present.
Councillor Bonago, present.
And the mayor's here too. We are going to item 16B, which Councillor Henry has noted a conflict of interest. So with that, I'll ask the team here to let in Jonas Hamburg, resident of Waterloo, speaking on leaf collection.
Okay, can you hear me?
Excellent, please go ahead. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for staying late. Just to note on the last point, as a student, former student, I've used Longfellow many times, and I would have loved for there to be a sidewalk. I was almost hit by a car multiple times in the dark there. But that's not what I'm going to talk about. I am here to talk about hopefully ending the city-funded leaf collection. Funded or yeah. I'm a PhD from University of Waterloo in restoration ecology, and this idea came out of, like many good ideas, came out of annoyance. The city is not able to fund snow plowing on sidewalks, which I think is an important mobility issue, but for some reason funds going around and sucking up everyone's leaves for free. So my ask in this is that the city should not fund leaf collection in 2021 and going forward, instead moving that funding to snow removal or to awareness programs on the benefits of leaving leaves alone, or even to funding those staff positions that we talked about earlier in this meeting, whatever it is. So I have the nice part of asking the city to do less and use less money. So please go to the next slide. Yeah, so there are 4 reasons as I see it for ending it. Leaf removal from lawns, parks, and other places is ecologically damaging. Secondly, it can block bicycle paths and storm drains, especially when done at the wrong times. Third, equipment and personnel can be better used for snow clearing. And fourth, I see it as a tax subsidy for wealthier house and landowners for only aesthetic benefits. Next slide, please. So first and perhaps most important, many native animals overwinter under leaves and in dead twigs and stems, including important pollinators such as bees, moths, butterflies, endangered salamanders, and frogs. Here's one picture of a bee and a salamander and lots of other animals. Part of Waterloo's environmental policy, we should try to protect them, not help in destroying their homes. And as the city, can't stop people who want to rake, but we can stop subsidizing it and we can educate. Next slide, please. Yeah, so this is just to drive home the fact that a lot of things hide in the leaves, and when we remove it, either by bagging or raking it, we also remove the moths, the butterflies, the fireflies, and the many other things that live there, and that's tragic. Please move to the next slide. As I said, some of you might bike to work or to other places, and often around this time, you find bicycle lanes are blocked and slippery from people who rake their leaves at the wrong times, too early or after collection, and it can also block storm drains. Next slide, please. Leaves generally do not damage the lawn unless you have a lot of it. And even then, there are things you can do about it. Leaves generally act as a natural fertilizer, breaking down over winter and spring. And since I am a scientist, I looked into some studies. There are not that many studies on leaf collection, but Templer et al. 2015 found that leaf removal does limit important carbon and nitrogen nutrient cycling in urban areas. We found that in Boston, they exported about half of the carbon and nitrogen in the city by removing the litter fall. Next slide, please. So I see it as a subsidy for an outdated aesthetic, especially by some wealthier property owners. Leaf collection uses taxpayer money, but only property owners who ascribe to certain unsustainable aesthetic of a monoculture lawn benefit. At the same time, the city is unable to fund clearing of snow and ice from sidewalks, which is a real mobility issue for elderly, disabled, and those lacking a car. Next slide, please. I was trying to find how much the leaf pickup program actually cost, and hopefully someone on the staff might still be here and be able to say, but I did find that the leaf pickup program was actually quoted under the city's environmental leadership last year, and the added 25,000 that was needed. And I find that extremely strange because it is in no way environmental leadership, and that this money even could go anywhere else on this list. Parking lot oil and grit separator, they could get it, or LED streetlights, anything. Next slide, please. I do think that attitudes and priorities are changing towards sustainability. Leaf collection and the leaf blowing causes noise pollution, more just general pollution, smog, and municipal leaf collection robs the soil of nutrients, costs taxpayer money, et cetera, et cetera. And I do think there's more acceptance of leaving the leaves and also not paying for leaf removal. Next slide, please. I do think the city and the province, at least some, are already aware. I just think that it's time to act. Engage Waterloo, the web portal, had an inquiry about loose leaf collection, which basically mentions all the points I've already brought up: resource use, the budget, and the environmental issues. The Ontario province, it might be the last government, but has information material about not raking. Next slide, please. There's one more. I'm actually not sure. That might be it, actually. Yeah, that's it. So I would just repeating that I would ask the city not to fund leaf collection going forward. And I didn't add a whereas here, but if you want to, whereas Waterloo has been recognized as a bee city by Bee Cities Canada and has convened a pollinator working group, I think that the city should not fund the collection. That is all. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonas. It's your presentation is here tonight. So not non-context of a report that we're considering. What I can give you is some, it predates me and may predate everybody on council, but what I can say is that this is funded by our stormwater group, simply because the goal is to get residents to rake the leaves of the 30,000 city street trees to the curb to save us from raking them and picking them up, and to prevent from clogging stormwater. That is the overall intention of it, and is not funded by the tax base, but it's funded by the stormwater fee, which is another form of tax, of course. And one of the reasons why Councillor Henry isn't here, as you mentioned, pecuniary interest with respect to the region of Waterloo, is that the default for many people would be is if the leaf collection wasn't done by the city, then they'd resort to using the bagged yard waste system pickup, which is more expensive to run. And so that would be transferred over to the tax base and would be even a higher cost if people would not listen and, as you said, mulch their leaves for the proper environmental thing to do. So there's just a lot of, believe it or not, moving parts in all this. You know, as you highlighted, it's certainly unfortunate that we have to try and do loose leaf collection at a time when the snow is falling. So certainly we do have questions from councillors right now, and but I did want to let you know that that bit of background is that it could in fact end up costing us more if people decide to all bag them and not listen. And as you know, as an educator or a person in the education system, sometimes it's hard to get people to change habits. So, but with that, I will turn it over to Councillor V and Councillor Bonagor for commentary.
Through you, Mayor Jaworski, thank you so much, Jonas, for this. We are in a climate emergency as well, so it's another reason this doesn't be discontinued. And I don't care who funds it, it's just the wrong thing to be doing. So anyway, I just wanted to say thank you. A great report. I love your pictures and the way you've put it together. So anyway, I thank you so much for bringing this to our council, and yeah, have a great evening.
Thank you.
Yeah, I guess we should have said thank you for your patience to Jonas and for the break that we all desperately needed by that point in time. Over to Councillor Bonagor and then Councillor Bodley. Please go ahead, Councillor Bonagor.
Actually, if Councillor Bodley wants to go ahead with his question first, that might be better.
Okay, sure. Yeah, because I think I know where you're going with this. Go ahead, Councillor Bodley.
Sorry about that. I just had a quick one, is whether or not you've shared this presentation and whether this presentation can be shared with council. That's all.
Sorry, I through the mayor back to the councillor, I didn't really understand what you meant.
If you've provided this presentation to staff, which you must have, I imagine, for them to be able to move through, and if staff can share that this presentation with council, I would appreciate it. Yeah,
through the mayor back to the council. Yes, this is with sorry, I forgot your name, and
Natalia.
Yeah, this is with Natalia and the clerks. And please do whatever you want with it.
Excellent. If they could share it,
no
and
copyright.
I've received a note here that they can circulate it, so I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. And you know it's been a long council night, and we're still not even to staff reports. But when a delegate comes on and knows all the ins and outs of through the mayor and all those kinds of things, so yeah, we've been here a long time. Thank you, Jonas. Over to you, Councillor Bonagor, please.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Jaworski. First of all, thank you, Jonas, for waiting so long to speak with us. I really appreciate it. For the benefit of my council colleagues, this all started when Jonas emailed me just out of the blue to want to talk about the LEAF program, and we had a bit of an exchange, and then I really encouraged him to bring his thoughts to council just to kind of bring it forward. And I'm really glad you did. Thank you. This is great food for thought. It also makes me feel a lot better about being lazy and leaving my leaves on my lawn, which I did this season. But it also, you know, to Councillor Veith's point, you know, we're in a climate emergency as well, and which is making it very difficult to even feasibly run a program when the leaf season is overlapping with the snow season and the ice season, as we saw last year. So I wanted to thank you for bringing this forward, and I'd also like to just ask staff and give staff a request or a heads up that I'd like to continue this conversation in light of the ideas that Jonas has brought up just once the winter program ends. So I'm just flagging that and staff's aware of this intent, but I'm just flagging that I'd like to bring this up as a topic to be discussed likely in the spring. But thank you, Jonas, this has been great.
And just to confirm, Councillor Bonigar, what you were saying is that you will bring this up as direction to staff later on. You're not bringing that up tonight. You're giving you're giving staff a heads up.
That is indeed correct. I'm not moving anything or bringing anything to staff right now. I'm just flagging the fact, and I'm just letting Jonas know that coming to us tonight was also not wasted effort, but it's a conversation that I think I'm going to ask to hold until after staff have gone through the winter program.
It could be at the end of this council meeting. Wonderful. Thank you, Jonas. Any final comments on where we're going with this?
I was interested. Sorry, Mayor. I was interested in what you said, and if there is staff, I would love to hear from them on any feasible alternatives to avoiding, leaf helping people get rid of their leaves while also making sure the storm drains are clear. I know that is also important, of course. And thank you to you and to the council for staying long. I know I am, but you are as well.
Yeah, well, it is our job, so we appreciate your education for us, and we will make sure that this gets through to Commissioner Rapp and his team, which have the leaf collection program, and I think eventually something will happen with this program. And Councillor Freeman, she hasn't chimed in here yet, but she did a good job of keeping millions of leaves on her own property this year, and deserves a shout out for that. So, everybody trying to do the right thing.
I wanted to jump in. It's 50 bags worth of leaves that were not put to the curb because I have in past years bagged them. So everything on the front yard was mulched and everything on the backyard was composted.
Good job.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Jonas, and thank you for your patience.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, it is 10:02, so why don't we start with some staff reports? And the first one we have to invite back Councillor Henry. And we have to say goodbye to Councillor Hanmer. As we're going into the City of Waterloo, being a strategic member of KW4 Ontario Health Team, and we have a presentation coming up by Dr. Joe Lee. And so there's Councillor Hanmer. I'll ask staff to close the current presentation and bring up Dr. Lee's presentation and invite Dr. Lee in. Welcome back, Councillor Henry. Could you just confirm vocally?
I am here, and the toddler is still awake.
Oh, sorry about that. Glad you're back, though. And we'll just wait to confirm that Dr. Lee is here, and I think Jim Bowman was going to do a very short introduction.
It's Joe Lee, and I am here. Thank you.
Very good. So, members of council, Mayor, I want to reintroduce Dr. Joe Lee to our meeting this evening. Dr. Lee was with us back in the springtime to talk to us about the inaugural work of KW4. And tonight we have some good news and new direction. So Dr. Lee, over to you.
Thanks very much, Jim. You can go to the next slide. And I appreciate you going quite late in. I actually enjoyed your previous presentations. It does tie into, in my mind, to a lot of what we're doing with the Ontario Health Team, because it is, again, to remind you, providers working together clinically and fiscally to deliver a full continuum of care from hospital, primary care, palliative care, home and community care, long-term care, mental health and addictions, and trying to do it better for the people that we serve and their families, and trying to have it better for the population, at a better cost, and a better experience for those who provide that care in a specific geographic area. So next slide. So as Jim mentioned, we have been on this Ontario Health Team journey in our area for about 1.5 years. And we did have a submission. We were in progress and announced about 1.5 months ago unofficially, and then last month officially, we have been designated as an Ontario Health Team. Through the whole time, the 18 months, we have been working as if we were a team anyway, really for orientating towards a lot of work through the pandemic, a lot of partnerships, and a lot of digital health as well. Next slide. Reminder, KW4 is, well, the first W is Waterloo, so it's Kitchener-Waterloo and the three surrounding W townships, population about 400,000. Next slide. And our priority at the onset have been targeted at the frail elderly, refugees, the homeless, and precariously housed. Next slide. Right now, of course, a big focus is on our pandemic response. A lot of focus on supporting long-term care and retirement homes and congregated settings. A lot of mental health and addictions as well. And at maturity, we want this to actually be for everybody in this area. Next slide. The OHT has taken the vision from Wellbeing Waterloo's community aspiration, and it's really tried to strike values of including people and their families, caregivers, the community, to be inclusive. And the reason why we're very excited to have municipalities such as the cities of Waterloo and Kitchener involved is we do recognize, as actually your previous delegates have shown, that the social determinants really drive healthcare. And so what you have, your decisions and your staff's decisions and what happens at the municipal level does impact the healthcare delivered to the same folks that we all serve. We want this health team to be nimble and courageous and innovative. And a lot of this is built on empathy, trust, and relationships. Next slide. The Ontario Health Team is more than ministry-funded agencies. It is accountable to the Ministry of Health. We have more than 30 organizations involved who are partner members. That includes the 2 hospitals, every major health agency, and every major social agency in Kitchener-Waterloo and area in KW4. And we are, again, excited to have strategic partners, including the municipalities and the University of Waterloo. Next slide. The orientation of the Ontario Health Team is really around people and their families and caregivers. And all of the other players are to serve those people. Next slide. Again, this is very busy. Just to suffice it to say, this involves all of us working together in a very coordinated fashion and breaking down silos to just work better together for the people that we all serve. Next. There is something called the collaborative decision-making arrangement. So really the Ontario Health Team is a collaborative of all these 30+ organizations. who are really trying to coordinate and align their strategic plans together. Next. There are 3 categories of members. Partner members are really the health and social agencies. Strategic members would be municipalities and academic institutions. And we have some affiliate members who don't quite fit in, who are not joining at this point in time. So as I say, about 30 partner members, some key strategic members, and a few affiliate members. Working together to really pull together, having financial contributions together to really make key decisions for the health and well-being of the region. Next slide. Okay, well, it seems like it might be the last slide, so I think I'll just end there since, and I'd be open to any questions if you have.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Lee. You know, on behalf of all of us, when you host those meetings with 40 of us participants on there, and you get it done in 2 hours, and here I am into hour 4 of our 3rd session, I have a newfound respect for your hosting of meetings. So thank you very much for that, and thank you for your concise presentation tonight, and thank you for your prior presentations. I think Council has a lot of information on this, and certainly would be pleased to move forward. Do I have any questions from Council for Dr. Lee? I don't see any. And but what we do have here is a council motion to move forward, and in particular that we become part of the KW4 Ontario Health Team, and we approve $25,000 each year for 2020 through 2022 to be funded from the Council's Community Priority and Contingency Reserve to financially support it. I'm looking for, I was going to go for, I do have a question coming up. Oh, it's for staff. But please go ahead, Councillor Bodley. We'll just keep Dr. Joe on the line.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I wasn't sure. So through you, Mayor Jaworski. So to my understanding, and maybe Dr. Lee could correct me where I'm misplaced here, but my understanding is that these are emerging as a result of the province sort of replacing the LHINs, which served sort of a larger area, and notwithstanding the fact that this may end up with better results or outcomes, and I really do appreciate all of the work that you've put into the collaboration and putting the group together. My question, I guess, is did the municipalities ever directly fund the LHINs?
So it's Joe Lee. I can answer that. So the answer is no. But I don't view this as the replacement of the LHINs, you know, quite frankly. And not all Ontario health teams are involving their municipalities and academic institutions. So we have a different flavor here, where we are taking this much more broadly to the social determinants of health. I did hear your previous delegation speak about equity, about how important it is for us to engage, because the health and well-being clearly is impacted by things like housing and how we treat people and how we have equity through it. And to have the cities and have the university add their tremendous orientations, the recreation programs that you have, the decisions that you make clearly impact the health and well-being. You know, if I think people see much more clearly how it's all part of the same tapestry of how we keep people out of the hospital, out of emergency rooms, out of doctors' offices, and so on, which are very expensive downstream expenses for people. And the work that you're doing, when I listen to a lot of what you're doing, that clearly to me reinforces the tie-in. And this is something that was never envisioned through the LIN. And so I would read, this is quite different. And it's a natural, to me, evolution. I've been a family dog, my wife as well, for the last 32 years. Our kids were born and grew up in Waterloo. I would say this is a major change in healthcare, and it's beyond healthcare. It's really for the well-being of the citizens that we serve. And so I'm very excited for you to entertain this.
Dr. Lee, I really appreciate that commentary, and the clarification there is very helpful. Thank you very much.
And I would add, we indirectly fund the LIN, as LIN gives us money for programs that money has been frozen, and we had to up it ourselves. So we thank the LIN for the contributions, but we had to add our own piece to that as well over the years through Jim's team. I don't see anything further, and what I might do is look to our councillors who have and served on the Grand River Hospital Board with their hospital expertise hat, Councillor Freeman, Councillor Vasic being adjacent neighbours. I wonder if you might take us forward on this recommendation, starting with Councillor Freeman.
Through you, Mayor Jaworski, it's Councillor Freeman. I'm happy to move the motion as printed in the council packet, and thank Mr. Lee for joining our meeting this evening.
And you'll probably
Oops, and I vote in favor. I vote in favor. Sorry.
Excellent.
Councillor Vasic, I'll second the motion, and I'll also vote in favor. Thank you.
Councillor Henry, in favor.
Councillor Bonagor, in favor.
Councillor Bodley, in favor.
Councillor Veith, in favor.
And the mayor's in favor too. That would be all of us, with Councillor Hanmer declaring the conflict. Thank you very much, Joe, for your time tonight, and hopefully you learned a lot through our council meeting tonight. Sounds like you did. Thank you very much for your support, and thanks for letting me speak to you as well. Thanks, Joe. Thank you, Dr. Lee. With that, we move forward to item B. And it's the council and citizen committee appointments. Recommendation for a slate of citizens to serve as advisory members to council on a whole bunch of different committees. And I will look to council for any questions. Oh, do we have Councillor Hanmer back? She may not know she's welcome back. We'll just pause for a moment.
Mayor, I am back.
Excellent. Well, I've kind of lost track of where I am in moving things forward. We don't have any questions on this one, Councillor Hanmer. I'm wondering if you would consider moving forward with the council and citizen committee appointments.
I am happy to move the appointment of the council and city appointments to the committees, and I vote in favor of the motion.
Councillor Bodley, I will second that motion and vote in favor.
Councillor Veith, in favor.
Councillor Freeman, in favor.
Councillor Vasic, in favor.
Councillor Henry, in favor.
Councillor Bonagor, in favor.
The mayor's in favor too. That carries unanimously. Moving forward to item C. Award of RFT 20-18 Larch Street reconstruction as a Wooner. A report prepared for us by Kyle Bossy. And do I have any questions from council on that? Seeing none, and I see a highly interested Councillor Freeman in moving this forward. and then I'll probably look to the ward councillor to second it. Go ahead, Councillor Freeman.
Oh, I don't mean to take the place of the ward councillor, but I am very excited about this street and the role that it'll play as a part of our active transportation portfolio. And so I'm happy to move the motion and vote in favor.
Excellent. I'll go to the ward councillor now, and then we'll go ahead with Ward 7.
Happy to second the motion and vote in favor. And I send my appreciation for staff for figuring out how to retender this project in a way that came in on budget.
This is Councillor Bonigo. I vote in favour.
Councillor Hanmer in favor.
Councillor Bodley in favor.
Councillor Veith in favor.
And we skip over to Councillor Vasek.
Oh, sorry. Yep, forgot about that. Thanks. Councillor Vasek in favor.
The mayor is in favor too. This will move forward with our first ever and quite a rare thing in Canada, WUNERF, where we prioritize active transportation over vehicular transportation right behind Lazaridis Hall at the Wilfrid Laurier University campus. So thank you all. Thank you to the team for this. This is something that I can't remember how long we've been talking about this, but certainly real excitement in the community for this, for sure. Moving on to item D, which is the COVID-19 Relief Program, Community Improvement Plan, and BIA funding. Report prepared for us by the Economic Development Team, and we have a short presentation from Justin McFadden.
Okay. All right, thank you, Mayor. I'm just going to quickly go through this presentation just as our opening slide, just highlighting some of the pivoted programs that our arts and culture team pulled together on rather short notice this past season, and some are still in existence. So we'll move on to the next slide. So really what we're going to do is just kind of share with you some observations and trends that we're seeing as a result of the pandemic, and just kind of walk you through some of the initiatives that we have been doing. I'll just sort of touch on a couple of those, although it's a long list. And then we're going to talk about kind of the report that's in front of you today, which is a couple of programs that we're going to bring forward to try to support our local businesses and organizations through this next phase of the pandemic. Next slide, please. So in terms of some observations and trends that we're seeing, certainly there's a broad spectrum of impact with respect to COVID-19 that we're seeing across different businesses. Some businesses have surprisingly experienced some growth and have had a lot of success depending on the sector, and we'll list a few of them there. Others have been kind of more stable and have sort of plugged along almost as normal. And then others, including tourism, restaurants, hospitality, live events in particular, have really been hit hard. So have more weighted to smaller businesses, restaurants, and a lot of your hotel industry, and all of your tourism, arts and culture, and then certain segments of brick and mortar have certainly really struggled in this time. So there's some interesting dynamics at play there. You still have quite a bit of the population that hasn't experienced a lot of financial hardship. They've kind of maintained, and those folks there's now constraints on how they spend their money. So they no longer go on vacations. They don't eat out as much, but they do have a little bit of money to spend, and so they're deciding to spend it on things like appliances and home improvements and things like that, and shifting away from some of the ways they spent their money before, and that's certainly having an impact on some of these industries. So it's interesting trends there. There is some good news on the horizon. The latest report from StatsCan from August was the first month during the pandemic that showed more businesses opening than closing, but certainly we expect that there will be challenges ahead. Just in terms of a couple of other quick trends, primarily from work from home, that whole evolution is certainly having some interesting impacts. So a lot of folks from downtown Toronto migrating out of the GTA into the Golden Horseshoe, migrating into Waterloo, certainly having an impact on housing costs. Locally here, we've seen housing costs go up on average about 17% year over year. So that's certainly impacting affordability. Talent retention is certainly challenged. Hello?
I'll just, I hear there's somebody off mute, so if everybody can check to see if they can go on mute. Please, Justin.
Okay, yep, and there's certainly some talent retention challenges. Now folks can be hired from anywhere, so we're actually seeing reports of companies losing people locally that are hired from places elsewhere that don't have a presence even in Canada, and they're allowing those folks to work permanently in Waterloo. So it's nice that those people are still staying here in Waterloo and they're working. They're not being taken away. But it does affect that business in terms of recruitment and moving forward. We're seeing public transportation now being underutilized because folks obviously don't want to be in a small space with other folks, and that's also partially fueling the demand for automotives, which are selling at record levels currently. And actually, the used car market there's never seen inventory so low in used cars as right now. So some interesting dynamics at play. And then, of course, the office market is effectively on hold as folks are largely working from home. So not a huge surprise there. Okay, next slide. So number of initiatives, I won't touch on all of them, but this gives you kind of a snapshot of a number of things that we've been involved with from the city's executive department perspective. Open retail and restaurant maps, folks have probably seen that. We're up to 300,000 views on that, so it's been well received. Solar program, we had about 25 businesses leverage that to keep their restaurants moving and still offering dining during the summer. PPE manufacturing temp use zone change, which our friends in IPPW pulled together and council approved a month ago, is a nice opportunity pivot to kind of shift some of those office-based opportunities into more of a temporary use for manufacturing. So that's been positively received. We did help the Waterloo Region Tourism folks with a grant application. I think they applied for about 600,000 to FedDev and they received 240. That's a region-wide allotment for 240. So good news, but probably I suspect that will get distributed fairly quickly amongst the hospitality and tourism sector. And then a number of other programs that we have supported and certainly invested time in from an arts and culture perspective. The launch of the digital art market has been very successful. A lot of interest in that and supporting artists moving their businesses online. Also the microgrant program sponsored or that we put through Pat the Dog, providing $500 microgrants to artists has been fairly successful as well. And then I mentioned or showed you some of the pivots that we put forward. The team has put forward, including Lumen Home, drive-in movies, trail mix on the opening slide. So so that's kind of what we've been doing, but we think we can do more. And I'll touch on those last two on our next slide. Or actually, on our next slide, but one after. So next slide, please. Not going to touch on this one. This is just kind of telling you that these are all the things that we're doing ongoing in addition to what we've been doing on the previous slide. So I just thought I would share that. Certainly a lot of activity within economic development, arts and culture. Next slide, please. So certainly, the city of Waterloo, the region of Waterloo has, we have a very diversified economy. I would say that we are, making do during this time as good as any other city is. We are strong relative to it, but certainly there's still a lot of businesses that are highly challenged during this time and will be going forward. So we would like to put forth to council today a couple of different programs. One that we're proposing is a citywide COVID relief-oriented community improvement plan. So basically what we're proposing here is to move $1 million in funding that exists in the Uptown CIP today to enable grants to businesses to offset COVID-related expenses incurred since March of 2020. So we'd basically be asking for council's permission to engage in a public consultation process that's required by the province, and we'll go away and determine criteria after we go through this engagement process to ensure that businesses most impacted receive this funding. We want to make sure that we narrow that funnel down to those folks that really need it. Obviously, we mentioned earlier that there's a number of folks that obviously don't. So that'll be key to this process, and we'll return to council later in Q1 for program approval once we have the programs fully scoped out and the criteria as well. And then also we're proposing to provide some funding to the BIA for their 2021 budget towards their city-oriented expenses, of which they have a little over 100,000 that we can point to. And then this would, they would then take their budget savings that they would get from that and initiate additional programs aimed at providing support to uptown businesses. So between these two investments, we think we would be doing a really good thing for businesses that are struggling right now in the city of Waterloo, and certainly taking some leadership in this regard. So with that, I think that we'll jump to one more slide, and that's just going to outline the motion, the recommendations that are in front of us, front of council today. And that's all I have.
Thank you, Justin. Let's see if we can catch up here with questions. I have questions from Councillor Vasic, Bodley, Hanmer, V. Freeman. Please go ahead, Councillor Vasic.
Thanks through you, Mayor Jaworski. This looks great. I think this is a good move, and thanks for all the work you've put into it. My question is about this is for businesses who started their business prior to January. So I was just wondering if it's feasible, given the sort of like staff, under-resourced staff, and with a huge list of things to do, especially more now with the pandemic, if it's realistic to include in the public engagement, since there will be a public engagement, gathering some information from businesses who just started this year. So we might not have a benchmark for where they were at last year to compare to provide the grant, but I'm really just curious what businesses who just got off the ground this year are really struggling with and what they might need. So I'm just curious for your perspective about a best approach moving forward with that, if at all.
Yeah, through you, Mayor, to Councillor Vasic, it's certainly something that we can take a look at in the process. What we've seen from other cities as a bit of a best practice, and some of the other federal and provincial programs, is they tend to focus on those businesses that existed previous to the pandemic happening, and so that's kind of where we're thinking January is a reasonable cutoff point. But to your point, a lot of these businesses that started post-pandemic, the wheels were turning well in advance of the pandemic. So certainly, as part of that process, we could take a look at ways to potentially include those groups, but obviously we'll have to balance that with fairness as part of the process, and then come up with a recommendation in the end. But we can certainly take a look at that.
Thanks, Justin. That sounds great that you're considering.
What I have next is Councillor Bodley, Hanmer, Freeman, and since Councillor Veith is moving it with comments, I'll take Councillor Veith last, with following that on the motion. Next up, Councillor Bodley.
Thank you. Excuse me, through you, Mayor Jaworski. Just a point of clarification here. Within the eligibility criteria, it states, section of our report, it states that they will be required to demonstrate a 30% or greater reduction in revenue. And in the executive summary, it says it says a 30% reduction in gross profit. And so I'm just looking for a clarification on which of the two. I don't really have an opinion on which of the two is better or worse. I'm just looking for clarification.
Through you, Mayor, to Councillor Bodley, that is actually a good catch. I believe that we were looking at gross at revenues was the intention there, and not so much profit, because that can be independent of revenues, and so revenues are going to take a hit. A lot of your costs are fixed, so the focus there would be on the revenue piece.
Excellent. I would suggest we update the executive summary. My other question is around the, sorry, scrolling back down through, is on the eligible costs. Excuse me. And so there's a lot of discussion in the eligible costs around signage and plexiglass and dividers. I'm curious whether PPE costs specifically were something that were considered, recognizing that perhaps some businesses had a significant cost associated with providing employees masks or hand sanitizer or gloves, depending on the type of business. I'm not really sure. I'm wondering if that was considered, and whether, and if not, why not?
So I think what I might do, so there's actually 4 of us here to answer questions. We also have Alaha, who is the architect of the report and has done a lot of work for us here on this. Kristen as well is here. And I also have Estero in case there's any questions on the arts and culture side of things. Kristen, do you want to just touch on kind of the process there, and then maybe I can finish up?
Thank you, through you, Mayor. So we did consider PPE. The province has just initiated a program where businesses will be able to submit applications for funding in PPE. There have been a number of programs that have helped in that regard specifically, so we didn't include it. That's not to say that it can't be included if council feels that it's an important element for us to be considering.
Excellent. Happy to hear that it was considered, and appreciate that the province may have other programs. Maybe this is something when we go, like we say, to the public engagement side of things. Perhaps this is something we can consider, or if staff think that it's not necessary, I'll leave it at that. It was just a thought that. So I'll move it back to you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Bodley. Next up for questions, I have Councillor Hanmer Freeman Bongor. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor, through you to Justin. Justin, thank you to you and your team for pulling the report together and being so thorough on the different kinds of things that we've done already with COVID-19. I just have a question about the grant program or the business assistance program, and specifically around the timing of it. I appreciate we do need to go to public consultation to get input. I'm just concerned, though, that by the time we are in a position to roll this out, many of these businesses will have been a full year, if not more, in requiring the assistance. And just wondering if you and the group had any discussion about the timing and concerns about the timing and it being pretty lag in terms of its rollout.
Yeah, through you, Mayor, to Councillor Hanmer. Yeah, that certainly that is one of the big discussion points that we've had. How do we condense the timeline to bring it back to council, and then of course you'll start to take applications and process those applications. Unfortunately, we're kind of caught in this position where we sort of have to work within the confines of the Municipal Act. And we're going to do everything that we can do. We may even ask some special favors from clerks to try to, bring council together at times that aren't currently planned to try to push this through a little bit quicker. But stay tuned on that one.
Okay, thank you.
Next up, I have Councillor Freeman.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Jaworski. I just wanted to ask a question. After the public consultation and you bring a report and bylaw, will you also be including with that a communications plan for anybody that could benefit from this but may or may not have heard about it or was involved in the public engagement piece, just more broadly because it's going to be a citywide piece.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna defer that to Kristen.
Through you, Mayor. We haven't given consideration yet to a communications plan, but we would be using various channels. I can imagine through our social media channels, through media releases, and we will be launching an economic development newsletter shortly as well to try and get the word out. We also rely heavily on partners that have mailing lists, such as our Small Business Center, and the BIAs and things like that. So any partners that would have target businesses, we would also ask them to share the information.
Thank you very much.
And the last question goes to Councillor Bonnegar, please.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Jaworski. I just have a couple of questions. The first one I would expect to get from my uptown businesses is, should this all be passed, would uptown businesses qualify for both programs?
Through you, Mayor, to Councillor Bonnegar. Certainly, it's something that we will work through as we work to bring the report back to council with recommendations. I would say that probably one idea that we have, if for example the BIA was to reignite their Comeback Up fund, then we may work with them on some kind of arrangement where if they've qualified for Comeback Up fund or the new Comeback Up fund, then maybe they wouldn't qualify for this. But then if the Comeback Up fund was fully subscribed and there was folks remaining, then certainly then they would be eligible. That's kind of one concept that we've discussed, but we will certainly shore that with the recommendations that we bring back.
Oh, great. Okay, I will sit tight on that one then. And I've got to apologise for the next question if it's just a little me just not understanding the process, but like many arts and culture organisations are not for profit, but they're also important employers, and they've had what would essentially be for them a profit margin, which is not really a profit, but you get what I mean. That's been impacted greatly as well. So do you imagine that they would qualify under a program like this, or is the city imagining something different?
Through you, Mayor, to Councillor Bonnegar, yes. So we expect that they would qualify and be part of this opportunity. We just need to kind of figure out, obviously they have revenues and they have sources of revenue. So we would just need to figure out a way to kind of look at that appropriately and then come back. But yes, our intent is to include nonprofits as well.
Okay, that's awesome. And if I may just finish up with a comment, Mayor, I just want to say I think I really appreciate the effort to give the Uptown a boost. I mean, this idea of essentially covering what are the city's side of things, it's really giving Uptown, it's doing Uptown a solid, really. There's tough times now, there's still going to be tough times ahead, and our city needs to really have a vibrant core. So I think that what you've put forward will really help businesses meet some of their most pressing needs, whatever those needs are. So thank you for bringing this to us.
Thank you.
Thank you, and certainly from my standpoint, just before I turn over to Councillor Vita and Bodley to move us forward, reallocating $1 million to help our local businesses and $100,000 for Uptown BIA is exceptional work to the economic development team. This is the kind of investment that's going to take us to get through COVID. Upper levels of government have been making significant levels of investment throughout Canada, throughout Ontario, and I think this is our exceptional level of investment here, helping businesses get through And we saw in this afternoon's presentation all the different levels of support that we've given for citizens through the areas of our finance team. So I'll turn over to Councillor Veith for comment and moving. Thank you.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Jaworski. Thank you, Ethan, for this great pivoting. And I like the words reallocating and you know, moving things around. I think that's it's great, it's creative. And the other, that it's citywide, that we're not just, you know, I realize how important our uptown is and how they're suffering up there. But anyway, I'm glad that this is a citywide venture, and I'm happy to move the recommendations and vote in favor. Thank you.
Councillor Bodley here. I will second the motion and I will vote in favor as well. Thank you.
And just so we aren't going in reverse order, I'll go over to Ward 4.
This is Councillor Freeman, and I vote in favor.
Councillor Vasic, oh, sorry, Councillor Vasic in favor.
Councillor Henry in favor.
Councillor Bonigo in favor.
Councillor Hanmer in favor.
And the mayor's in favor too. So this passes unanimously. Great job to the Lean and Mean Economic Development team. Way to go. We're going to pause for a moment because I'm going to look to Ward 1 and Ward 2 to consider moving a motion to allow this council meeting to go past 11 p.m. per our requirements.
Councillor Hanmer, I move that we enable this council meeting to go past 11 p.m. as per our requirements, and I will vote in favor of the motion.
Councillor, excuse me, Councillor Bodley, I will second that motion and vote in favor.
Councillor Veith in favor.
Councillor Freeman in favor.
Councillor Vasic in favor.
Councillor Henry in favor.
Councillor Bonigo exhausted but in favor.
And the mayor's in favor too. That passes unanimously. What a team, ready to move forward. Here we go. Over to item E, the official plan review, terms of reference. With we have a presentation with Adam Lauder and Michelle Lee.
Hi, Mayor. It's Adam Lauder. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Adam.
Awesome. I'll be brief, and then I'm going to kick it over to Michelle Lee. Growth Management is excited to launch the 10-year review of the official plan. Michelle and Rick have identified a 3-phase process that would result in a final recommended official plan before council in late 2022. That will likely come as an amendment to the current official plan, which was brought forward in 2012. You'll see that we've identified a preliminary issues list attached to the report. This, of course, will grow based on input we receive throughout the project, and really is intended to give council and the community an understanding of what staff see as issues. And I think from my understanding tonight, that list may change even tonight. Some time has also been taken to draft a preliminary communication plan that's also attached. You know, I'd say that while it can be a challenge to engage with some members of the community early on in the planning process, it is very important to do so. And certainly we're putting in a lot of effort to give ample opportunity for engagement. So I'd say that this is an exciting project that will help this council and the community to further shape where and how the city changes. Fundamentally, that's really what the official plan does. And I'm going to turn it over to Michelle now to walk through this slide deck.
Thank you, Adam. Can you hear me?
Excellent.
I'm going to proceed with the official plan review presentation. Could you move to the next slide, please? The City of the official plan is quite an important long-range planning document, in part because it sets out most of the policies that we use to guide future land use, physical development, growth, and change. Specifically, it helps us to implement some of the key objectives of the strategic plan. It sets out a vision for our growth and change. It helps guide our decisions regarding land use and development and a number of other planning issues. It ensures that when we're planning for growth, we're also coordinating and planning for the infrastructure and services that need to support that growth. And lastly, it helps give us a legal framework that we need to establish zoning bylaws and other regulations and standards. Next slide, please. We review the official plan every 10 years, in part because we're required to do so under the Planning Act. This helps to ensure that our plan is as up to date as possible and conforms to provincial plans, policy statements, and the region's official plan, which I'll mention is also under review and anticipated to be finalized by 2021. But it also gives us an opportunity to reflect on contemporary best practices that may have changed since 2012 when our plan was recently adopted. We can also look to see how we could address new or emergent local issues, and we can also consider how we might advance the city's strategic plan. Next slide, please. We envision this process happening in a three-phased approach. The first phase would be the research phase, where we would look at existing policies and things that might have changed since 2012. We'd also look for any changes to the conditions of the city, the best practices that are out there, and any community issues that have emerged. And we'd formalize these research findings in a background report, or maybe multiple background reports that would go to council for consideration. The second phase would be a review phase, where we would look at gaps or issues that need to be addressed in the official plan. We'd evaluate options and formulate recommendations, and we would present these suggestions in a discussion paper for council's consideration and the community's consideration. And then we would draft a full report and official plan for council's approval. Finally, the implementation phase would be after about 2 years of this process, whereby council would approve a final official plan, the region would approve the official plan, and then we would begin the process of updating our various processes and documents to implement the plan. The zoning bylaw would need to be implemented, or sorry, an updated zoning bylaw would need to be adopted within 3 years of adopting the official plan. And I should also mention that council's decision on the official plan, as well as regional council's decision, would be subject to appeal. So that could affect our timelines in terms of implementation. Next slide, please. We anticipate the scope of the review being a refinement of the existing plan rather than a complete rework. We think that the framework that is already there is something that we can work within, and we can address the conformity issues, the best practices, and also emerging issues through that framework, unless otherwise directed by council. Next slide, please. Your appendix, the staff report, does outline some of the items that or issues that we think might be included in the scope of review. As Adam mentioned, that list will probably grow as we learn more from the community and from council about key issues that need to be addressed. But just to highlight a few, the urban design guidelines, we're looking to perhaps streamline them, update them based on best practices. We have a new urban designer on staff who will be informing that process, and we'll also be soliciting feedback from the community on that. We're eagerly awaiting the results of the ROP review and may expect to see some changes there in terms of our employment lands and the boundaries of our major transit station areas. So those fairly important schedules and policies in the official plan may change accordingly. And we're also looking to consider diversity, equity, inclusion through the implementation chapter of the official plan and looking closer at our public engagement policies to see where we can do better. Next slide, please. This is my last slide, and it really just speaks to how we intend to communicate to the community and to council. We look at it as a three-pronged approach, so we'll be informing the community about the importance of the official plan and the opportunity to become involved. We'll be consulting and involving the community where possible on key issues and soliciting their feedback through discussion papers and stakeholder workshops, etc. The various tools that we'll be using to engage the public range from electronic tools like websites and Engage Waterloo to more standard practices that we're obliged to do under the Planning Act, such as newspaper notices. And obviously, we're going to hope to do in-person meetings and stakeholders meetings, and we'll have to see how that goes. If necessary, we'll be holding some of those online as we transition out of COVID and into a more normal environment. Thanks for your time, and I'm happy to answer questions. Rick Martins, I should mention, is also here to answer questions about the official plan review.
Excellent. Thank you, Michelle. Thank you, Rick. Thank you, Adam. Do I have any questions from council? Please go ahead, Councillor Vasek.
Thanks, through you, Mayor Jaworski. Thanks, Michelle, Adam, and Rick. Is this you had mentioned that after tonight's council meeting, you thought you might have a list of extra things to add. Is this the time to talk about that stuff, or is that something that we're going to have ongoing conversations about?
Through you, Mayor Jaworski. This is the time that these issues can be raised, but also recognizing that this has been a very long night for council. There's no urgency that all the issues need to be addressed tonight. There is going to be ample opportunity over the next 6 months to a year to scope out that issues list and make sure that we're addressing all the issues that council is interested in.
Okay, that's great. So you have mine. I'm interested more in looking at some of the pieces around geographical distribution of poverty. And so, and I'm happy to talk more later. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Councillor Vasek. I do not see any further questions, but I have two potential movers. I'll go to Councillor Henry since you were first, and we'll see with what Councillor Freeman has to say. Go ahead, Councillor Henry. Oh, Councillor Freeman will be seconder. Councillor Henry, please go ahead.
Seems we've sorted ourselves out, which is good at 11 o'clock at night. So just before I move the amendment I alluded to earlier tonight, just a couple of feedback points. Michelle, in terms of document review, the Community Climate Action Plan from Climate Action WR we're all working on is due in 2021. I imagine that will be helpful to review. I've mentioned this to Mr. Rapp and previously, and that's I'm aware that there are affordable housing retention policies and official plans and zoning bylaws in Hamilton that passed and cleared through LPAT in the last couple of years. I think it would be helpful for us to consider that in the pantheon of affordable housing pieces, and of course that's an OP matter. So the amendment, I'm happy to move the motion as printed with one addition that I mentioned earlier, and that's that council direct staff to include a review of official plan policies as they apply to Beechwood Park and Roosevelt, given the input received during recent road reconstruction projects. I'm doing that given the comments that were made about better tools that we have in our toolkit to protect certain key components of that landscape, should, in consultation with residents and in consideration of planning staff, those be deemed appropriate. And this is the right process to do that. And I know, based on conversations then and ongoing matters that have come to Committee of Adjustment that residents on Roosevelt would likely also appreciate that opportunity. And there are some parallels between these two areas and Colonial Acres, which has already received such treatment. So happy to move that with that adjustment and to vote in favor of that.
Over to Councillor Freeman.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Jaworski. Yeah, I'm happy to second the motion with the amendments as provided by Councillor Henry. And you know, I'm looking forward to working through this process. It's hard to believe that when I was first elected in 2006, we were at those very early stages of developing the official plan that we are now looking to update. And in particular, I'd really value the opportunity at some point, and I don't know when the right time is, but I think Council, having seen how the OP policies have been translated into the comprehensive zoning bylaw, to go back and look within our individual parts of the city and kind of refresh ourselves with the OP designations for those areas. And you know, I'd certainly value like one-on-one conversation with staff to kind of discuss that alignment. And so in also things like road designations and so on within parts of the wards, because I think we're starting to think different. Like the reference was made earlier by Councillor Henry about climate action, but also we're starting to think differently about our transportation systems, and so the integration of the TMP obviously will be important. And I'm just looking forward to looking at how those bodies of work are going to overlap one another. So thank you very much for bringing this, and I vote in favor.
Thank you. I'll go to Councillor Vasic, then Ward 7 to continue forward.
Councillor Vasic in favor.
Councillor Bonagor in favor.
Councillor Hanmer in favor.
Councillor Bodley in favor.
Councillor Veith in favor.
And the mayor's in favor too. That carries unanimously on the terms of reference. I would say goodbye to the team, but I see Michelle is going to be with us in 1, 2, 3 more reports. So for those who can sign off, all the best. For Michelle, we'll see you soon. Item F. Right. Item F, the Rim Park Ball Diamond Amenities Building. Results of the RFT 20-08. And with that, we have Kevin Van Oudegem here to talk a little bit about it.
Yes, good evening. I'll be brief with my remarks. Really, I'm just here tonight to seek Council's direction on next steps with the project. So as you'll note in the report, there's 4 options that are presented to Council this evening, with staff's recommendation to advance option 3, which would allow the project to proceed to construction with an additional funding approval of $400,000 from a combination of DC and PUB. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions on this particular report.
Thank you. And we do have a question before I go to the ward councillor. Councillor Bonagor, please go ahead with your question.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Jaworski. I'm just wondering, with option 2, which is to have the project be shovel ready, could we have the option of basically saying option 2 with the net zero option be shovel ready?
Yes, through you, Mayor Jaworski, to Councillor Bonagor. I think if Council wanted us to look at putting together a shovel ready project, we could revisit the scope and look at an option where we could combine it with option 4 being a net zero. I think in that case, we'd want to go back and have a little bit of a look at the project scope and budget at that point, so we could come back with an informed position for Council. But I think that is something we could do if that was the direction.
Okay, thank you very much. And I think for the record, I would just like to flag that would be my preference.
Over to you, Councillor Bodley, then Councillor Henry.
Thank you, through Mayor Jaworski. Yeah, I kind of struggle with this one because, you know, we tendered this and now it's come, but then we changed the scope of the project to sort of do less than what we had originally intended to do. And now it's come back roughly the same as what it was when we originally tendered it, give or take a hundred grand or so. And so, yeah, I struggle with option 3 personally. I'd like to hear from the ward councillor on this, but just from a staff perspective, my question is, could you maybe speak to the urgency or perhaps lack thereof urgency of us to proceed with this project? And I know in the staff report it suggests that delaying it further has the potential to increase the cost even further. I'm wondering if there's also the potential that we may be able to right size this project and have the cost maybe not come in as high because there's potential for more bidders in a post-COVID world. Any comments you might have on that, I'd appreciate.
Yes, through you, Mayor, to Councillor Bodley. I think just to speak to the item of potential impacts of delaying it further. I mean, I think what we're currently seeing right now, I will say, in the marketplace is a lot of obviously volatility right now. So it's difficult to say what the impact ultimately would be of delaying it, whether the price would go up or the price would go down. I think, as you know, we have tendered it twice. In this particular case, I don't think that the climate in 2020 has helped us the second time around. We know through negotiating with one of the bidders that certainly the volatility on, for example, the price of timber has played into the costing the second time around here. So I guess it's a difficult question for me to answer what the impact would be, whether it's positive or negative on the project, but just historically speaking, generally we see inflation year over year, and my expectation is that would probably be the case, but again, somewhat difficult to say with certainty.
I appreciate the honesty on that. And just through you, Mayor Jaworski, just sorry because I rolled 2 questions into one. Any comments you might have on the urgency surrounding this project from your perspective?
Yep, through you, Mayor Jaworski, to the councillor. I think, you know, right now the site is basically unserviced in some ways. So really the approach currently is to have portable washrooms brought in and taken away. So I think, you know, that probably has worked historically on this site. I think with the development happening and with the potential for more development happening, I believe through a bike park in this vicinity, you know, it's probably getting to a size where it warrants a facility such as this. And I think with the post-COVID world, you know, having a facility like this that allows patrons to have, you know, hand washing facilities on site, for example, I think would be important. You know, so I think from my perspective, it's obviously a nice facility to have from that perspective.
Thank you.
Next up, I have Councillor Henry.
Thanks, Mayor. Kevin, can you, since option 4 has been suggested, can you speak to the ROI on this investment of going to net zero, and comment on if we're going to spend $300,000 to reduce our electricity use, what the best bang for the buck would be? Is it this project?
Yes, through you, Mayor Jaworski, to Councillor Henry. We did actually engage with a local solar provider in looking at option 4. You know, initially we had thought, okay, we could maybe offset the costs as a cost-saving item. Maybe we could offset the cost of bringing the conventional electricity to the building by going this route. But through the analysis that they did, it would be my opinion that it really wouldn't make sense from a financial standpoint to proceed with this. To your point, the $300,000, we would see a greater return on ROI financially, as well as on a greenhouse gas reduction perspective by investing that money in another initiative at this facility that uses more utilities. basically by default, this is a seasonal building, so its natural gas and electricity usage is already quite low. So, you know, that $300,000, in my opinion, would have a bigger bang for its buck if we invested it, for example, at a facility that had a nice arena, just as an example.
Thanks, Kevin.
Thank you, and I will go look to the ward councillor, but I would offer my comments that, you know, this is something that we forecast, we've looked at twice, staff have looked at it very hard. I think we all, quote, wish it would cost less, and we've done all the wishing possible and all the looking at it possible. Unfortunately, it does not cost less. Over to you, Councillor Freeman, for your thoughts.
Through you, Mayor Jaworski. Thank you very much, Kevin, for the report, and to my colleagues for asking all the questions that that I'm probably too tired to even think of right now. But more broadly, I think that when we look at this investment in light of our sports field strategy and the fact that, notwithstanding the fact that we've had a COVID year and that's kept a lot of folks off the fields, we really have had challenges around both our soccer pitches and our ball diamonds in terms of having amenities that are of good quality, such that when traveling tournaments are happening, that that people want to come to Waterloo and they want to play here. And you know, we've got the hospice building coming in, and Kevin also made reference to the fact that we will be having an active sports park constructed nearby too. I think this will more broadly serve a fairly significant number of citizens. I'm disappointed, like others, in the sense that, you know, we went back out to tender, it came back at more money and we're getting less for the money. But I do understand the challenges with the pandemic. I think the cross-laminated timber will honestly look nicer than the steel. I'm willing to move the staff recommendation because I think it would be an important addition to our holdings on the east side, and I'm certainly happy to hear others' comments on this matter.
Let's see if I can find a seconder. I'm in the chair, so I can't. I'll look to your neighbor, Councillor Vasek, to consider.
Yeah, I'll second it. I had the same questions of staff about just whether it would be worth it environmentally to do the option 4, or maybe a modified version is an interesting idea too, from Councillor Bonagor. And so I guess, because if that money were invested elsewhere, that would have a better return, not just financially, but also environmentally, I'd be willing to kind of forego that here, knowing that it might have a bigger impact elsewhere. So that's why I'm happy to second the staff recommendation. And I think I would vote in favor of it.
Yeah, let's see if anybody else puts their hand up at this point. So to the team, council team, we have the motion on the table as printed to move ahead. I'll look to see if there's any commentary. I'll move forward with the voting. You think you all heard what I said. It's we wish it would be low. We wish it would be lower, but unfortunately it's not. And this will help intersect the future when our little kids are out playing, and we'll have the amenity available for them. Councillor Bonagor, please go ahead.
Through you, Mayor Jaworski, just to offer a comment. I really think shovel ready is the place that I'm comfortable with right now. So let's forget the net zero then. Let's just look at option 2, shovel ready, partly because of what Councillor Waterloo was asking in terms of the volatility in the construction industry right now and the potential for a broader response in the future, maybe. I'm just given how tight things are right now and how creative we're having to be with the money we have to help our community, I just don't see this as the best use of our funds right now, no matter where those funds are coming from.
Okay, thank you. And that was just a comment, correct? I didn't hear a question in there.
That is correct, just a comment.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no further commentary, we have a motion on the table that has been moved and seconded with respect to the recommendation from staff, which is option 3. And so with that, we move forward to voting with Councillor Henry.
Councillor Henry, I'm in favor of the motion.
Councillor Bonagor, opposed.
Councillor Hanmer, in favor.
Councillor Waterloo, opposed.
Councillor Beath, in favor.
Councillor Freeman, in favor.
Councillor Vasek, in favor.
And the mayor's in favor too. That carries 6-2. Thank you to the team for looking at this a couple of times. As like I said, a split vote is just an indicator of how you know, head scratching some things can be for all of us at times. And thank you for the multiple options there. I think that was very helpful and shows where we stand on that. But at the end of the day, I don't think things are going to get any better on the cost front for things like this. So thank you, Kevin. I wish you a good night. Next up, item G. Proposed Conservation Authority Act changes. Report prepared by Adam and Robin McMullen. Introductory remarks by Adam Lauder. Welcome back, Adam.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Can.
Great. I'll be brief. Quite a doozy of a night for council. So the province is proposing significant changes to the role of conservation authorities through Bill 229, which is the province's budget bill. The changes would limit the role of conservation authorities in planning matters. And from that perspective, they do carry municipal impacts or concerns, which are identified in the report. There are 5 municipal interests or concerns that are identified. I'll give you a very brief sense of what they are. For example, it proposes to remove their ability to appeal, there being the conservation authorities' ability to appeal matters. And so conservation authorities generally appeal matters, planning matters in particular, when there's when they believe there's a threat to the natural environment. So that is one proposed change. Another that the province is proposing is to allow the Minister of Natural Resources to make decisions on behalf of conservation authorities. And then the third that I'd speak to is they're proposing to redirect appeals of conservation authority decisions. So others can appeal their decisions, whereas conservation authorities can't appeal decisions on their own. So redirecting those appeals to the local planning and appeals tribunal. From the municipal perspective, that would increase the burden of appeals heard by LPAD and likely lengthen planning appeal timelines. Given the important role that conservation authorities play in protecting the natural environment, I would note the changes don't appear to strengthen the planning process, but likely go in the other direction. Finally, the province's bill here, it's moving quite quickly. In the time of drafting this report, when Robin and I drafted it a short time ago, this budget bill has moved to 3rd reading in the legislature. It's not yet through 3rd reading or royal assent, and I believe the recommendations in the report are still appropriate. If approved, the report would be circulated to the province tomorrow morning. Thank you.
Thank you, Adam. I'll look to councillors to see if they have any questions. I will note that Councillor Bonagor has been working on something with respect to a motion as well. And we weren't really sure where the province would stand on a day-by-day basis. It could have been passed today. It was not. And so the commentary from staff could go with also a motion from council. I'll turn it over to Councillor Bonagor for comment. Thank you, Adam.
Through you, Mayor Jaworski, I just want to thank staff for bringing this report forward. It has been really touch and go. We've been watching very closely as this bill kind of moved through the provincial process. So there's been a lot of flexibility, but also many furrowed brows as we look at the potential ramifications this could have particularly for a city that relies on groundwater and must do everything it can to protect its watershed. The Grand River Conservation Authority is a very, very valued partner in our city. So I just want to thank staff, and just for a process question, Mayor, I have prepared a motion on this topic. Would you like me to bring it now or to wait until the end when we are dealing with other motions?
Well, I thought it would make sense, more sense now, simply because we're dealing with it. We're going to be voting on what Adam and Robin are putting forward to submit their commentary, staff commentary, but we don't have a political commentary as yet. And so I was just waiting for it to appear. It has appeared on the screen now, and why don't we, I'll look to the clerk here. We should probably process the staff report one and then come forward with the political one. Okay, so let's look to see if there's any further commentary on the staff report at this time. I'm really not seeing any. And so why don't I look to Councillor Bonagor and Ward 1 to move the staff report forward?
Certainly. Councillor Bonagor here. I'm happy to move this report and the recommendations and vote in favour.
Councillor Hanmer, I too am happy to second the motion and the recommendations, and I will vote in favour.
Councillor Bodley is in favour.
Councillor Veith in favour.
Councillor Freeman in favour.
Councillor Vasic in favour.
Councillor Henry in favour.
And the mayor's in favour too. That carries unanimously. Thank you very much, Adam. And I will ask our, I think Natalia to, or Lori, to put on the screen the motion that Councillor Bonagor had been working on, and really just addresses the political concerns as well. Do you want to talk to it, please, Councillor Bonagor?
Certainly. Thank you, Mayor Jaworski. Particularly as the Uptown Councillor, I mean, this matter is very concerning and close to my heart. This city has been designated as a place to grow. I mean, as I state in the motion, and particularly in the core where we're expected to grow, we are beset by watershed issues, and we rely on the Grand River Conservation Authority and their valued opinions when it comes to making strong planning decisions on city land. So the idea that the Conservation Authority could somehow be removed from this process and that we would end up with an equally healthy and equally strong community, I don't think that's true. And I really call upon the province to remove Section 6 or Schedule 6 from Bill 229. Ideally, just remove it altogether. But if not that, then set it aside for the debate that it warrants, because this should not just get lumped in with a whole lot of other discussions. This has very real impacts that could last a very long time. So that's my comments. Would you like me to read the resolution, or are we happy to just let people read through it?
No, I think we have it on the screen. It's available for everyone to read. It's pretty succinct, and as you said, I would offer that the Ontario Big City Mayors did ask that essentially the same as this, that it deserves consultation. There are certainly merits in upgrading or reviewing the Conservation Authorities Act, and but it should be with commentary from or consultations with people. It is so vitally important. So what I'm going to do is I will look to Ward 1 and Ward 2 to consider waiving notice of motion for this for Councillor Bonagor's fresh motion here.
Councillor Hanmer, I'm happy to waive notice of motion for this particular motion. It's very timely, and it is something that we need to follow through on. And thank you, Councillor Bonagor, for bringing it forward.
Councillor Bodley, I would happy to second the motion to waive the notice of motion. I think that's what I'm doing, and vote in favor.
It absolutely is.
Councillor Beath, I vote in favor.
Councillor Freeman in favor.
Councillor Bassick in favor.
Councillor Henry in favor.
Councillor Bonagor in favor.
And the mayor's in favor too. So with that, I will turn it back to Councillor Bonagor to move it forward.
Thank you, Mayor Jaworski. So thank you to everyone for waiving notice. This has been.
I guess I should, technically you'll move it, get a seconder, and I'll look to see if there's any comments on it because we were just did the waiving. So
yes,
so
I just wanted to thank everyone for waiving notice, just given the time sensitivity of the situation. So I'm going to move that we adopt this resolution as printed.
Oh, and I see the Ward 2 councillors on the Sustainability Advisory Committee would like to second with comment. Please go ahead, Royce.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Jaworski. Yeah, I was just going to bring the lens of SAC to this. We had a conversation about this at our last meeting, and I know we have a member of SAC who is on the Halton Region Conservation Authority who I was able to connect with Councillor Bonagor to converse around this. And yeah, to the extent that we can add our voice to the numerous folks who resigned from the Greenbelt Council, to the numerous municipalities and conservation authorities across the province, I'm very happy to add my displeasure to this, and it's frankly infuriating. I think that this is something that we would be considering in a time where climate change is such a pressing issue. And as Councillor Bonagor said, and I know she doesn't mean this as solely in the Uptown, but for me out in Ward 2, being adjacent to environmentally sensitive lands that are protected by the province, it is very concerning what that might mean for that, for the groundwater in the moraine, the Laurel Creek Conservation Area. It's just as I say, infuriating. So happy to second the motion and vote in favor of it if the time is appropriate for that.
I've lost track of Councillor, if the mover has. Does anybody have any comments? I'm not seeing any.
Sorry, Mayor, I couldn't type fast enough. It's Councillor Freeman. I have a quick comment.
Go ahead.
Yeah, it's just in that the motion be circulated component, can we make sure to include the Association of Municipalities of Ontario? And yeah, like Councillor Bodley said, this affects the entire city. For my ward, Colonial Creek runs through it, and that's all protected land by the GRCA, and they're relied upon for everything from septic bed reconstruction to comment on to people wanting to go and build bridges across creeks just wherever they want them. And there's all these pieces that the conservation areas need to be respected for the role that they play more broadly. And so I vote in favor of this. You don't need to come back to me.
I'm not even sure if Councillor Bonagor has even voted in favor. Have you?
I'm happy to do so now, Mayor. I was just leaving room for discussion. But yes, I vote in favor.
Okay, yeah, let's take it forward, starting with Ward 7. Ward 7's voted over to Ward 1.
Councillor Hanmer, in favor.
Councillor Budley reaffirming in favor.
Councillor Veith, I'm in favor.
Councillor Vasic, in favor.
Councillor Henry, in favor.
And the mayor's in favor too. That passes unanimously. We will get that off to the province ASAP by tomorrow, which is 31 minutes away. And thank you, Adam and team, for that. Off to item H, inclusionary zoning and other approaches to address affordable housing. A report prepared for us by Michelle Lee, and Michelle Lee is on the line.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, for sticking with us. I'll just wait till my slides appear, and perhaps you can proceed to the second slide, and I'll start the presentation. I just want to provide some highlights of the fairly lengthy staff report and appendices that you received, just to sort of distill down some of the key points that I think are important in understanding and providing context around the staff recommendations. So some of them will be definitions, like what do I mean by affordable housing? We mean when we talk about inclusionary zoning and how does it work. I'll cover a few key findings of the studies that were carried out, and then I'll go over our staff recommendations. Next slide. So affordable housing is defined in the provincial policy statement and in our official plan as housing that costs no more than 30% of a household's annual gross income. That means that 70% or more of their income is being spent on other things that they need to survive, and no more than 30% is spent on housing. Affordable housing can also mean 10% less than the average market rent or price of a housing unit. Whichever one of those two is less is what we mean when we say affordable housing. So in some cases, it may be calculated as the first, and sometimes it might be calculated as the second. What's essential is you do both calculations and then you compare the two and come up with the lesser of the two. Next slide, please. In terms of Waterloo's context, that means that on average, an affordable rental house or a rental unit is $1,296 a month. That's 2019 prices. And that an average affordable ownership unit would be $354,899. Next slide. The province has given us a number of tools to address affordable housing. One of the most powerful is a fairly recent tool called inclusionary zoning. And it allows municipalities to require that private developers include affordable units in any new housing develops that they develop. The municipality can define the parameters around this program so that they can dictate what percentage of units need to be affordable, the degree of affordability or how affordable they are, and the duration or length of time that they need to be affordable. Next slide, please. There are some limitations on how we can apply inclusionary zoning. One is that we can only apply it in designated major transit station areas. So these are the areas that are within approximately 800 meters of a station. They're delineated by the region and then also incorporated into our official plan. And those mark the boundaries within which we can apply the program. Outside of those areas, we can use other tools, but we just can't use the inclusionary zoning tool. It's also limited to buildings that are multi-residential, and they need to have 10 or more units in them. Next slide. Before we can adopt an inclusionary zoning policy, the province requires that we carry out a number of studies. The first is a housing needs and demand assessment, or at least that's what we're calling it. That's a study that is looking at the type of housing that is needed by the community, the full range of housing types, and what we can anticipate in terms of future need. The other study that's required is a financial impact analysis of inclusionary zoning, and that needs to look at what the impact could be on the housing market in the locations that inclusionary zoning is applied. We carried the first study out in-house, and the second study, the financial impact analysis, was carried out in partnership between City of Kitchener, City of Cambridge, and the region of Waterloo. We contracted a consultant to do that work. They looked at 10 station areas in the region, or future station areas, 3 of which were in Waterloo, and those were Uptown, University of Waterloo, and Conestoga. Next slide, please. So I've tried to distill down what include a whole bunch of recommendations to what I think are maybe the 4 or 5 most important points. Next slide. The first is that housing costs have increased significantly faster than incomes. So if you look at the rate of change of incomes since 2008, we're assuming that it has increased at approximately the same rate as inflation, so about 20%. But during that same time, the average cost of a rental unit increased by 53%, and the average house price increased by 81%. We anticipate that that gap between incomes and housing prices is going to continue, and that the need for affordable housing as a result is going to grow more than it already is today. Next slide. We also discovered that almost a quarter of Waterloo's households live in what is defined as unaffordable housing as of 2016. That means that they were paying more than 30% of their household income on rent or on mortgage, and that represents a fairly large, surprisingly large portion of the population. Next slide, please. Another finding was, and it's probably not of great surprise to this council, and that is that we have a very, very high demand for rental housing in this community. We have a very large student population, but we also have quite a number of young professionals, all of which are competing with lower income households for the same rental housing. As a result, we do need a fairly large supply of market and non-market rental housing, and we've found that there is a need for more market and non-market rental for low-income households specifically. Next slide, please. The financial impact study looked at the feasibility of inclusionary zoning across the region and found actually quite a variable impact across the region, with stronger markets, stronger housing markets faring pretty well under an inclusionary zoning scenario, and other markets not faring quite as well. Next slide, please. The consultant of the study recommended that the city consider developing a coordinated inclusionary zoning policy framework now, rather than waiting until all station areas are in a position to be able to adopt those policies fully. The idea would be that the policy framework would focus on station areas with strong residential markets, and that this would help signal the policy change to the emerging or weaker markets, so that as they strengthen, the inclusionary zoning policy could be phased in as appropriate. It also recommended, or they also recommended, that the city monitor and adjust any inclusionary zoning policy to make sure that it reflected market changes, because we recognize that markets don't just sit in a sort of a stationary way. They are constantly changing and ebbing and flowing, and we want to make sure that the policy is tied correctly to each market so that it can be appropriate and it can adjust and be as nimble as possible. Next slide, please. So with this, I wanted to just summarize 6 of the 8 staff recommendations that are in front of you. The first is that we're recommending that staff be directed to proceed with the research and development of an inclusionary zoning policy. This policy will be brought back to council for review and approval through an official plan and zoning bylaw amendment. We also recommend that the city continue to support the work of the region and partner agencies to address the full spectrum of housing needs on the housing continuum. The third is that council directs staff to develop an affordable housing grant policy to help guide the allocation of funding that we have got in our affordable housing grant program. The fourth is that the existing official plan policies that relate to affordable housing be evaluated through the official plan review process, and that has been identified already in the previous staff report that you reviewed. The fifth is that council directs staff to streamline and prioritize development applications for affordable housing projects where possible. And lastly, we're asking that council direct staff to initiate an affordable housing strategy so that we can provide a more comprehensive and data-supported framework for the creation and retention of affordable housing in Waterloo. That's it for me, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Excellent, Michelle. And I know Councillor Bonagor has a number of station areas in her area, stations in her area, I should say, correcting that terminology. Are there questions from, and I know Councillor Bonagor is keen on this, we'll come back to you regarding moving it. Looking for questions now. I see Councillor Freeman, Councillor Bodley with questions, and then Councillor Hammer with comments. So please, and Councillor Henry, please go ahead, Councillor Freeman.
Thank you through you, Mayor Jaworski. Michelle, I just want to thank you so much for the presentation. It was so helpful at 20 minutes before midnight to just receive this really high level overview, and the way you distilled the report is so helpful. And I guess one of the questions I was thinking about was that with regard to our station area planning, we've kind of outlined, I would say, a limit around the station area of how far we would go. And I just wonder with the inclusionary zoning, whether we might consider that area around the station area to be a little bit bigger so that we might bring some of this inclusionary zoning a little closer to some of the existing residential. And I guess I think of, my ward in particular and around Conestoga Mall, because right now there's only residential close to that station at King's Court, and everything else is either commercial or employment land. And as that land transitions, it might be that it's more approachable from an affordability perspective for somebody to make an investment in land that's, say, more than 800 meters or more than 1,000 meters from the transit station. So I just don't quite know how that works and would value your thinking on that piece.
Through you, Mayor. That is actually a very good question, and we did think about that earlier as the region was initiating their review of the station area boundaries. I'll just remind council that although we have our station area plans with boundaries that we've identified, the region has the authority to review those boundaries and make changes as appropriate based on their interpretation, and then we're obliged to conform to those boundaries. We have been at the table with the region, working with them on any revisions to the boundaries, and this has been brought up as a consideration. And what we're trying to do is weigh the importance of making sure that the purpose of the station area doesn't become too diluted. It's supposed to be an area that supports, generally supports intensification and all the other activities that you want to see around a station area, but also we're mindful that that same station area can enable us to apply inclusionary zoning policies. So we have been working with the region to try to find that balance.
Thank you very much, because I think there's two station areas in particular that this applies to very much, and that's Conestoga Mall and Northfield, because those two station areas right now don't really have a ton of residential nearby to them, unlike the uptown and other parts that are more highly developed in the city. And so it would be really unfortunate to see limitations happen as it relates to creating options for affordability.
Thank you, Councillor Freeman. Just to everyone, I was going to comment at the end, but I'll throw it in now, is the City of Kitchener started this off, and the region also endorsed and I think I'll have this resolution come back to us in January for us to consider having our own version, maybe we will by then, is to request the province to reinstate the Planning Act provisions to enable a municipality to apply inclusionary zoning provisions within its entire jurisdictions, or as a minimum to enable inclusionary zoning along major transit bus routes throughout the city. So I think that's something that other cities aren't asking for, but I think this is the kind of city that we would. But let's leave that discussion for January. I probably could have had it on the agenda. We could have gone a bit later, but I'm sure everybody else would jump all over me. But just so you know, I'll forward that to you, and we'll look for that in January. Next up is Councillor Bodley. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Jaworski. Through you, thank you for this report. This is I was fascinated by this report. I know it's 11:45, but this is the report that, the non-budget report that I've made the most notes on in my little council booklet that I have here. So I really appreciate all the information that was in there. I have a couple of questions and then comments if there are no other questions. A lot of the report, as you look through it, looks at it, and I understand why, but looks at it from the developer's point of view. Would it make sense to invest in this plot of land? Would I still be getting the appropriate level of return? And it speaks to residual land values and things like that. Given what Mayor Jaworski had just said around the restrictions that we have with respect to inclusionary zoning that the province has placed on us, I'm wondering if there was any discussion as part of the report or any thoughts as to how land values would be impacted outside of these study areas, and not necessarily if we were to not require inclusionary zoning, for example, in Conestoga, but in the suburbs, out in my area or in other suburban areas of the city, if we were to implement inclusionary zoning in the two station areas where it currently makes sense from an RLV perspective, how would land values be impacted? For example, along the Herb Street corridor in Sandra's ward or in the northwest end of the city?
Through you, Mayor, to Councillor Bodley. That is a good question that I wish I had my financial analyst here to help answer, or at least the consultant that carried out that staff report, or sorry, not the staff report, but the financial impact assessment. There are a number of variables that affect land prices, as I think the consultant outlined quite clearly in his report. So I think that the implementation of a policy along the various station areas would be possibly one of those many things that impact land values. I'm not sure that it would be a driving factor, but I really don't think I'm qualified to speak on that particular point with any level of certainty.
If I could, it's Adam Lauder speaking. Some thoughts that do come to mind from my perspective is in the station areas, particularly so uptown, for example, the station area, you're going to see the highest land values, and out in more suburban or less removed from uptown areas, there's a gradient of land values. And so while we don't have that response readily handy for you that's really precise, Councillor, I think that you wouldn't necessarily see significant impacts on the suburban areas in having some adjustments to land values in the station areas.
Thank you. I appreciate the commentary there, and I apologize for springing that on me, knowing that the consultant is likely not going to stick around till midnight. And perhaps if that's if there's any follow-up comments that could happen at our next discussion on this topic, I would appreciate that. The second question that I have, I guess, before I go into my comments, was around the point 6 there, the initiation or the development of an affordable housing strategy for the city of Waterloo. Recognizing that inclusionary zoning is simply one tool, I'm wondering if there are more, and I guess I'm going to speak to this in my comments at the end. But I'm wondering if we need to be considering, or if that point 6 there is going to consider further sticks, for lack of a better word. Recognize that inclusionary zoning is a bit of a stick, in that, as opposed to a carrot, in that it is requiring the developer to do something. I'm wondering if we are going to be looking at any other sort of stick-like policies, vacant home taxes, vacant property taxes, putting square foot limits on houses, things to that effect. In your initial thoughts on what that affordable housing strategy might look like, are those things that come to mind as being potential?
Through you, Mayor, to Councillor Bodley, I think we would want to consider the full range of options that are available to municipalities, and each option will have pros and cons associated with them and might have different levels of effectiveness. So yes, a stick and carrot approach, I think, is on the table, but you know, each approach would need to be evaluated in terms of its merits.
Appreciate those comments. Thank you. And I don't know, Mayor Jaworski, if I don't see any other questions, so if it's okay for me to put my comments in, I could do that now.
Let me see. Comment, move. Okay, go ahead with the comment.
Thank you. So yeah, like I said, I was just very fascinated by this report and you know, frustrated, I guess, by this report. And I recognize that the city of Waterloo is not unique in a lot of the challenges that we're facing with respect to the housing market here, that there are challenges in other municipalities across Canada, certainly. But, you know, the thing that was really eye-opening to me is that you, in the city of Waterloo, you need to be in the top 2 deciles of household income in order to be able to afford the average house price. That is crazy to me. And, you know, just setting aside the housing as a human right argument, which I'm all here for, that really just indicates to me that the market is broken. And I know that inclusionary zoning is not the only answer here, and I really do appreciate the comments that were just given and the recommendation for a more thorough affordable housing strategy. And so, yeah, I really just want to encourage staff to consider bold actions to incentivize affordable housing, but also appropriate measures to require developers to help achieve the goals that we have for the city. So thank you very much for the report. Those are my comments. I'll be happy to vote when the time is appropriate.
Next up, Councillor Hanmer, then Henry. Yeah, and then Bonnegar.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you to Michelle. Michelle, thank you very much for all the work in putting the report together. I must say some of my comments and questions have been asked before, but I too am equally pleased to see that we're not looking at just the inclusionary zoning, that when we address the whole issue of affordable housing, we need to look at, using your words, a stick and a carrot approach that is going to encourage the development of more affordable housing across the city, regardless of where it is. And then, to me, probably more importantly, how are we going to be able to retain that and make sure it isn't a slippery slope, that things convert back to unaffordable housing or other issues that we're not able to deal with. So I too would encourage staff to really take a look at the gamut when it comes to the policy around affordable housing, and try to be bold with the different tools that you bring back to us as considerations for the policy. Thank you for the work to date, and I look forward to seeing the next part of your work when it's ready.
Thank you, Councillor Hanmer. Councillor Henry, we can take your comments now, please.
Thanks, Mayor, and thank you, Michelle and team for the very thorough and detailed report that I know we've been waiting for a while. And these things take some work, especially when new provincial governments show up and muck up the rules that you finally got a version of and have to do their own all over again. And that's what's delayed our process from desire to do inclusionary zoning to where we are today. I thank you for sharing with us a report that is as alarming as it is unsurprising. I think we've seen and speculated for several years that that the housing market and the land values have become detached from incomes, and the financialization of the housing sector, to Councillor Bodley's comments, shows that it is not a market that works for people. It is clearly slanted in a different direction, and the tools in our tool are ones we need to use. They're not going to solve the underlying issues, but they're the things we can do, and they're the things we must do. So a couple of notes as we proceed to the next section in this. For me, as Councillor Henmer suggested, perpetuity is preferable, even if we get a little bit less, because we get it forever, and forever is really important, because the rest of those developments will be there. Those units will be there forever as well. And if that means that in various station areas we need to phase in some requirements while phasing out some targeted and temporary municipal incentives, that would seem reasonable to me, obviously subject to details. And in general, lowering parking minimums in station areas appears to me to be a sensible solution that our policy framework was already geared up for, to be able to deliver some of that incentive on a permanent basis that should help make this true. And I had one comment from my own ward. Certainly the R&T Park Station has no permissions for residential housing in it yet. We'll see what the employment lands review does to that. But in Northdale, with the impending loss of Section 37, I think that staff should explore in this process increasing density toward the maximum levels currently available through Section 37, so that we can increase the amount or length or affordability of inclusionary zoning, recognizing that this is one of the viable nodes we have in the city today. I think we currently jump at a community benefit if someone was offering it in the current Section 37 framework. And I think that could be an elegant solution to the problem we face of having a plan that suggests additional density, but no longer a mechanism to get there with community benefits. So I think that could be an elegant solution that's worth exploring in detail.
Councillor Henry, I'm not going to let you off the hook. I need you to come back here, because we can keep this meeting going in perpetuity, but we need to make a motion every hour on the hour. So as midnight approaches, I'd like you to make a motion to allow us to take council beyond midnight.
Mayor, I am distressed and will move a motion to take this meeting into tomorrow and vote in favor.
This is Councillor Bonagor. I second the motion and vote in favor.
Councillor Hanmer reluctantly in favor.
Councillor Bodley in favor.
In favor, Councillor Veith, sorry.
Councillor Freeman, struggling to be in favor, but in favor.
Councillor Bassick in favor.
And the mayor's in favor too, but I will note to everyone that I have a full day regional council meeting tomorrow morning at 9, so I'll have a hard stop at 8:55. Please go ahead, Councillor Bonagor. I think we're done. We're ready to go.
I think you're up to me, yes. Yes, thank you, Mayor Jaworski, and through you to all of the team and Michelle. This is, I support everyone's remarks. This was a really fascinating report. As Councillor Henry said, it was sadly unsurprising, but still astounding. So first up, I mean, is this report like separately published on the website, or is it planned to be so? Because I would love to share it.
Through you, Mayor, at this time, it's really only included as part of a bigger package, like a council package. It's on our Engage Waterloo Region site as part of this bigger package, but we can make it available as a standalone report for you if you like.
I would really appreciate that. I think that would be great. So thank you very much. And I do plan to move this. I just want to say the only thing that gave me pause in this whole report was the recommendation to kind of turn the taps on very slowly. I think we're not hiding the fact that we want to explore inclusionary zoning. I don't think this is going to come as a great surprise to developers. Yes, we need to give them time, but I don't want to give so much time that we miss opportunities. So I'm just going to say that from the outset. But from my comments here, I mean, some residents might wonder why we need to protect affordability in the core. I've actually had a couple of people ask me specifically, like, why are we trying to do this? Not many, but a couple. But research shows that the strongest and most resilient communities are mixed, where people of different incomes and different backgrounds live alongside each other. And this is what makes a healthy, resilient community. But Waterloo is on the verge of losing that in its central areas. I mean, housing affordability is one of the key concerns of Ward 7 residents, which might come as a surprise to people who live in the rest of the city. But the people who can afford to live here are really worried about the people who can't. And as prices keep rising, it's pushing lower and middle income residents further away from transit, from services and more, and it's physically entrenching inequality. My family, we managed to buy a house uptown, but that's because we had good timing. We didn't know it at the time, but we snuck in. We were lucky. But having a home, whether you own it or you rent it, it shouldn't come down to luck. I mean, I don't want to live in a city where the lucky and the rich have the privilege of walking to their local coffee shop, but the barista cannot walk to work. And that's just not fair. And I think it's detrimental to us all. So it's become painfully clear all around the world that the market is not going to fix this. And for the sake of our city and for ourselves, we need strong tools and bold ideas that will help us kind of stem that tide of inequality. So with that in mind, those are my reasons to support this, support what staff have brought forward, and I will move it and vote in favour.
I'll look to Ward 1.
Councillor Hanmer, I am pleased to second the recommendations, and I will vote in favor.
Councillor Bodley in favor.
Councillor Veith in favor.
Councillor Freeman in favor.
Councillor Vasic in favor.
Councillor Henry in favor.
And the mayor's in favor too. That carries unanimously. I have a new trivia question for Mr. Bowman. Who was the staff member who brought up a staff report on a Monday and it wasn't approved until Tuesday? The answer is Michelle Lee. Michelle Lee, we got that. Thank you for your time tonight, Michelle. With that, we are done that section of staff reports. We move into public meetings, and thankfully there are none. And let's skip over to notice of motion. And to get this show on the road, I'm going to ask Ward 1, Ward 2 to consider waiving notice of motion so we can move forward on this.
Councillor Hanmer, happy to waive notice of motion so that we can proceed, and I'll vote in favor.
Councillor Bodley, I'll second waiving notice of motion and vote in favor.
Councillor Veith in favor.
Councillor Freeman in favor.
Councillor Vasic in favor.
Councillor Henry in favor.
Councillor Bonagor in favour.
And the mayor's in favor too. Go ahead, Councillor Vasic. to introduce your motion. It's on the screen, and we probably or possibly still have delegations on the line. So please go ahead, Councillor.
Yeah, I think we have two. Thanks for sticking around, and thanks to those who sent in written correspondence too. So I just have some opening remarks. Okay, in the midst of a global pandemic that has brought loneliness, sickness, death, and much uncertainty, we have found extraordinary ways to come together. Caremongering, for example, is a grassroots group on Facebook that quickly grew to more than 8,000 members who provide support to one another to get through these trying times. As a community, we've sacrificed time with loved ones, and we're looking ahead to more sacrifices of the same over this holiday season to flatten the curve so that our healthcare system is not overburdened and healthcare workers can attend to those needing urgent care. At the city, staff have worked around the clock to ensure that summer camps and fall and winter programming for people of all ages are safe to participate in. And that's just one example of the tireless work city staff have been putting in. It is with the same fervor and relentlessness that we have come together to fight this pandemic that we must also apply to taking action on the most widespread racial awakening this city and region have ever seen. In June this year, thanks to the swift leadership of local Black, Indigenous, and other racialized people, nearly 30,000 people came together, most in person and some online, and safely protested to ask local political leaders to reallocate and reinvest police funds into community-led health and public safety initiatives. On October 21st of this year, urban Indigenous leaders moved Land Bag Camp from Victoria Park, where they had been living for more than 100 days, to Waterloo Park, demanding a right to the city. This right having been theirs from time immemorial, long before settlers arrived and ravaged their livelihoods, lives, and ways of life. A year and a half ago as a council, we embedded for the first time equity, inclusion, and a sense of belonging as a pillar and principle in the City of Waterloo's strategic plan. Today, I am asking council to come together and deliver on that pillar and keep moving and building towards becoming not only diverse, equitable, and inclusive, but also anti-racist and decolonized. I am asking that we formally communicate, advocate, and encourage on behalf of the residents we represent that the Region of Waterloo Police Services Board, the Chief of Police, and the Province of Ontario especially, including our MPPs, look at ways to reallocate their budget with the intention of reinvesting into culturally informed community-led health and public safety initiatives. This means that police can focus on police work, and other work that has fallen into their hands can be transitioned into the capable hands of communities themselves. So yes, I am asking that we take a stand and advocate for righting injustices that are technically out of our jurisdiction, though they are intricately connected to the work of the city and the lives of the residents who live here. However, as a previous professor of mine, Martha Kue-Kumsa, reminded students often, when we point a finger at others, 3 fingers are pointing back at us. This is the hardest part. It will require a shift in policies and procedures, and these changes will be disorienting, as change always is. But I also have faith we can do it. Policies and procedures were created by people. They are not set in stone. People made these rules, and we can remake them to change and shift as society does, and better meet the needs of our neighbors. I also have faith because we are adaptable, as we have seen over and over again through this pandemic. The hardest part, though, might be how this work will illuminate our own beliefs, behaviors, and attitudes that get in the way of truly working in solidarity for matters of equity and justice. Over the course of putting this motion together, I have been guilty of microaggressions. I've questioned whether we're moving too fast. I've wondered if I should be taking things slower. Part of this process will include making mistakes, but the fear of making mistakes and the discomfort that comes along with that cannot paralyze us from taking action. Let's put ourselves out there knowing that it will be hard and show that as community leaders, we are willing to make mistakes publicly and then show that when we know better, we do better. To get this work going will require some shifting of business plans, which is atypical because it's outside of the 3-year strategic process and budgeting. But this work cannot wait until the next council term. We need to get started now, and that is where this motion comes in. As a starting point, I'm asking to get a better understanding from staff through a report that will be delivered to Council in March 2021, a comprehensive look at where the city is at with its equity, inclusion, and sense of belonging work to date, including its own internal diversity census. So when the new staff team that we just approved is hired, they can just approved yesterday. They can lead this work in a culturally informed way and in collaboration with diverse communities that have been pushed out of existing systems. This work will, no doubt, benefit the constituents we represent who have been marginalized because institutions have been built on racism, white supremacy, and colonization. But it's for all of us too. Let us be reminded of what Indigenous Australian artist, activist, and academic Leela Watson is famously quoted as saying, "If you have come here to help me, you are wasting your time. But if you have come because your liberation is bound up with mine, then let us work together. We are in this together." Thank you, and I look forward to our discussion and vote.
Thank you, Councillor Vasek. I'm going to go to delegations now. And we all did receive communications from one delegate who couldn't stay with us, Susie Taka. Delegate number 2, Jody Kobrinski. We invite Jody in and...
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
We can. Thank you for your extreme patience.
Well, I didn't start in the morning like you folks did. I would like to just start with thanking you, Mayor and Council, for considering this delegation. I know it has been a very long day for all of you. I am deeply sympathetic to this reality, and I'm going to try to push through this as concisely as I can. I also want to take a quick moment, though, to thank this council for your reception earlier in this meeting of the Indigenous delegations. That gives me so much hope that we are starting to build a long absent political will in this region to honor our agreements with Indigenous peoples. As a community member, researcher, and educator, I wanted to participate in tonight's delegation in support of Councillor Vasek's motion, because I believe it is deeply important that Euro-descended settler Canadians stand with Black, Indigenous, and persons of color in Waterloo region who've been absolutely clear that the status quo can no longer hold. To achieve the necessary shifts requires more than platitudes. Meaningfully addressing Canada's systemic anti-Indigenous, anti-Black racism will require material changes in the way we are used to doing things in this region. We know what we prioritize as a community by what we choose to fund collectively. A shift from funding policing to funding a community safety framework is required. My request of Council tonight is to consider reallocating even a small portion of the reserve funding to upstream prevention and set out an ambitious agenda to shift towards prioritizing upstream prevention. I'm really grateful that Councillor Vasek has a tight timeline on the study work that needs to be done. Luckily for the city and the region, we have other jurisdictions across North America to draw inspiration from and blueprints for achieving the changes that we're seeking. In Calgary, for instance, the city is seeking to reallocate $20 million over the next 2 years. Calgary's Chief Mark Neufeld agrees with our Chief Larkin regarding the inappropriateness of policing as the first response in a mental health wellness check. In Calgary, police leadership proposed a financial investment where resources from the existing budget would be reallocated to community organizations to develop alternative ways to respond to Calgarians in crisis. Their funding for a community safety network in Calgary is proposed to be pulled from reserve funds. As I understand it, the police services budget in Waterloo Region has a fairly healthy reserve fund. Given the multiple and overlapping emergencies that you all have outlined tonight in this meeting through various discussions, as a result of COVID and the economic crisis that it has brought to our region, which is exemplified by a 26% increase in first-time food bank use, to the mental health and financial stresses felt unevenly by citizens, we must have the political will to see this moment as a legitimate emergency. A once in 100 years pandemic is an emergency. In Denver, police launched a program called STAR that sends a non-police response on mental health calls. It was launched in June, and they already have responded to over 1,000 crisis calls without incident or needing to call the police. This pilot project is lending credence to the insight that the mere presence of police may be a contribution to escalation, whereas having mental health expertise with relationships and community may be de-escalating. In Scarborough, a little closer to home, Indigenous Crisis Response Team is currently being piloted in place of police. The Native Child and Family Services of Toronto was designated to design and run a pilot project in the Kingston and Galloway Roads area with support from the Toronto Police and community-based health groups. The executive director of the Native Child and Services Toronto explained in a CBC article that the importance of shifting who provides services. They said, when a member of our community sees a uniformed officer, there's an intergenerational impact that occurs that is traumatizing reaction and can really change the way that encounter goes. The leadership at Reallocate Waterloo Region can work with Regional Council and the City Councils within the region to develop programs with an effective community safety framework. Chief Larkin has repeatedly stated he supports upstream prevention, and yet the Waterloo Region Police Services is requesting an additional $8 million in budget this year, and during not just a health pandemic, but a financial one. This effort need not take multiple years and multiple studies to develop. While this idea may be new to Council and to the WRPS, it is not new to the community seeking reprieve from business as usual, which we can all agree is not in any way sustainable. I ask the Council to approve Councillor Jen Vasik's motion. Thank you for your time and attention.
Excellent, Jody. Thank you. Yeah, I think certainly from the Reallocate WR website, that was certainly a lot of information there that as we all struggle for a listing of upstream prevention, all of a sudden there it was. Councillor Vasik, please.
Yeah, I just wanted to say thanks, Jody, so much, both to redirect us to Reallocate WR, but giving all those other examples of local and otherwise models for what this might look like. So thanks for pointing us in that direction and for sticking it out until midnight.
My pleasure. I really appreciate having your attention, and good luck with the rest of the meeting.
Yeah, I will just highlight to Jody, as you see in the Councillor Vasik's motion, that it's really a call upon the provincial government, because that's where a lot of the controls lie in all this. And I think that certainly from a investment in upstream prevention, a lot of us are going to have to move first, because there'll be some time before any monies are available.
Thank you for that. Thanks for observing that. And I just, again, want to point to, I know it's something that we haven't looked at, and there's rules around how it happens, but I hope that this team can be creative enough to find ways to tap into reserve funds and get some pilot projects going, because this is going to have to be from the grassroots up, and the change will not come overnight. And we will all obviously continue to put pressure on all levels of government.
Yeah, so true, and good information as well. Appreciate it. And with that, I will move to our third delegate, Funky Oba.
Hello?
Yeah, can you speak a bit louder, please?
Oh, okay, I'll try. Hope I try to be loud.
I'm just going to ask, is there a way to turn up your volume? You're so low. I can hear somebody's there, but I can't hear any words.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yeah, that's a bit better. If you have a chance to speak a bit louder, that'd be even better. Please go ahead.
Okay, I'll try. Thank you very much for this opportunity to speak to the motion. I want to support it and also support and endorse the staff report that was made earlier. Can you hear me clearly now?
I have you on full volume. I don't have any comments to the contrary from councillors, but yeah, please go ahead.
Okay, so I will continue then. Yeah, so like I said, I endorse the motion, and I just want to say a few things that creating those positions is not a destination. It may signal a preparedness to begin to reckon with racism, but it may not, because solitary racialized people injected things about change, except if the organization itself is prepared to overhaul and restructure and shift its paradigms. We must interrogate, for instance, why it's taking this council this long to recognize these issues and to think about creating these positions. We're glad it's happening, given all that has transpired in 2020. But it shows that we have been blind to some of these things, and we must therefore interrogate what else we remain blind to. Because racism is not unconscious, and I'm not going to go too much into that. Ruth Cameron spoke earlier about the fact that there is no unconscious bias. Racism is not random. It is not accidental. It is not random that there is racism towards indigenous people. It is not accidental that there is racism towards Black people. It is not random that Black youth in Waterloo region are stopped and profiled 4 to 5 times more than their non-Black peers. It is not unconscious. It is not random. It is not accidental. For too long, we Black researchers have seen the conflation of anti-Black racism under terms like diversity, multiculturalism, marginalization, racialization. And again, Ruth spoke to that earlier, that other racialized people often benefit from anti-racism initiatives because whiteness continues to demand a soft landing, starting with everyone but the Black or indigenous person, because that gives the white population a soft landing, some degree of comfort, some degree of self-celebration and adulation, and continues to harm those at the bottom rung, the blackest of the blackest. And they only get benefits after every other group has benefited from that which the Black persons fight for. As Councillor Versick just said, about 30,000 people protested in Waterloo region just this past summer under the auspices of Black Lives Matter Waterloo. So it is important to have a position specifically to advocate for anti-Black racism to be dismantled in this region. I see we have a position for indigenous accessibility, we need, and one for racism, but I really think we need to name anti-Black racism. Because like I said, for too long, it's been conflated under everything else, which means nothing gets done, about anti-Black racism. But to do this would require unlearning. It would require us to recognize discursive violence. It would require us to understand the interconnected nature of anti-Black and indigenous racism. Because for Black people, reconciliation means wrestling with the settler colonial project from our own subject positions as displaced, colonized, global, indigenous settlers. Each of those positions is something we wrestle with on a daily basis. And it's not easy for anyone without the lived experience to understand it. I am a professor of social work, but I'm the only Black one in my faculty. And when you inject one Black person into an organization, it is difference, it is diversity that makes no difference, that cannot make a difference. Many of my white students learn about their Canadian history from me, a Black professor. They express disgust that they had to learn this in university, that what is like a family history is kept secret from them, even though they consider themselves educated people as masters of social work students. Black history is not taught in the primary or secondary schools. Slavery is presented as a part of our history that just happened. But slavery did not just happen. It is not unconscious. It is not random. People were not born slaves. It is not a natural thing that they just were slaves. Slaves came into this country. Slaves did not come into this country. Human beings came and were enslaved. So racism does not just happen without racists. Anti-Black racism does not happen without racists. And when racists employ Black or indigenous staff, what happens? What do we expect? That they be subservient and grateful? That they make the racist persons look good? That they make us able to celebrate that, A, we've created these positions. We're always, ever, already inclusive, diverse, good people, which means we're expecting those people that we're injecting into the organization to be complicit in their own oppression, that they help the council prove that we're already non-racist. We've seen that with a lot of our universities. I refer to that because that's the system in which I work. Coming out with statements that says, oh, we're welcoming, which only serves to silence the people who cringe when they hear such statements. The people at the very brunt, who bear the brunt of the non-welcoming, non-accepting, toxic environment in which they serve, because they are expected to adjust to the system without the system adjusting to them. So these positions that we're creating, what is our expectation? How will they be evaluated? How will all other staff in this council and the councillors and the mayor evaluated? You know, what we count counts. And what counts is not always what is counted, you know. Will contribution towards anti-Black and anti-indigenous racism become a measure of accountability for all staff? become a measure of accountability from the municipalities to the province? How will this staff be retrained, be promoted, be able to advance in the organization? Again, Ruth spoke to that earlier, so I will not say too much about that. Because all too often when we hire Black staff or faculty, they are either fired or they themselves withdraw or they become unsafe and silenced. What will make this staff, these 4 positions, what will make them safe? What will the system change to allow for the difference it purportedly wants, it purports to want? Because I'm sure we're very well intentioned with these motions, with the staff report. We purport that we want change. What will it take? Are we doing that work first? Are we ready to do that work? What will stop the council from turning this to a self-celebratory dance that will only distress the Black and Indigenous and people of color in the community? What therefore is needed? And I'm just going to end in a minute. We need to put our money, our resources where our mouth is. We need to walk the talk. We need to go through all policies, procedures, language, practices, evaluations with a fine-tooth comb. Work with the local communities. Don't just celebrate what we have, but see what it might be like from the perspective of these people we purport to serve. Prepare to receive this staff. Work with equity deserving communities. Notice I did not say equity seeking or equity needing. Equity deserving. Incorporate Black humanity, because it seems that we've not come too far from when a Black person was only 3/5 of a person. It doesn't matter the PhDs that some of us have. We still get the impression, the distinct impression, that we are 3/5 or less of a person. So are we prepared to honor them? Honor those people that will fill these positions and the people they represent. Are we prepared to actually honor them? To listen to them? To value their cultural capital? And this can only come by learning, doing our own learning and unlearning. Unlearning some of this language. Unlearning not just historical racism, but contemporary realities. The so-called microaggressions, they're not micro in their harm. They're not micro in the sense that they continue to traumatize. So,
I will have to ask you to wrap up. You're about 6 minutes over already.
okay. So that's it. I would like to suggest that a position for anti-Black racism advocacy those 4 positions. And that, yes, the staff updates in March and regularly thereafter as well are required to give accountability to Black other. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Oba. I think on my end, you faded out just at the very end there. Thank you very much for your presentation. Thank you for your patience. I know you're trying to get on the YouTube channel earlier. I'm glad it worked out, and thank you for coming back in so late. With that, that is our last delegate here tonight, and I will turn it over into Council's hands to see if there's any questions of Councillor Vasek on her motion. Seeing none, we have a motion. We have a motion on the table. Oh, no, we don't, because I know Councillor Vasic and I know Councillor Bonagor want to second it. And there are a lot of people have worked on this over a number of months, and I'll look to Councillor Vasic, Councillor Bonagor to take us forward.
Sure. I'd love to move it, and I'll move it with some comments. First of all, Funke, thank you so much for speaking so directly about the risk of not naming anti-Black racism, and of the culture not being ready to really make it potentially a safe space, and how much upfront work we're going to have to do. So thank you for outlining all that, and sticking around, like the mayor said, after just some complications earlier, to make sure that we're all aware of that. And I basically just want to say thank you to everyone who has put in time to advise on this motion, and first to staff who, we've been working on this for about 3 months now, and it's come a long way. And staff, I think together we have explored a lot of possibilities and had a lot of conversations about what this could look like realistically. And I thank you for your openness. And Mayor Jaworski, same goes for you, and I really appreciate it started off as an advocacy motion around police reallocation, and while it is that, most definitely from my perspective, it also, you encouraged us to really look at what we can do in-house, and I think that was an essential piece to the motion. So looking both at the ways that we can advocate for reallocation and upstreaming, but how can we upstream ourselves to enable the work that needs to happen, like Jody and Funke talked to. And then especially to the communities who have advised and provided feedback on this motion. It wasn't an extensive consultation, but I did speak with about 15 different people or groups. And more will have to happen. But like I said in my opening remarks, it was a balance between needing to move and wanting to make sure we have more consultation, but we're really at the starting. Well, I mean, we started a little while ago, but we're early days, and there's a long way to go. So there are many people who I won't name directly because I don't have their permission, and some have said they don't want to share publicly, and some just haven't let me know either way. So I'd like to maintain their confidentiality. But Tennille Warren, thank you. Laurie Campbell, thank you. And Funke, who's here, obviously, Oba, assistant professor from Ryerson, thank you for advising and providing input and feedback on this motion. And those were just a few of the people, like I said. And then also, I'd like to acknowledge Laura Maylindo, MPP from Kitchener Centre, and Susie Chaka, who did send in correspondence, though they hoped to be here to speak in support of the motion as well. So thank you, everyone. Look forward to the vote. Oh, and I vote in favor.
And I'll look to Councillor Bonagor. I know you were long involved as well.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Jaworski. I'd like to second this motion. I'll keep it brief because we're getting close to our next extension. I just think that this sends a strong request to other levels of government to please reassess where we're putting our community resources, and to try and find ways where we can better allocate things so that we're supporting the people who need it most in the ways in which they need the help. And on top of that, as Councillor Vasic said, and as I know, Mayor Jaworski, you had a big role in this also, it's up to us as well. So I think this motion brings a lot to bear, and I am happy to vote in favour.
Thank you, Councillor Bonagor, for highlighting the part of the motion. Many people have missed the fact of all the calls to upper levels of government to say they need to start the ball rolling. We're making the call, but they need to start the ball rolling. That is such an important part of the motion that often gets missed as people chat about it. With that, I'll ask Councillor Henry to fill in, and then we'll go Ward 1 around the horn.
Councillor Henry, happy to support this this motion. It's certainly very important to the future of this community. I appreciate all of the work that Councillor Vasic and those she has engaged with have been able to bring to bear to give us a path forward.
Councillor Hanmer, I too am happy to vote in favor of this motion. It certainly is a call on upper tiers of government to really take a look at what they're doing and how resources are being allocated. It equally is a call to action for us as a city to do what we can do internally to ensure that we are really being true to our pillars of anti-racism, diversity, equity, and inclusion.
Councillor Bodley, I'm enthusiastically in favor of the motion, and I just wanted to say thank you to Councillor Vasic for having the courage to bring it forward and for all of the hard work that she's put into it. The community does not deserve you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Vasic, for all your work on this. I vote in favor. Councillor Beath in favor.
It's Councillor Freeman. I vote in favor as well, and I think it's completely in line to advocate for change. And I really liked the comment, Councillor Vasic, that you made that when we point one finger forward, there's 3 pointing back at us. So how we approach that, I think, is important too. And I'm not sure if I said so, but I vote in favor.
Excellent. The mayor votes in favor too. That carries unanimously. Congratulations, Councillor Vasic, on 1, 2, 3, 4 months at least of hard work. So all the best from all the best from all of us. As we move, we have filed a notice of motion by Councillor Bodley. Greenhouse gas emissions from electricity grid that will be considered at our next council meeting on January 18th, 2021. Communications correspondence, we have none. Unfinished business, we have none. Any questions from council? Seeing or hearing none. Under new business, we have a couple items. Do we just have to make note of the fact that we have a regional all-council meeting December 17th, 2020, 2 p.m. to 4:30 p.m., or do we need to move approval to attend that? Yes. Okay, I'll look to Ward 1, Ward 2 to move approval of us attending that.
Councillor Hanmer, I move that we approve attendance at the all-council meeting, and I vote in favor.
Councillor Bodley seconds the motion and votes in favor.
Councillor Beath, I vote in favor.
Councillor Freeman in favor.
Councillor Vasic in favor.
Councillor Henry in favor.
Councillor Bonagor in favor.
The mayor's in favor too of attending yet another meeting, and I'm going to go back to Councillor Bonagor on a parking initiative. Please go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Jaworski. Through you, I'm raising some new business on behalf of an uptown business. Seven Shores Cafe has been in communications with staff, both in economic development and in IPPW, to explore some of the things we made possible through our solar program. And one of them was they were seeking a way to have some short-term parking located beside the cafe so that they could have a way to keep the business going. And I know a few different ideas were being tossed around, and I believe Commissioner Rapp has come up with a viable idea, and I'm inviting him to please explain, like, what's the easiest option available so that we can help in this situation.
Through Mayor Jaworski to Councillor Bonagor, of course, there's simple and complicated ways to do things. And believe it or not, despite the nature of many of IPPW's reports, I believe in simplicity. And the simplest way to deal with parking within the right of, or parking dedicated for a restaurant within the right of way on public parking spaces that are parallel spots in the right of way, I think is that we can recognize that it's in the spirit of the solar initiative, which did contemplate some form of right of way use subject to commissioner approval. There are no bylaws needed to be done. It's simply we can grant permission. The only concern we have is the snow clearing, that we cannot afford to slow down city snow clearing or increase our level of snow loading in the uptown. So when we go through and plow those spaces, there will be a larger drift of snow that a potential client, if you will, or someone wanting to go and pick up food would have to climb over. And we would just need some confirmation from the operator that they would be willing to clear that snow for us. As I said, we don't want to slow down our operations for the entire city or increase our snow loading in the uptown beyond tradition. But that's the simplest way. No bylaws, just a recognition that it's in the spirit of solar and within subject to commissioner approval.
That's fantastic. Thank you very much. I will let the business know.
Excellent, thank you. I see no further new business, and it's that exciting time of the night where we actually do real business, where we enact some bylaws. Do I have a volunteer to enact some bylaws?
First, Mayor Jaworski, I have a 8-hour and 10-minute filibuster before we get to the bylaws, if that's okay.
I'll talk with you.
No, that's okay. I love bylaws. Bylaws are my friend. Everyone loves bylaws. Councillor Bodley would like to move the enactment of bylaws as printed, and I would love to vote in favor.
Councillor Beath, here I'm happy to second that motion and vote in favor.
I was ready for the filibuster, but lacking that, I will vote in favor for the bylaws. Councillor Freeman.
Councillor Vasic votes in favor of Waterloo's bylaws.
Councillor Henry votes in favor.
Councillor Bonagor in favor.
Councillor Hanmer in favor.
The mayor's in favor too. That carries unanimously. Oh, look at that, Olga. What a beautiful sunrise outside. Geez, that's so nice. Motion to adjourn, Ward 1, Ward 2, please.
I move that we adjourn this very talkative meeting, but yet we accomplished a lot. And I vote in favor.
Mercifully, I second the motion and vote in favor.
Councillor Beath in favor of adjournment.
Councillor Freeman in favor of adjournment.
Councillor Vasic in favor.
Councillor Henry in favor.
Councillor Bonagor in favor.
The mayor is in favor too. With that, I wish everybody a good night. And thank you.
Good night, everybody.
Good night, everyone. Thank you.
Good night, everyone. Bye.